All right, cool. So if you're watching this video, welcome. Sit through it. It's going to be a fun ride. If you're tired of busting your ass every day, whether that's trying to build your own business, juggling too many tasks yourself, or wanting more than just the job that you're in right now, you're in the right place. Because what I'm about to show you is how you can build the thing that changed my life, which is systems that work harder than I do. Because I was a big work 40, 50, 60 hours type of guy. And then I saw people that were getting way better results than me. And it was super confusing because I was working way harder than they were. But there's something that fixed that, right? I just want you guys to know that this isn't a shortcut. It's not a get rich quick scheme. You're not going to watch this video and then magically it's all going to happen. It's going to take some time and effort because it's a real skill. It's a real skill. The skill of building AI automations and the skill of building AI agents, building real machines and real systems that run all the boring, repetitive tasks of parts of businesses for you or parts of businesses that other business owners don't want to do or they have to hire out to do. So a few years ago, I was just a normal dude, literally picking up trash outside of Target, bounced around on my own on different businesses trying to figure it all out. I tried it all. I tried every single business model you guys probably have already seen on YouTube too as well. Didn't work out too well for me until I found something that did work out for me, which was sales, and then going in and building, operations for other businesses as well. Because I found out that I started to fall in love with just how business worked and then going in and fixing other businesses. But once I was doing that, I was bouncing around only $5,000 a month. And the reason why I wasn't able to pass that, in my opinion, is because I wasn't able to scale. I was doing everything manually. Everything was by hand. Everything was me waking up from 5 a.m. all the way to working until it was time for me to go to sleep and just repeating the whole process. And I knew if I was working this hard and it wasn't working out as well for me, it was obviously a big problem. And the huge problem was that I had no real systems in place. I was following up with leads by hand, updating CRMs, writing emails myself. I was doing all of the heavy lifting myself, and it wasn't moving the needle forward. I wasn't going anywhere. I could do what everyone else could do as well, so I didn't have anything that made me stand out. And if you guys don't know, if you are doing everything that everyone else can do, you just end up becoming a commodity. If you and a million other people have your skill set, it's not worth that much money, right? Anyone can take an order at the cash register. Not a lot of people can create AI agents. There's a big gap. You're paid towards the problems you solve, and if you're solving problems that everyone else can solve, it's not that valuable. So that's why we're here. We're here to learn something more valuable. It doesn't even matter. You can be the person at the cash register, it's still not going to matter. But the truth is, working harder only took me so far. At the end of the day, it also took my time, energy, and my ability to think bigger. Meanwhile, you see all these guys scaling, working less, having way more fun than you, way more fun than me, and you just know it's they had systems work while they're doing the bigger things. While they're off, and as it may seem like they're slacking off and they're enjoying life and you're working, they have things working in the background when you actually have to get up and work for it. And that's when it hit me. I didn't figure out how to automate the parts of the business that could be automated. I was stuck forever. And that's when I found out about how fast AI was growing behind the scenes. And the thing is as you guys can see, AI is literally estimated to hit $1.8 billion by 2030. That's how much it's going to grow by. By a literal 35% from this year to 2030 is going to grow by 35%. I don't know about you guys, but if you want to go and make money, you need to go where the money is going. It's an AI. And there's a way for you to learn it without being a complete AI genius. And what I'm saying is that AI agents were born, not too long ago. And I knew from the moment it came out that this was the high-paying skill set that I was looking for. Because I later found n8n, a super simple way to build crack AI agents, and it literally makes the process way easier. You don't have to have, crazy coding experience. You don't have to be some genius that was creating, your own app when you were 6 years old. You just literally need this, watch this video, and then will start to be able to create AI agents when everyone else is just using ChatGPT. You'll be able to run circles around everybody, like legit circles around everyone. Before we do dive into the actual systems, I do need you to understand something most people will miss though. Right now, you're standing at the edge of a once in the decade opportunity. Like literally, because this isn't going to last forever. Like, of course, like coding, for example, was a big thing. And now, as AI started to advance, it's not as big as a thing as it was before. And we'll get more into that. But here's the reality. Like people are saying AI is the future, but it's not. Like it's the present. There's new AI tools. It's getting smarter. It's getting more advanced. It's getting faster day by day. Like we already know that it's like every day you see a new tool that's coming out that's doing crazier shit than the tool that came out last week was doing. It's growing at a super, super fast pace. Like you can't lie. Probably by the time you're watching this video, there might even be a new tool that came out that fucking walk your dog. You know what I mean? So it's growing at a super fast rate. And also businesses already know they need AI. They just don't know how to do it. And that's what the big gap is. That's what the big opportunity is. Every business wants to use AI. They know they should be using it because other businesses are doing it, and they don't want to be a Blockbuster store. And if none of you guys know, of course, Blockbuster, the reason why that ran out and it went to zero was because everyone wanted to stream movies online. There was no point in buying the DVDs, and became old news. So what do you think happens with businesses that, people can come in, walk into a business, and then it doesn't have anything AI? They're gonna be like, oh, this is like not up to date. They don't want to use this. Everyone wants to use the new tech, right? It says right here that, the AI wave is moving so quickly. Back in 2019, 84% of CEOs said they needed to leverage AI, but 76% of them also admitted that they have a hard time figuring it out. So almost 8 out of 10 businesses you go to, almost 8 out of every 10 businesses you go to will literally not know how to use AI and AI agents. And you're going to be able to learn that skill so you can use it. That's how valuable it is. Usually some people, when they pitch people ideas, they have to go to 100 different people before they get one yes. There is a high probability that you can go to every 7 or 8 out of 10 people and they're going to say yes. 76 out of 100 people are going to be like, yes, that is actually what we do need in the business right now. And that's insane. And here's the crazy part. There are almost no people who actually know how to build real working AI automations, AI agents that solve real business problems. Everyone else is making one that creates them, cool viral content, and that's cool, but real ones that solve like the real problems and how you can have an eye for it too as well, so you can go into a own niche of your own. The gap between what businesses need and what builders exist is massive right now, and that's what you guys are going to take away. You don't just come in here to learn how to make AI agents that solve no purpose. Learn how to make something that's going to actually, make you money and change your life, and also impact other businesses to change other lives. It's a chain, and you can learn the skill on how to do it. If you learn the skill today, you're not just learning another software trick. You're learning the new language of business. It's like being one of the first people who learned how to code, as I was saying before, in the early 2000s, or one of the first people who learned Facebook ads in 2012. Once you're early to something and you're one of the few people that know how to actually do it, you literally have such a high and unfair advantage. So all I'm saying is, if you know how to build AI agents, or right now, if you learn the skill, I'm just saying anyone who can build AI agents and knows their way around it, they're the ones that are going to quietly dominate in the next 5 to 10 years in business, simply just because it's the new thing and everyone needs it. You literally will have a high paying skill that will pay you for the rest of the time, and you can sink your teeth into a lot of these businesses. A lot of people that, for example, in the early 2000s, sink their teeth in certain businesses because they knew how to code are still there in those roles, or they're probably retired now with a bunch of shares in stocks. So you see the opportunity. You need to be able to take this and get your feet in the door with a lot of different businesses. And like I said, we're going to show all of this throughout the video. Most people don't even realize it's too late, as I was saying. They think it's going to be here forever, but windows like this don't last forever, and that's why I want you guys to take advantage of this. They'll all be manually doing everything themselves, while you'll have agents booking calls, closing deals, and running operations 24/7, like how I have right now. The reason why I can take out this many hours of my day to make a video like this is because everything else is being run right now as we speak by AI agents. And that's why I want to give you this free course. Because if you're serious, you can actually build what I'm about to show you, and you can position yourself years ahead of everyone. Not months, years. So let's get into it. And why this video matters is it's just maybe you're just getting started. Maybe you're just tired of bouncing between videos on YouTube, random strategies, random advice, people you're already, running a business, but the back end is a mess and you're drowning in manual work. No matter where you are, everyone starts from somewhere. And I promise that building real AI agents, systems that book calls, follow up, and run your back end automatically is a skill that separates amateurs from real operators. And the truth is, most people will never learn this. They won't. They'll be too stuck worrying about ChatGPT. Most people will stay stuck. Most people will keep chasing shiny objects instead of building real leverage and systems. But not you. If you're here right now, it means you're ready to do the thing most people aren't willing to do by building your first machine and just trying. Now, I'm not going to sit here and lie to you. There is a learning curve. Things might break. You might have to troubleshoot things. And you might feel overwhelmed at times, but fuck it. Just push through. You'll be fine. If you build your first working system by watching this video, you'll never be the same. You'll stop thinking like an employee and you'll start thinking like an owner. And that's honestly all I want for you. You'll have an asset and not another task list. In this free course, I'm giving you everything you need: how to create an AI agent, any AI agent you think of, how to create a CRM, a sales agent who books calls, a support agent, a copywriting agent, even those cool little viral script writing agents you like, and even more. Like, I can't even just explain it. You'll just have to see. This is the same foundation that's helped me replace 80% of my team and build freedom in my business to be able to scale and reach numbers like this for my businesses and other businesses as well. Now, if you want to go even faster and skip the learning curve or help selling these agents for $1,000 to $5,000, there's a link below to booking a private call with me. No pressure, just real help. All right, well, let's get into it. Your future just started. All right, cool. So let's just dive straight into it. So we're going to go through pretty much how we can go through, set it up the right way, make sure you guys get it set up the right way as we go through this journey we have here. So what we're looking at here is we just have this simple, n8n page. It'll have a lightning bolt on it, looking like Shazam a little bit. But going through, as you can see, it just gives you a brief walkthrough of everything, like IT ops, sales ops, pretty much like everything you can do with it, and giving you some like examples of what could be done. Also as well, I know somewhere down here, you will be able to, they have their case studies and everything. But as you scroll down, there'll be a lot of other things down here. It'll have some case studies. And also, there is an area where you can go find like the use cases and find actual other forms that it's used before. But going back into it, so what we can do is just you tap over here with get started, and then you go through and you create your account. I'll go ahead and just create a dummy account here, for example. Cool. And then what that looks like is with the account name, you just it runs on its own cloud. So just put your name here, and then you can start just an easy 14-day free trial, which makes a lot of sense for everyone. You'll just go through, they'll just ask you a couple questions. This doesn't really matter all too much. And you'll just run through these questions. Then you'll start running through and setting up your workspace. So it's super simple. The process is super simple to go ahead and set up your free account. But once you have that set up, it'll just take you through here. You could watch this video. It'll explain a couple of things, but I'm going to just show you everything that you need to know in this video so far. So there's no need to go off and watch this video. After the loading screen goes through, you can go ahead and get access into it so you can start automating. And boom, now you're in. I want you guys to just get used to what you're looking at, because of course, whenever you're trying something new, it's going to be a bit confusing. It'll be a little bit overwhelming, but once you know your way around the land, you'll be cool, bro. It'll be cool. So here we have a couple of different things. This will just tell you, these are just stats. This is not going to say anything because, of course, you have a new account. But over here is where you can set up and create a workflow. Of course, over here is where you can add different projects in here. You have different templates. And in the templates here, the cool thing about this is there's a couple of people that put templates here that you can go ahead and just copy. There might be something that you're looking for, but at the end of the day, these are good to use to like see kind of like how everyone else is doing it, see like what everyone else is doing it. But what I'm going to show you here is a super unique way for you to be able to create your own that actually sell and are worth buying, right? Because some of these are great, but of course, like, it's not really needed. This is where everyone goes off and they narrow it out, and you can go ahead and use these for free as well. It's a cool thing to check out if you have some free time to go look around and see what else is going on. So definitely a play to look at for sure. But going back into it, you have the templates, you have the variables, the insights, even help. But the main thing that we want to do is, we can start a project. We can go over here and start from scratch. And then once you go in and you start from scratch, it'll go ahead and load for a second, and then you'll have access to this screen. It's a digital whiteboard or digital blackboard, whatever you want to call it. And the screen kind of looks the same, right? You have the same button right here. Well, it'll focus up and zoom onto your particular work or your flow that you're using right now, as well as, of course, plus minus, where you can zoom in and create, even if you're creating giant workflows, you just want to be able to move around and manage it that way. So it's a pretty cool, whiteboard or a blackboard that allows you to zoom and interact and move around. As you can see over here, this is going to honestly be your best friend right here. This is an assistant, and what this assistant is, it's like a AI that's trained on n8n that you can use. But of course, we'll get more into it, and then I'll start showing you guys what else you can use. But this is essentially what you'll be using, and what you'll be doing 90% of the work is in here. Just because this is like your AI agent canvas. Like, this is the canvas of n8n, and this is how you're going to be able to do it. And a lot of what we have here is, when you set something up with its first step, it always has to be a trigger. From what I've seen, it's a trigger on app event, on schedule, on chat message. It's a lot of different things. So when you're doing trigger manually, for example, what this essentially means is it's not automated if you do it like this. Like, trigger manually just means that you have to manually come in and test the workflow like so for it to go off. So it's not going to go off if something happens. It's not going to go off at a scheduled time. It's only going to go off if you press it. So this is cool, like if it's like something you want to test, like it's good for testing a lot of workflows, and I'll show you like later on in the video, you'll see. But it's not really the optimal workflow that we're going to use, because it just doesn't make the most sense. Like with me using words like optimal, that's not my vocabulary at all. We don't need this shit is what I'm trying to say. So it's not essential, but it's good to just test things out. Also, another thing is, because of course, remember, what we're doing right here is the first step. It's always going to prompt you with things like this. Like over here, when you're moving over here on the whiteboard, you have this, but you also have this, and what's going to prompt up is just like a lot of triggers. So the next one is on app event, and this can be anything from like you sending a message in Telegram or anything like that, where you have a bunch of different apps. So with n8n as well, like you're going to have it has a ton of apps integrated into it, like built in already. So you only have to like end up just going in and connecting them. So like you have ActiveCampaign for any of you guys that you know it, but like more simpler ones like Zoom, everybody knows what YouTube is. Like you have certain ones like that set up to where it's like get a channel, get as many channels, like, and it has it like built in the node. So it's like a playlist item, or delete a playlist item, get a playlist item, delete a video, get a video. So it has a bunch of different things, like with whatever you're trying to create for yourself or in your business or for clients. It's super dope. But another trigger is that can be used is like on schedule. So let's say like you have something that, I don't know, you want to get an update on the news. We'll just keep it super simple. You want to get an update on the news with the schedule trigger. Whatever that looks like is you can go over here. You can trigger every day, or you can do trigger every 24 hours from a certain time. Days between trigger one day, trigger at hour, and then you could run it up over here to where, let's say you want to know what's going on at 8 a.m., for example. 8 a.m., this is already going to be plugged into your time zone, so you don't got to worry about it. And then what happens is every day at 8 a.m., it will set off the trigger. And that's where we're getting more into like automation. So like if you want it to be able to go off, set off a trigger, and then you connect other things to the end of it to where, let's say, it sends something to your email, sends something to your YouTube channel. It sends even a text message to you, and it's an update of a news article. You could set that up. And that is another way you start a workflow. Remember, when you're starting the workflow, it's like the brain. It's like the brain, or it's just the start button. It's the ignition in your car. So it's super important to make sure you have a proper start button, because you would see are you starting to see the big difference now? Because like if you're trying to send the news and you have this that's scheduled at 8 a.m., but then you have another one that to get the news you have to go into n8n and then press test workflow, it defeats the purpose. It doesn't even make any sense to do that. Like it just defeats the whole purpose, so there's no point. So now you're starting to see, I want you guys to really like grasp these concepts so you can be like, oh, okay, like this is cooked if I do it like this isn't gonna work, it's not gonna end well. Or I could do it like this, which makes way more sense. And then now you're starting to think like a real, like you're starting to be able to really put two and two together and be like, okay, these are the do's, these are the don'ts, and I know what to do now. So that's what we have with just testing the workflow. Another thing to start the trigger off is you have on app event, on schedule, on a webhook call. So what this is a little bit more advanced. I'm not gonna lie. I use these sometimes, but rarely not. And I'm gonna tell you why. The reason why is because there's already so many things that are like integrated that I don't have to use webhooks too much. I can, but I kind of leave that for like the AI nerds. I like to build what works. I don't like to get more complicated, but essentially what a webhook is, it's a webhook. It's a chain that if data gets sent to the specific link over here, it will trigger, and then it'll start to give you data, and then you can pass it through the workflow. That's another way to do things, but like I said, I rather do on app event because that's usually what I'm doing for a lot of my clients and for me, or I do on schedule. Another good one is on chat message, but this one I put it a little bit like if I'm doing a tier list, low key, I'm putting this one in between the workflow where you actually have to test it and the other workflows that I just showed previously. Because with this one, to get it to trigger, it's not automated. You have to go through and actually start it. So you'd have to go through and start it with a prompt or just text it, tell it what you want, and then it'll pass through the whole thing. So this is another one that you have to play around with manually. So now after that, other ones we have as well is, I'll show you guys. When you go over here, another one that you can play around a lot with too as well is executed by another workflow. So what this means is, and the reason why it's showing up an error is because if you want to like tie different like agents together and workflows together, when you end one, what you can do is you can end one that starts another one. So like you can have one set up to where it only starts to run if you have something connected to it. You know what I mean? So like you essentially will have a workflow end that triggers another workflow. And there's a lot of different ways you can do this. Like for example, you could have it set up to where you have a workflow end and then another workflow starts where it's like an onboarding process. So like if you have a marketing flow and then it's like marketing people, and then what happens is if someone buys something from you, you can end the workflow of them buying it, and then you can start another workflow, which is what you would be looking at here, to then being able to go through a process to be able to start like an onboarding process by like sending them onboarding emails and things of that nature. So that is another one that you can use, and that's basically a lot of the ones that you want to be able to be using. Like of course, like there's other ways and other things to do, but these are the main ones you want to really look at when of course you're coming in and you're getting started, just looking around and making sure you know what you're doing, what this first looks like. And basically this too as well, like when you're coming in here and you're doing, for example, like let's say we'll just do trigger manually. The next thing we can do is, of course, when you hit this, now it's going to look a little bit different. It's not showing up what it used to show up, because n8n tries to help you out a little bit too as well. Like you'll see right here that it'll start off with all the triggers. But once you have your trigger already set in place, now it's starting to go over here with AI, action and app, data transformation flow, core, human in the loop, add another trigger. And just to go through everything to make sure you guys know what's going on here. So when clicking test, what we have over here, what this means is this is the bread and butter. This is the AI agents that we have over here. And to go over it, what we have is, you have the OpenAI, and then you can have this set up where you create an assistant. That's cool. We have that one. I don't use that one as much, but it's still more than useful. You have a basic LLM chain, and this is just like a language model. This is cool as well, but it runs off like when there's a chat received. It's all right as well. I don't use this one as much, but I still want you guys to be able to understand and know which one it is. Information extractor. This one right here is good for taking data, yeah. And then, but with the information extractor, like it's good for data. I can just say that. Like if you're doing anything and you wanted to like remember the data and have things set up like that, like if you're doing something very like niche specific, I would use it. And then we have question and answer chain. Haven't used this one too much. There's not really a lot of n8n AI agents that I'm selling or using in my business that require that. Summarization chain. This one is okay. It essentially does what the name says. It does summarize everything and spits out the data for you. So it's a substitute if you want to be able to go through and have something to summarize everything for you. But the bread and butter that you're actually going to want to use is you're going to want to use the actual AI agent because, and let me show you why. The reason why is because inside of here, you can have it set up to define below, and then in define below, you can prompt it. And then you can also plug in all the data here. And let me show you, because when you do it like this, you won't be able to plug in any data. So let me find another, here, 1 second. I can do on chat message. And then I'll give it some data real quick, like I'll put something in the chat message. So for example, just for a test, when stuff like this goes through, it'll go ahead and spit out data over here, right? And we're just using this for tests. I'm just showing you guys, we'll go in more in depth. We're just showing you the first couple of steps that you guys want to go through so you make sure you're grasping and understanding everything. Now, what you need always with an AI agent, you have memory, tool, and chat model here. Chat models you can use, you got Claude, you got OpenAI, you have a bunch of different chat models you can use. Use whichever one you're familiar with. For example, I'll use Claude, and what happens with that is you will have it over here, and Claude will have it right there, and then you'll have it set, and it'll connect. Eventually this error code will go away, credential, and then we'll be good to go. And now once we have that, a lot of things with the AI agents in here are prompting. So it's pretty much having anything stuff like, you are a support agent, please respond to this accordingly. Right? You can just have that set up. It'll take the error out. Another thing as well, what we have here is memory. You can have simple memory hooked up in here when everything's required, and you can have it set up to where it's like in define below, or you can have it connected to the last trigger so it can actually memorize and start to learn and become smarter. Just like any other employee, they come through, they get the job on the first day, they're not going to know what they know on the 30th day. Same thing, this AI agent is going to continue to grow and move smarter. Now tool, what you have for tools, you have for different things. Of course, you have an MCP server. This is new. It's like more advanced. You have, workflow tools. I haven't used any tools, honestly. At most, I'll do is a chat model with the memory, and that's about it. So those are the AI agents like you have broken down over here. Let me just disconnect this, zoom out a little bit, and then show you what else we have. 1 second. Let me just drag this over here. Another thing as well is, of course, we have the AI agents as we already went through, but more so things on here is we have action and app. Like I said, a lot of these are a bunch of different, websites, apps, softwares that you can connect up into it. So, for example, like Gmail, you can have something like this. If you text the chat and you're like, oh, send an email, you can literally, these are all the options you can do with Gmail. You can do send a message, but it's send an email. Easily connect your Gmail account. Send to, if you want to, like I was saying before, like if you want to go ahead and send off an email to yourself as a reminder, you can do that. You plug it into here, plug in your own subject line, and then data will be here. If you run it, you'll be able to drag and drop the data in here and send yourself a message. So there's a bunch of different apps, softwares, a bunch of different things that you're familiar with that you can use, or when you're selling it to other businesses, they can use as well, because you can just plug it in. And what these are simply called, these are simple nodes, is what they call these square looking things. They call them nodes that you can go through and run through a lot of them. Of course, you have a lot of things like branch, and what this looks like is like simple filters where you can filter through information. This is a little bit of the more advanced stuff, but you can filter through information. You can do things like if. So it's like if this is equal to a positive comment, move it on. If it's not, move it off. So it's like true or false. So like if this is a positive comment, like I was saying, it'll go towards a workflow that's up here. If it's false, it'll go to a workflow that's down there. And this is ways you can like segment things and really teach it and train it to be able to do whatever you want to do. That's what flows are about. Of course, you have over here loop over items. So it's like splitting the batch, and this is what happens. Like if you're dealing with multiple different forms of data and you want to do a one-on-one to make sure that it's not confusing itself, you could do loop over items. So it'll come through. Let's say it's like 99 different types of leads coming in through it. It'll loop it over one by one so it doesn't force everything through, and it's going to miss a lot of data. So there's pretty much everything in here will cover all of the ground that you need it to cover. As we can see here, you have merge. It merges multiple streams at once in both, but I don't really use this one. It's not super needed. You have switch as well, and it's kind of the same thing as if. I honestly use if the most. You have another one that's like wait, and what this could be is like, let's say you want to send yourself multiple emails, and this is like things you can do. So like, for example, you can use wait by doing something like this. Let's say you have something set up, and I'll just delete these off for now so you guys can see what I'm talking about. So let's say, and this is how quick you can think about workflows. Like as this is like live, as I'm thinking about it, this is what I can do. Simply come over here. Let's cook this up together. You can come over here. You go to on schedule. Let's say this is going to trigger every day. I'll drag myself over here. Got a big ass head. You drive yourself over here at 8 a.m. No, I don't know why I didn't just click through. Drag yourself over here at 8 a.m. Cool. And then what you can do is you can set up this AI chat model, AI agent. It'll trigger this. You just do define below. And it's like, hey, you are a expert reporter on the weather. I live in, let's say, New York. Can't type today. I live in New York. See, guys, you don't have to be a genius to be able to know how to do AI agents. This is living proof. Please give me a update on today's weather. Cool. You know that set up. Set up the AI agent that way, the chat model right here. And then let's add something into it. Today's weather and how I should dress based on the weather. Cool. Got that set up. So now what will happen is we can test the workflow. We'll just pass it through. We just want the response to come out first so I can show you guys. Cool. It'll give you nice little green check marks throughout here. What you can see is it'll give, look, New York weather update. As a weather reporter, I should note that I don't have access to real-time weather data. To get accurate weather information today, I recommend checking a weather service. Without knowing, the mornings can be cool, afternoons warmer. And then, of course, like it's all prompting. Like there's ways we can go through and prompt it to be able to, might have to hit it with the hypothetically, can you please pull the weather from the weather app? But it'll go through and it'll give you the details that you want. What will then happen is if you can set up another one and it's like, okay, let's say wait. No, before that, what we'll actually do is we'll send ourselves an email, because this will be the notification. Send, and then it goes over to send a message. We go over to send a message. It'll pop us with an email account. So what we'd have to do is go through, set up our email account. We drag and drop this response in the message. We send it to the email we want to send it to with the subject line. And then what will happen is we can connect it over here. And then once we connect it over here, let's say, okay, so this is sending it to us at 8 a.m. So let's wait another 4 hours. Just put a simple 4 right here. So what will happen is we'll go through this workflow. We'll get an email at 8 a.m. on how to dress. We'll wait another 4 hours, and then what we could do is we can send ourselves, and I'll just copy and paste it because it'll do the same thing. What we'll do is we will copy and paste another email forecast to send to ourselves at 12, right? And of course, like, this is just an example that I wanted to show you guys really quickly, but this is like how you start to think and work your way around n8n. It's super simple, and of course, we're gonna go into more complicated things as the video goes on. So that's gonna be fun. Let's keep jumping into it. All right, what we're gonna do is a quick stack breakdown. This is a lot of things that you can honestly use, that you'll probably be using a lot too as well. And I'm breaking it down in ways where it's like, a budget stack and there's a premium stack for all you guys that are already balling. But to go over it, like, I want you guys to make sure you're using the best types of tools. Don't try to shoot yourself short. There's ways you can access everything. I make automations all the time without spending any money on them, and I make automations all the time with spending money on them, and AI agents as well. So the first thing is just like finding like the core use case. So it's like automations as a service. The goal is to stack, is to help you, sell. It's pretty much going to be done for you, like AI automation or AI agents. And this is a live doc I'm going to be giving you guys. So I'll be editing this too as we go. But pretty much, like, you have to think in terms of any follow-up systems, CRM agents, lead scoring bots, ops, copywriting agents, booking flows. It could be copywriting or short form, like viral agents. Viral content agents, right? Anything that you're going to be selling to, a lot of different people is what you want to definitely use this for, simply just because they do have certain tech in there that you need to be able to know how to use and know what to do for it. So it's, of course, optimized for simplicity, like speed to launch and the very low cost to start, because I want you guys to be able to start with whatever, but then also a way where they can directly make money from it as well. So going into that, meaning when we go down here, right, the budget friendly stack that we're going ahead and working with here is first is anything form capture. So a lot of businesses that I'm running stuff with, we run it in terms of a lot of traffic is there. I like touching businesses, pause that, run a lot of traffic. So here, as you can see, going through there, a good one, see, I gotta change these links, but a good one over here is Google Forms. And let me just go to it real quick. Google Forms. All right, and inside of Google Forms, this is something where you can just come in here. Of course, if you guys don't already know, you can literally build your own form. Doesn't even matter for this specific business. And you can do that for completely free, right? You can do it for completely free. Go in, build the Google form. And this way, you don't have to go to anything else that's like Jotform or Typeform. Like, Typeform is the next best one, and we'll talk about it a bit more, but you do have to pay for Typeform a little bit. But the reason why Typeform is better is because it just looks better. Like, you can integrate it on like their web pages and a bunch of other stuff, and we'll talk about it a bit later, and I'll show you some examples. But if you want to just get started with like capturing leads, like form capture wise, it's definitely Google Forms. And now when we're talking about like AI integration, or what that is honestly just like the chat models that you see us running through everything. And just make sure you guys are writing this down too as well. But The chat models, when you plug it up to an AI agent and it's running everything through there, using things like this. So of course, we have Claude and OpenAI, but the best free one right here, the best free one is OpenRouter. And what OpenRouter looks like is, you can go ahead and jump over to here. Let me see if this link works. Yeah, it does. What it'll look like is this. And then you can just go over to models once you make an account. And then there's different prompts you can have over here, but you can drag this all the way down here. And you'll probably see me explain this a lot in the videos, but you'll get a lot of, look, zero input tokens, 0. This way you can get it for free. So when you're plugging it inside of the AI agent, you're able to now use this for free. So now you have Google Forms for free, and now in AI integration, you have OpenRouter for free as well. The next thing that you can use for like anything like CRM wise and data storage, and I promise you, bro, like if you're doing AI agents, you're gonna be doing a lot of things with their, I'm pretty sure, I would say like 80% of around like 80% of the AI agents that I'm using currently right now, bro, all use Google Sheets, honestly. So even I'm still using it, and it's a no-brainer one, bro. Like I can literally show you, like inside of Google Sheets. I hope this link's not fried. Yeah, bro, I use a ton of different Google Sheets in here. And the thing is like Google Sheets is it's the easiest, because like, as I'll show you guys, like you can just like literally drag and drop, a bunch of the fields, and it will just continuously update all the Google Sheets for you. To get someone else to do that, or someone manually to do Google Sheets, is already like paying a VA $5 an hour to do this specific task. So having Google Sheets it's more than just like a tracker, it's a lead manager, it can handle finances, it can handle a bunch of different shit inside of there. Another one that's like for CRM and data storage that you can use is Notion. There's like free options for Notion. There's a free plan and everything, but what you want to do is, it's like it is a bit more aesthetic, I would say, than Google Sheets, and you could play around a lot more with it. And Notion is another one to use, but I just keep it simple on mine, bro, and I use Google Sheets as well, so that's a good one. You guys all know this one, email, like things to send out email. I make a lot of things with I do a lot of things with email too as well, and being able to just tap into the actual just like Google account and just make your own like cold email or email automation sequence is pretty simple. And I end up using Gmail a lot because of how simple it actually is. So don't sleep on this one. Like for email handling, if you can't afford anything else, or you're just trying to keep it a low budget to try everything out and sell one, I would use Gmail for sure. Now, the next thing is like scheduling meetings. Another big thing in businesses is going through and being able to confidently go through and schedule meetings. So one thing that we can use is Google Calendar. You have a Google Calendar set up. It's over here. You have a Google Calendar set up, and what this does is it actually lets you like book in. It can also check your Google Calendar as well to see how available you are. Bro, I literally know a bunch of different people that literally, their Google Calendar dictates like literally everything. They live their life through their Google Calendar. I swear. I'm like, what are you doing today? They don't even respond. They look at the Google Calendar and they send me a screenshot. I'm like, I'm guessing you're busy, bro. Like, you know what I mean? So Google Calendar is a good way for, scheduling meetings. And then also as well, Google Meet. This is, if you guys don't know, Google Meet is pretty much the free version of Zoom. Like you can literally start up a meeting here, or you can schedule one in on the Google Calendar here. It's super simple to get started with everything. You literally can just go and look up Google Meet in your search bar, and everyone has one. Like you just have it with the Google account, and you can see, and you can literally start anything. It costs nothing, unlike Zoom where they do charge you. But Zoom also has like that 40 minutes. Zoom has like a 40-minute thing set up in their plan, and then after like 40 minutes, it will literally just shut the Zoom call off. Super funny. It'll literally just shut the Zoom call off. So having this is free, and it doesn't matter if you want to spend 40 minutes, if you want to spend 40 hours, bro. It doesn't matter. You run that on Google Meet, and of course, like you can have all of this inside of n8n and having it set up inside of the agents too as well. I think for notifications, Slack is semi-free. You can set up Slack channels, but eventually, like after the trial, and they will start charging you. Like the charges it's very cheap. I would say like on here, Slack is the cheapest thing. Like I think even with my businesses, what I'm running and everything, I think I'm paying like $5, $10 max, like $5 for Slack, and I run the whole entire business through Slack with clients and my own business too as well. So Slack is actually super goated. Another one as well, if you want notifications, you can just set up. There's a bird out there. You could just set up Gmail and just like literally email yourself notifications. That shit'll work too, honestly. We don't have to reinvent the wheel here, but definitely having Gmail to send you notifications as well. You can just turn on the notifications or star those emails from yourself, and then you can be able to go ahead and get emails from there. And it's easy to set up like the pings and everything. And then of course, as you guys know, I just do the hosting with n8n. It's just very simple. It's $20 a month, but of course, like n8n gives you a pretty decent sized free trial too as well, for you to go ahead and just play around with it and start selling agents ASAP. Like 14 days to sell one agent, right? It's super simple, and the ROI on that is insane because it's only $20 a month. So if you sell an agent for $2,000, you're already off to the races. Cool. Now moving on. What we have here, let me prompt this over here real quick. I just want to make sure that these Google Docs are good for you guys once we get this. Oh, okay, cool. And now for the premium client delivery stack. Pretty much this is where it doesn't matter. Like money is not a problem. The premium version of Typeform, and then like I said, I was gonna explain a little bit more about it, but let me log in real quick. But yeah, I think it's like $50 a month. Oh, that's the yearly. Yeah, they tax it a little bit. I'm not gonna lie, but once you're able to use it, like it just everything is just much smoother. Because like I said, I use Typeform in literally every business that I'm working with or working on. We are using Typeform. Like we're actually using Typeform. So, and the reason why is because like it's just not as clunky as everything else. It's super fast. So as soon as someone fills out a form, it's instant. It has a lot of, you can customize it a lot as well. So just like branding purposes, you know how a lot of businesses are with branding. It's super important. So you can customize it with branding, like logo, color code, everything. You can blend completely in, and then you could code it on like websites as well. And just the way like Typeform has something set up to where you can redirect people to another page, it works super well as well. Now on to CRMs. Two big CRMs that I'm using right now. Go High Level is such a no-brainer, and Go High Level is not just like a CRM, bro. It has a ton of stuff. Like I think you can even send emails in Go High Level. It's not really the best for that, but Go High Level for building like websites and funnels and building yourself. It has some automations in there, I think, too, as well. But for sure, the CRM is fire. Like I'm using the CRM. I have a bunch of leads in the CRM. I can show you a sneak peek. So as you can see, just from off here, in the last 31 days, there's been 461 leads we've been managing inside of Go High Level. So back to it. The thing is what I'm saying here is Go High Level is the most beginner friendly as well. Like when you jump in there, bro, there's so many YouTube videos you can watch, and like a lot of people use Go High Level so much that like the UI is fire. Like you just being able to navigate anything, it's not super clunky or anything. That one is the best one. A little bit more advanced than that is HubSpot, and this is what it should look like. And inside of HubSpot, you guys probably will see later on, if you haven't seen it already, me having something set up with HubSpot as well, because HubSpot's free trial really lets you do a lot and actually like move around the CRM as well. So those are super good as well. So next one for email handling, a big one is ActiveCampaign. And let me tell you, like everything that I've been a part of that has done more than 6 figures a month has used ActiveCampaign, because this is the strongest email software I have ever used. Like the strongest. Like I haven't seen anything like this, simply just because, and it gives you a 14-day free trial as well, so it's dope. But I haven't seen anything like it, simply just because like there's so many different things you can do with email that I didn't even know you could do. Like you can customize everything. You can personalize everything. You could set up certain like email flows for it too as well. That'll work really well with n8n too as well. So ActiveCampaign, something stuck in my throat. ActiveCampaign is for 100% a big no-brainer, but it is a bit advanced, I would say. Like when you go in there, I'm not going to say you're going to be able to navigate through it like an expert. It's just kind of complicated. Like you'd have to have like a little bit of like email experience before you can go in and know exactly like how to get down with it. But the one that is still amazing, it was known as ConvertKit before. Like even Lil Jon fucks with it. Yeah, Lil Jon. That's funny. It's super easy to just navigate around it, honestly, because it's just like, and the UI is fire too as well. But it's just super simple. Like it has very few buttons compared to ConvertKit, and it'll also allow you to just go ahead and click through everything. I'm trying to run through this as fast as possible because I don't want this to turn into a review. Of course, scheduling and meetings, bro, a big one. You guys already know what Zoom is. Calendly, if you guys don't know, this is the most reliable no-brainer of a scheduling software. It's super simple as well, like going through everything. It integrates perfectly with Typeform and Zoom too as well, so you can definitely get that set up there as well. Another one, notifications, Slack Premium. You guys can run that one. Another one, so AI integration. So I know how I showed you guys the free version over here with OpenRouter, right? But with OpenAI and Claude, literally all you have to do is go over to OpenAI API, and then over here, no, that's just like a sponsored one. You can go over here, start building, or you can view the API pricing for it, right? And then you can see it's like $2 per 1 million tokens if you guys are willing to pay for that, and then you can get that set up there. Another one you can look at is Claude API, and I know this off heart because I actually use this one. Build with Claude, start building. All right, when you set up an account, it'll cost you like just $5. Get API keys, and it'll run from there. So that is a big one you could do as well. And they just work much better because you're just going to get better, faster responses. Because I'm not going to lie, Claude, you can tell it's a little bit noticeable, not crazy, but it does give out better responses than OpenRouter does. It does for sure. And then last but not least, like any use cases. So for like anything payments, Stripe is a no-brainer one. You can have Stripe API. It works really well with n8n as well. And then, of course, like anything task management-wise, still, Notion and Zapier or n8n as well work pretty well together too as well. So, that's set up. So, as usual, I wanted to run through this really quickly, but the stack is what makes your product. It's super important. You can change, the setup fees, monthly retainers, or even rev shares on the performance of things. And you just want to make sure, like, as you keep going on, like you guys know, don't always try to go for like the cheapest thing. And then the cheapest thing isn't even that cheap. Like Typeform is probably the most expensive thing here, right? Laptop's dying, I'm grinding. But yeah, Typeform is probably the most expensive thing here. Having all your clients set up everything in Slack, and a lot of them have Slack for $5, is a no-brainer. A lot of these are a no-brainer. It made it as cost-effective as possible. But as always, let's continue to march through and move on. All right, so one thing I definitely want to hit home on is a lot of mistakes a lot of people do when they're building AI agents. It's like mistakes I've made and a lot of other people make that it just honestly, to be honest, it just hinders your growth. Like it's super unnecessary and you're going to want to shoot yourself in the foot for wasting that much time because no one likes wasting time, if we're being honest. And I'm going to just quickly go over this to show you how we can make the most out of our time and, of course, get to the end result we all want. We all want to end up making money and getting clients. So that's the thing. So mistakes a lot of people do with, AI agents and creating AI agents. I know in this whole entire course we're talking a lot about what to do, but talking about what not to do is going to make a lot more sense. So I'm not going to lie, like most people think learning tools like n8n, it's that what makes you good at building AI agents is just like how clunky you make it look and how super complicated it is because you're this super mega genius. Bro, that ain't it. It's not. Like the tools are a big part of it, yeah, but it's Not the most important, if we're being honest. It's not. And I'm going to show you what I'm talking about in a second. It has everything to do with like what problem does it actually solve and how much money does it make. And of course, how you structure, of course, like the whatever you build, like the workflows around what a business needs, not random ass automations that nobody wants. And at the end of the day, you have to remember, like, if you overcomplicate shit and you overcomplicate it to a business owner, they're gonna go off and think about it. They're not gonna pay you because you're just being super confusing, and they're not gonna understand it. People aren't gonna pay. People aren't gonna pay for something they completely don't understand. They might not understand how to do the skill, they might not understand how to create it, but if it doesn't make any sense, they're not going to pay for it. It don't make money if it don't make sense. You know what I mean? So another thing is I'm going to go ahead and just show you like the real mistakes that separate people that stay stuck for like 6-12 months versus the people who start closing deals and scaling fast. And the main thing that I think about when, like we're going through and we're growing AI agents, this is what I think about honestly. And what that is this bell curve right here. And what this is essentially, this is something I look at, and I always have like this graph in my head. And essentially what this is especially when you're doing like AI agents, you have the middle, and this is where everyone is stuck. They're overcomplicating everything. I know you probably just think about it in a point in your life where there's probably been someone that is completely retarded, and for some reason they always seem to be doing well. They always seem to be, doing great at things, and then you're sitting there and you have all these tools, you have all this cool stuff, but it seems like you're doing worse. And then of course you have the person that's a super genius and they're doing great and you're still doing worse. And a good example of this is, I have a lot of examples. Like I had one person that I knew that he was always making a lot more money than I was, starting off in business. And I actually thought he was borderline retarded. Like I really did think he was borderline retarded. And I would be using all these tools and all these extra gadgets and stuff, and I was making no progress, literally making no money. But he was just keeping everything simple. He's like, bro, you just gotta sell people what they want. I was like, no, obviously no shit. But he was always doing better than me. And that's the same thing a lot of people do with AI agents. So right now I can tell you, I don't know where I am. I might be here, or I might be gaslighting myself. I might be the guy over here. I am selling the most simple agent that gets the result because, as a rich retard once told me, you just gotta sell people what they want. And the funny thing is this bell curve was shown to me. I don't know if he's a billionaire yet on paper, but he owns a platform that you guys probably all well and know. And I've been on calls with him before, and he's pulled up this chart and showed me and told me that I need to stop being in the middle. So one thing you guys need to do when going through and you're building these workflows is make sure you don't get over and you don't get too complicated with everything. Just at the end of the day, just make sure that you're not in the middle. Don't be caught up selling overly complicated, retarded workflows that nobody wants to buy. Because at the end of the day, just sell them what they want. And that's the biggest thing here. Don't overcomplicate shit. And what I mean by this is like building pretty workflows instead of durable workflows. Like, to be honest, bro, nobody cares how many nodes it has. No one cares. The only thing, of course, and I'm going to stress this again, the only thing they care about is, does this make me more money? Does it save me more time? Or is the problem non-existent? No one, if it doesn't match those three criterias, don't even touch it. Don't even bother. It doesn't matter. Like, and the thing is, like, people don't understand, like, if your workflow, the more complicated you make it, the more times you're going to see this problem in Node. I promise. The more times you will literally see that, and it's going to be annoying and it's going to be super tedious. You don't want that to happen. So remember, the more you add into a workflow, the more chances you give it to actually go wrong. Like if it's 3 nodes, it's very hard for it to go wrong. But if it's 50 nodes, it'll definitely go wrong. So always design it to last. Like workflows, like I said, the reason why I have time to create videos like this for you is because my workflows are simplified to the point where they never break. You never want anything to break. That's what you're getting paid for. So make sure it's practically bulletproof. Like, no matter what, it's going to continuously run, it's going to continuously move on. So you don't have to play around or mess with anything like that. You know what I mean? So definitely build it to be super durable. And the thing is like, bro, sometimes I see people all over YouTube. They'll have shit like this, and it's like, come on, you know damn well that there's going to be a problem in here somewhere. This literally looks like a problem ready to happen, versus something that's super simple. It's one line of 12 nodes and it won't break. This, you can look at this, pause the video, and honestly say to yourself, are you confident at night to go to bed and know that this is going to run for you without you having to go in and manually touch something? And that should be the criteria you stick with, right? And then another mistake is overcomplicating it with, you can have simple workflows but still overcomplicate it. And those are the guys that are talking about like having 5 APIs talking to each other. Like I knew one guy, and he was like making the AI like actually have a full-fledged conversation with each other. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, bro, this is the most middle brain shit ever. You already have AI, something that's super intelligent. It's very intelligent. The smartest thing you can do is use AI, and you're using AI to talk to the AI, and you're going to be the deciding factor of which AI is. It's the dumbest thing ever. So don't overcomplicate it with, oh, and another thing that I see people doing is the conditional brackets. Like, it's like, if it's 6, go here. If it's 2, go here. If it's 3, go here. If it's 5 and it's 5 p.m. on a Saturday, go here. You're going to overcomplicate the shit out of it. Don't do it. It doesn't end up well. Make it as simple as possible. You just need to understand the basics. I promise you. Once you understand the basics, that is the 80-20. Once you understand the basics, you know 80% of everything that needs to be done. 80% is honestly all you need to know to be paid for the skill. You only need to really know 80% of a skill. The 80-20 rule is the biggest thing that you need to look at here. By understanding the basics. Super simple shit, guys. I just want to make sure you guys go through this so you don't overcomplicate it. Like, a big thing, like I keep telling you guys, like I keep saying all the time, bro, make sure you're building something that solves a problem. Build simple, ship fast. And what I mean by this is like, bro, even solve tiny problems at first. Like, for example, something that books calls or something that scores like lead. And then you can, of course, by all means, you scale up with sophistication and get to where I am and get to where you see probably maybe others are that are actually doing this shit. But I swear, fix the simple problems first, the tiny problems first. Because even the tiny problems get you paid $2,000 a month. So fix those tiny problems first, and that's going to get you the repetitions and the reps that you need. Do not go all out and try doing stupid shit like this. What you're going to do is you're going to overcomplicate this shit, and then what's going to happen is you're going to be like, this shit doesn't work. And then they're going to just give up on it. No, it does work. Your shit just doesn't work because you're doing this. So don't fall into that rabbit hole. And then the last one is waiting until you're ready. So, bro, and I see a lot of people that do this because I talk to a lot of people. They wait until they have built like a bunch of different AI agents that they have never sold, right? So they can just come off and like, oh yeah, I built this agent and this agent, I got this one and 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 this one, but they haven't sold anything. It's stupid. Why would you do that? It's different. Like, if you just make AI agents for fun, then by all means. But if you're trying to make AI agents and you're trying to sell them or put them in your business, why would you make a bunch of test agents and not do anything with it? Like, it's dumb, bro. Like, it's actually retarded if you really think about it. Like, actually make something and go off and sell it. That's why we're creating things that solve actual problems. And I honestly believe that you should honestly figure out what a problem is in a lot of businesses, and then you start building. Don't build and then figure out. It's the most backward thing ever. I want to save you guys time. I don't want you guys wasting time. Figure out what problem can be solved, say that you can solve it, and then go off and fix it. Because you're just going to be that guy with a bunch of AI agents nobody wants. And then you literally probably are 40 to 100 hours down the drain and of your life that you're never going to get back. So don't do that. It's not going to work. Like, a lot of like 90, honestly, 90 to 99% of your portfolio will be built after you start getting clients. Like I said, because you'll talk to people, you'll realize, oh, this is a big problem. Let me go off and build it. Let me go off and build it. Because at the end of the day, you're going to be able to test it, you're going to be able to reiterate it, and then you're going to have something that actually works. At the end of the day, we want something simple that actually works, that solves a problem. Not that complicated. It's not that complicated at all. So, same thing. Sell the end result. That's all that matters. Do not go off telling people, yeah, it's made with Make, Slack, blah, 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 blah. Who gives a fuck? This is going to be able to give you X outcome. And let me write this down. Like, this is the never do this. And then there's people that are like, these are the nerds. Yeah, so this automation is built with just kidding. And tools don't even understand. You do this. And what that all looks like is like, yeah, so this AI agent is designed to help you, or designed to fix outcome because it makes it and removes the need. It will solve the same problem. So it's a difference. Like it's like, oh yeah, this is built with blah, 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 blah. No one cares. Or you can say, yeah, so this AI agent is designed to fix outcome, whatever outcome it is, because it automates and removes the need for someone to manually do it. It will solve this particular problem 24/7 for you completely, hands off. See how simple that is? And that's all you need to do. Please, 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 just remember, don't make any retarded mistakes, and never, never, never be this guy. That's all I just want to tell you here. Let's move on to the next thing. All right, let's jump into something that I know is going to come up a lot. And honestly, this is the type of shit that makes me want to punch a wall. But low-key, like, we need to go over it because I know you guys will be able to take a lot of value from this. And something you're going to get super, super used to is looking at this issue sign. It's the most annoying, most frustrating thing that happens. You try to test your workflow, and then you get something in the bottom right corner that says problem running workflow. So I'm going to show you guys a ton of different ways to work your way around it and be able to use different things and different, loopholes to be able to figure stuff like this out. So let's jump into it. First, what we have is, like, let's say Slack, right? There's an error on Slack. A lot of times there's an error is because there's no channel set up, there's no message text set up, and there's nothing else to take previous data for either. So, of course, first thing you want to do is you make sure you have your Slack account connected. If this is green, you kind of move that out of the way. And then you pretty much, it will have like certain issues in here, but also what you can do is there's different things. So when you try to run this and you try to test this workflow, what I can do is you can go to this bottom right, ask the assistant. Sometimes you can copy this and then paste it in here and be like, this error, what's the problem? And then wait, And sometimes it'll say something like that, but we'll just make sure that we're copying the correct thing, because it looks like we copied the, yeah, we keep copying the file that we don't actually want. Look, 1 second, we'll test this again, and then we'll retry it. Let's make sure we have the right thing copying. Okay, we'll do this. Let's just try doing this, because it keeps copying the actual workflow. It's not copying the right thing. I keep getting an error. Oh, what's the problem? And then this one will work. We'll go ahead and let it process some things. It looks like your message is missing the error details. Could you please provide the exact error message or a screenshot of the error? Oh, okay, cool. Let's try giving them a screenshot, because we tried to give them the, I don't think we can send them a screenshot. What we'll just do is, yeah, it looks like a lot of times, guys, I don't know why it's not letting me do it right now, but a lot of times you'll be able to copy this. If not, just type out the message. But it pretty much told you, it's like it's missing error details. So we can come in here, and then what we can do, let's just say user, and then I'll go ahead and send this to myself, and then I'll just say hi, for example. Now let's test it. Cool, node executed successfully. But now what will happen is we'll go over here and problem in node agent. A chat model sub node must be connected and enabled. So it will tell you what's going on down here, but if you guys are super confused, let's see if this will copy and paste in. Just be like, you can just say, I got another error message. In the AI agent node, what's wrong? Sometimes you just have to press retry on it, and it'll go ahead and feed you the information, or just let it look. Okay, it looks like your message didn't include the message or any details about the issue, the AI agent node. Okay, and you can just be more specific. It says a chat node must be connected. And then let's just type on, let's see what it says. Cool. And then what it'll do is it'll give you the instructions. And this is why this is so important, because when you guys are doing a lot of this stuff by yourself, you can go ahead and you troubleshoot it on your own. And I want to just teach you guys so you guys can know the right places to go to be able to do this. So how to fix this: add a chat node, connect the chat node, enable the chat node, save your run in your workflow. Super simple. Chat model. This is what they mean by chat node. I know sometimes as a beginner it might be confusing, because you're like, what exactly is a chat node? And I remember me at the time, I was like looking through and I was trying to figure out which one. I'm like, chat model, that can't be it. Where's the chat node at? But all it's pretty much saying is to come here, connect one of these, right? Let me zoom out, connect one of these, make sure it's connected. We'll see. This right here, the error will go away. And then let's try it now. Problem in AI agent. So there's another problem. Now the chat node is going, but now there's another problem. So what we'll do is we'll go, hey, I got another problem. Now this is super important, because it's going to literally teach you how you can make way and not have any problems with anything. Like, it'll literally teach you how you can be able to go through and fix and dial in a bunch of different things. So hey, I got another problem. It says in the AI agent, no prompt is specified. We'll send this off and let's see what it says. Cool. And then now look what we have here. The error no prompt is specified in the AI agent node means that the node is missing the required prompt input. The prompt is the instruction or message you want the AI agent to process. How to fix this? Open the AI agent node. Okay. This is labeled as prompt or system prompt. Type a message in the instruction and summarizing the follow text. So look, as you can see here, there's no prompt. You can set up a prompt here, like, hey, you are let's say, specialized. You are a customer support expert. Please respond to this message. Right? And then we can find the message that we sent off earlier. Find where it is. Okay. It is right here. Respond to this message. Give it a prompt to respond to. And now let's test it. Cool. And now it works. So this is the same thing. When you keep getting these specific errors, you can go through and you can find certain workflows and everything like that. So like, for example, this one here, another problem. You can come in here and type the same thing and it will come out. Another thing you can do, sometimes you'll come up with certain problems that aren't as specific or aren't as helpful. What you can do is you can copy this actually, right? And then go over to ChatGPT. And if you go to ChatGPT, there's specific trained AI agents that have, a little bit more knowledge on n8n, and you could type in stuff like this, like if you feel like using this too as well, because a lot of times like the other one can be a bit slow, and I want to show you guys different workarounds and ways you can make this simple. Like, hey, you can be like, so for example, you can be like, hey, I'm trying to create this workflow, but it keeps giving me an error. And then you just go through and you copy and paste this whole entire workflow into ChatGPT, and then you just wait for the response to see what it says. And what it'll do is it'll type out a bunch of things that it thinks it's wrong and how you can fix it. So super simple ways to go through this. So anytime you have an error, don't be afraid to go through and try troubleshooting a bunch of different things for yourself, because it's more than possible to go through and do this for a whole workflow. I do this sometimes for my workflows. When there's a ton of errors and I don't know what to do, I go down here, and I also paste the whole thing into ChatGPT and see what's going on. And I also cross-reference as well. A big thing you should do is cross-reference and just use, because as you make more and more workflows, you'll start to go around and see, like, okay, I remember like in this specific point in time, I did something that made way more sense, or I did something that fixed everything. And it might be the same thing, because if you think about it like in a systems thinking type of thing, at the end of the day, these workflows want to work for you. You just have to plug it in and set it up the right way. If you don't, it's not going to work. So we just have to make sure that we're connecting everything in the right order, in the right way. But that's a pretty much foolproof way that you can be able to troubleshoot any workflow and get it to work by just a bit of trial and error. So let's go ahead and dive into the next section. So while everyone's posting 3 times a day, I built this AI agent that writes the content for them, and I sold it for $1K. Every morning it writes viral hooks, turns them into some fire-ass scripts, and sends them to my Slack. That's it. Literally nothing else. It just does it automatically. Just look at her. Isn't she sexy? It's a bad bitch. I built this for one of my creators, and then I realized that it was super valuable for him, so I started building it for other people and started selling it for $1K. And I'm going to show you exactly how you can do this too as well. So let's jump right into it. So what we have here is we have it built through n8n. It's a super simple way to use AI agents. I use it for all the other AI agents that I've made, but I want to break everything down to you. So what we have here, what you just witnessed of it creating a script, is you see that it has a trigger that goes off at 10 a.m. This is optional. It goes over to a Google Sheet that has bullet points of what I want for like different clients. I have it split it up one by one, and then I have the big boy AI agents that are over here cooking up, they're literally cooking up scripts, and it's writing a script, it's proofreading the script, and then as well, it's segmenting. So if the script is fire, it's gonna go ahead and pump it out over here. If it's not, if the script is trash and it needs to be fucking fixed, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna just pump it over here, and it's going to redo it. So walking through it, here we have a node that sets it up at 10 a.m. We have the Google Sheet over here where you can see it's, for example, it's pulling everything from it. So the name of whoever the client's name is, what the topic is, the goal, the tone, and the audience that you're talking to. goes over here to the viral script writer with the AI agent that's over here writing all the scripts for it. Then right here, we're going over to the proofreading AI agent, where this then goes through and it reads through it and it'll let you know if it's fire or not, right? And then what we do is it's a split. If it is an 8, 9, or a 10, it'll go off and send into Slack like you saw already and drop the fire script. And you see earlier it dropped the 8. If not, it goes down here and it goes to an editing agent, which then what it will do is it'll cook it up and it will show if it's an 8, 9, or a 10. If it's not, it goes down here and then we cook it up here. This is the same thing that I've used to get results like this as well for other clients. And I'm going to literally walk you guys through on how to create it, and then also walk you through how you can be able to approach people and sell this and who you want to sell this to. So let's just dive straight into it and build one down here from scratch. So first thing that we're going to need is when you set up your n8n account, what we're going to actually do is, once you have here, it'll take you to like a digital whiteboard. And I'm not going to get techie on you guys because, as you guys can probably tell, I'm not super techie. I'm just a normal dude making these in his room. So we're going through and we set up a schedule. So it's like a schedule AI node. And what that will look like is, let me just detach this one. You'll go over here and then you'll just have it set up here to a specific trigger. So what that looks like, it's just, you go in here, you type in trigger. Since I already have one, it's not going to come up, but you can set up over here though. It'll be trigger manually on app event. What you want to do is you just select on schedule. So once you select on schedule, this will pop up and then you could trigger this whenever. So going through settings, what you can do is you can have this set up every day, or you can do every hour, doesn't even matter. You can have it set up like that. Every hour, let's say we're doing this every day, and the hour, let's just say 12. After that, what we have set up here is on the Google Sheet. And let me go ahead and show you what this Google Sheet actually looks like. Super simple. We're going to make one together. All right, super simple. Like I said, all we need is, you just need these prompts over here. I just set it up this way: name, topic, goal, tone, and audience. And you just have it set up here with, their name, the topic, the goal, the tone, and the audience for whatever client you're making it for. Another good thing as well that I'll show you later in the video, you can let people demo this type of thing, and it's literally gonna fucking work. It's gonna be super fire. I'm gonna show you exactly how I sold this too. So after we jump through here, we then, and we have, of course, we have the Google Sheet. What we then want to do is go over to fetch script task. Once we do that, the way we do it is we go over to Google Sheets. We pull up the Google Sheet right here, create the spreadsheet. Connecting the Google Sheet account is not tedious at all, honestly. Like, just pull up here and then sign into the Google account. Like I said, we're going to break this down. Super simple. Sign into the Google account. You have it as, it'll have these two options. Have it as document. No, don't have it as document. Have it as sheet with document. Go over here. Go to get rows. And then from the list, as you see, I have a bunch of these, but we're doing the content spreadsheet. It's a bunch of different stuff I have for clients down here. I'll get more into that later. Sheet 1, if you don't have it titled, it'll be a sheet 1. Right? And we want it to match this. As you can see, content spreadsheet, sheet 1. We have all that good to go. What I like to do is make sure when you're going through this video with me, I'm gonna pause here for a little bit to test it. We want to make sure it pulls the right data. So we'll test it. Boom. Node executed successfully. You'll see it down here. Remember, just work with me. Don't get too overcomplicated or overwhelmed. We're going to get it done. As you can see, you just want to make sure that this is the same thing that you're seeing over here. So as you can see, name, Kyle, topic, AI automation, name, Kyle, topic, AI automation. It's pulling from the right sheet, so we're good to go. After we have that, it's chef's kiss. We're going to break this down super simply. So let's just say we're going to have the one Google Doc here. This is optional if you have multiple nodes on the Google Sheet, but let's just keep it simple with just one because I want to really simplify and really let this hit home for you guys. After that, this is where we have the bread and butter. This is what people are like paying the cash money for, right? So what we have over here is the viral scriptwriter. And with the viral scriptwriter, it's an AI agent plugged up with the sauce. You gotta like the AI agents are good, but you gotta plug it up with the right type of sauce. So I'm gonna show you. We're going to go over here, advanced AI. And then after we're going through advanced AI, we're going to the AI agent. Now, work with me here. So remember, pay attention and lock in right here. So, oh, sorry, I have a bit of OCD. Let me just move this down. All right, cool. Over here, we have it as the tools agent. But what you want to do is you don't have it set here on connected chat trigger node. We don't want to do that. What we want to do is go over to define below. And this is the sauce that I'm telling you. You have to pay attention here. This is where all the bread and butter is. What you need, it's all about prompting. If you don't prompt it the right way, it's not going to work. It's not. You're going to get like some watered down version. I want you guys to have the sauce. So as you can see with the prompt here, if you don't give it any prompt, it's just going to spit out the most random shit ever. Like you can't even not have a prompt. Like if you're like, I want to write a viral script. Like let's say we do some weak shit in here. What it's going to cook up. Let's see. 1 second. Oh, 1 second. I got to add the chat model. But what it's going to cook up is very weak. And I can show you. Let me add this chat model quick. I'll explain what this means later. But I just want to show you guys as an example of why it's super important to really have that sauce built in. And just go ahead and run this step and test it. Cool. Now you're seeing the difference here. I just printed it out. I want to write a viral script. If you're not precise with it, it starts cooking up some shit like this. That is not what was cooked up over here before that we showed you inside of the Slack channel. Two different things. If you want to get something like this, what you need to do is prompt it the right way. So as you can see over here, this is the prompt that we have. I get super in-depth with everything. You're a viral short-form video scriptwriter trained on high-performing TikTok and Instagram Reels, right? 30-second video, input, format, following, tone, all of that. We set up all of this. So what we're going to do is you can see this too as well. You could either pause here, copy and paste, and put it into your agent as well. But we're going to go ahead and we're going to bring that over here, and we're going to give it the sauce. I usually click over to expression because I want to pull this up big, and then I paste everything into here. And to make this realistic for you, I'm going to explain what these green things are because these are super important for you to understand the concept of it. So what these are is I set it up the same way where it's like the topic, goal, tone, and audience. The Google Sheet might change. It might be subject to change. You might want something different. And if you want something different, you don't want to have to go run around and mess with the agent and plug something else up because that takes the automation out of the agent. And we're getting paid for AI agents that are automated. So what we're going to do is we have these set up as fields following the topic, no matter what. If this wants to be changed into cat and dog videos for all I care, it won't change because you'll be able to take it from the Google Sheet in the nodes and in the field. You can just take it, drag and drop it right here. You can take goal, drag and drop goal right here. You can take tone, drag and drop the tone right here. And then you can take audience and drag and drop the audience right here. Boom. Now look, following the topic, AI automation, goal, make it punchy. So even if this switches, for another client, it might look like epoxy flooring. Or for another client, it might look like a clothing brand, right? It's all different. And that's the sauce I'm trying to show you guys. All of this is key. Also, a big thing I want to show you guys as well is, yes, it is in the prompting. Before we move on to the chat models, because it won't work unless you have a chat model, the way you can prompt it is actually very simple. And you could go into ChatGPT to prompt your AI agent. Let me show you. So for example, you could walk into ChatGPT and just say something like, hey, I'm building an AI agent. I want this agent to be able to write me viral short form scripts that really get the viewer to stop scrolling. I want to go over and beyond this prompt to give my AI agent So don't hold back. And what's going to happen is going to go ahead and cook up for you. And then after it cooks up for you, you're going to see. Let's check it out. I'll let this punch out real quick. And as you can see, it's starting to give you the sauce we were talking about. It's starting to really pull up and just print out everything that you need. So jumping back over there, you can just copy and paste this. Still, remember, when you copy and paste something like this in here, you still want to use all these fields. So that way you get that customization in there. But once you get that cooked up, let me explain to you why you need a little dangly thing down here. Pause. What you need to do is a lot of these, as you can see, I'm using Claude. I want to be able to like make this as accessible for you guys as possible. Like, of course, I could show you guys some like really like later, like really, really complicated stuff, but it's like you got to pay like a couple $100 out of pocket for it. But I'm going to make this as accessible as possible. So what this is the same way I'm using ChatGPT. The AI agent is the brain, but still needs like a chat model to feed everything into while you're not there. So one thing that I do use that I've found that works pretty well is Claude. And inside of Claude, it's actually simple. All you need to do is go over here and type in Claude API. Once you go over to Claude API, it'll make you create an account, and once you create an account, you'll get an API code. For Claude, you do have to pay $500. No, not $500. You have to pay $5. My fault. You have to pay $5 to set up an account, and if you have it, cool, set up it that way. But let me show you a free option that you can use that works fine as well. And this is what I use for a lot of other clients because I don't feel like, look, hey, can I get $5 to put this in for your agent? Like, it doesn't really matter all that much. And I'd rather not just ask them for more things. I'd rather get it done quickly. So another thing you can use is called Open Router. And let me show you why this is the sauce too as well. I shouldn't be sharing this. So after you make an Open Router account, what it'll look like is this. And like I said, don't just follow with me. Like, you don't got to overcomplicate this like everyone else on YouTube does. Go over here to prompt pricing. You see that bad boy over here? Boom, prompt pricing. Drag that sucker all the way to free. For the free, scroll down, and then you're going to look for DeepSeek. Tap that. Go over to API. Tap that, and then it's going to give you a code. API key, honestly, like, I know what it means, but like, you don't need to know what it means. Copy it, don't share it with anybody, pull up over here, boom, then we're going to drop it into here, Open Router chat model. Honestly, we should just call this one for the free. Cool. We click that pencil icon, and then we paste that super secret code that you don't even share to your mother. Drop that in there, and then let's run it. Let's just see. We got to test it real quick. All right, boom. So let's look. And then it goes ahead and prints us out a script. Like I said, guys, this shit is not that complicated. The only thing, I'm gonna teach you guys. You all gonna learn some shit on this video. So check this out. The next one we go over is to the proofreading agent. So we want to be able to, yes, print out scripts, but also we don't want to leave it unsupervised. We want it to have a team of overseers and a team of people. Think about it. Some of the best teams have more than one copywriter. They have people proofreading stuff all the time. Why shouldn't we? So we're going to take advantage of that. We're going to open up another AI agent, another bad boy, and then we're going to put this one in here. Cool. Remember, define below, and that way we can prompt the user message below. And then what we do is, yes, we're going to need another one over here. We'll just use Open Router just because that's probably what a lot of you guys will use too as well. Cool, we'll have that. And then, like I said, it's all about the sauce. It's all about the prompting. As you can see here, this is what I have for the prompt. Like I said, if you want to go ahead and go into ChatGPT and start creating your own prompts as well, do it. Like, this is what we're here for. We're here to learn. We're here to create insane agents. So let me switch sort of expression so I can put it a little big. And remember, I have it set up something like this, but with the script, drag and drop output over here so it can see it, so it can rank it. So let's see what it ranks this script as. We're going to go ahead and punch this one out. And then let's see, what did we get? We got an 8. Cool. So it's not a trash script, so it'll pass through. Next thing that we need is, and like as we're literally 80% of the way there, like we're almost done. We're chilling. We're big chilling. So what we have now is we have it set up into this, right? And what this is it's just like an if, and I'll show you. Go over here, literally type in if, have it set up like that. Like, you know what I mean? Literally have it set up like that. And then what I have it set up here is it's just like conditions, contains 8, or contains 9, or contains 10. And then what it'll do is it'll move it over. So make sure yours looks like this. And once it does, just go ahead and run another test on it. And these tests take a while sometimes, so we'll just wait for it to finish. As you can see, it pushes through. It's an 8, so it's true. And then what starts to happen is if it's true, remember what we'll do is we'll start sending it over to the team, or we can send it over to the client so they can just read through it and then go and record. Because think about it. Now, the fact like a lot of these content creators, bro, you don't understand how much of a pain in the ass it is to wake up, be out of ideas, run out of ideas, and just go through and just be like, okay, I don't know what I'm going to write. I'm not motivated to write. I have no ideas. Instead, they can constantly get ideas fed to them, and they can just read off of the scripts. Super valuable to people that only make content for their whole life, right? I'm not saying that's a bad thing by any means. Like I said, this is optional. You don't really need that. This is just to make the formatting pretty. It doesn't really matter all too much. What I send it to is Slack, because I'm in Slack channels with a lot of my clients. So all I do over in Slack is I send a message. Slack account, I just connect my account that way. Resource, you have it as message, right? Follow me here. Operation, we have over at send message to channel. And then you're going to see a bunch of my channels here, but I have it over here in CBO content ideas, simple text message, right? And then what I just put over here in it is I just say script ranking. So we know script ranking. Let me move this over to expression. Let me just pop it up big. Script ranking. I put it here so they can know that it is an 8. And then I put the whole entire script here. Script ranking 8, and then we have the whole script here. And let me show you. We'll go ahead and test that one, and then you'll see. We'll be on the lookout for this one until it sends. It just went ahead and sent. You'll see over here. Cool. And then we can just pop over into Slack, and then you can see cool. Script ranking 8. Boom. See? Very, very simple. And then another one, let's say if it's false, we have this set up. So we need to use another agent here, and we'll pull that one up. AI agent. Same thing, define below, expression. And let me show you guys how I have it prompted over here. We just go ahead, we take this one, boom. Let me prop this up big so you guys can see it. Cool, that one will prompt over here. We'll drop that one in here. And then of course what we're doing is we're having here, return only the improved script with clear section labels. The old script, we're dragging and dropping this in here, and then the feedback, we're dragging and dropping this in the judge feedback so we can know, so they can know like, oh, the judge gave it a 7, oh, the judge gave it a 6. Same thing, we're adding in another for the free ski. And guys, like I said, this is all prompting. You all just want to be able to go in and prompt it so we can get it right. After we have that added in, what we can then do is the same thing. You can honestly just copy and paste this one because it'll have the same format. And there you go. You just literally created it yourself. Literal bad bitch. Look at it. This is a bad bitch over here. And you can sell this for 1K at least, and even more. And you can add on to it. Also as well, don't worry, if you have any errors or anything like that, I am going to give you a copy and pasteable version in the resources tab too as well. And also if you guys want like one-on-one help with stuff like this to show you how you can sell agents like this, like how I am, I can show you as well. But let me show you something quickly on how you can go about in selling these agents. So the big thing that we want to sell this to is digital service providers. So that's either AKA content creators, agency owners, because agency owners are content creators a lot now too as well. And then of course, what they're buying a lot is onboarding agents, copywriting agents, data tracking agents, and content agents. like how I showed you. And these people are super easy to find. You literally find them all over on your Instagram. You literally can find them all over on YouTube. Like, check this out. Let's say someone like this, for example, since the crypto niche is always popping up. This guy is posting every single day. What you can do is you can go to the YouTube, right? Find his email and then shoot him over an email like this. Let me show you. Cool. So what we can do is we can send over a simple message like this, like, hey, name, I created you an AI agent that is trained from all your content. It will pump out video scripts that sound exactly like you since it's been trained on all your videos. Cool. What we're going to do here, and just pay close attention, what we're going to do here is we can literally easily go here. You don't need, Bitcoin dominant. You don't even really, you can watch this video, but what you can do is you can take a couple transcripts, copy these transcripts, right? After we copy these transcripts, we can then take it over into ChatGPT. Boom, you can cook up something like this. Hey, I'm creating another prompt, but I wanted to write viral scripts based on the prospect. And then you can, the more the better. Like, you could probably put 2 or 3 transcripts in here, send it over to it, watch it cook up. We'll let this cook up for a second. Now look what it cooks up. Got it. You're building a hyper-personalized prospect AI agent, and we're tailoring it to sound like this guy who's deep in the crypto world, especially around altcoins and Cardano. Steady, data backed. Cool. We then take this prompt. We take this whole entire prompt. We copy it, and then we take it over to our AI agent. And then what you start doing is you start pasting it into the AI agent and start making it accustomed to this. Then what you do is you start printing out a bunch of different scripts. We then take the scripts, we drag them over here. Bro, this is a sauce. We drag them over here and we start plugging in here. Imagine what happens when you start getting on calls with people like this and you've already written them 10 viral scripts. You're gonna be like, holy fuck, this dude's a genius, right? This is the type of stuff that people are paying for, not the bullshit automations that you're seeing on YouTube. This is the shit people are paying for. Of course, I'm going to go more in depth with everything, but I hope this helped. I hope this was valuable to you. I'll see you guys on the next one. If you guys want some resources, check the description. And if you guys want a chance to see if you guys are a good fit to work one-on-one with me, you could go ahead and click the link below too as well. Until then, peace, have fun building. Yeah, so I barely use a CRM now. I don't follow up manually. This one AI agent handles every single lead, tracks the pipeline, books the calls, all inside of n8n. And I've sold versions of this exact system to clients who are tired of messing around with CRMs because no one likes updating that shit. But in this video, I'm going to show you exactly how it works and how you can build it yourself. All right, so let me walk you through how this shit works, right? So what happens is a lead goes through the form, whatever form you have set up for you or the client that you plan on selling this to. What will then happen is it goes through the form, it updates you, it reads through what exactly is going on, and then it puts them where they need to be inside of the CRM without someone having to manually go through it. And then it decides if it should book a call in with that person or if it should go through and send them through a follow-up sequence because they're just not ready yet. And as soon as the form goes through, it starts to pick up just like this. The form gets submitted. And then on the other end, it starts to run through. And as you can see on this screen, you're getting notifications on Slack with it updating you through the whole entire process of what it's doing. And then the CRM is moving itself with where it needs to go. Myself, and I've showed business owners this too as well, and they literally need it put inside their business. Because one thing is, a lot of people don't like moving around CRMs. It's boring. No one likes to do it, but it needs to be done. So we're going to walk through this step by step. Breaking it down at a lower level, we of course have a typeform trigger. You just need something to be able to get, the data and the information in there. And that's how we set up the trigger for it to start. Then what we have is we just have it sent through Slack. You can have it sent through anything else like Telegram or anything. This can be preference. But what I like is I like to be able to, on my phone, even if I'm away, since of course automation is practically doing everything for me, I like to be able to get the notifications on my phone just to be up to date. Because sometimes you're not at your laptop looking at the CRM, and you shouldn't be staring at an automation on your screen all day. So that's why we make sure we get a notification sent. And you can even send yourself an email, whatever you want to do. This is just how I have it set up here. Now we have super smart AI agent that definitely won't replace me. And what this does, it's connected to Claude, and what it does is it takes the typeform data and it reads through it so it can score the lead. It literally scores leads. So And I'll go into it a little bit later, but the reason why it scores leads is because if a lead is like a hot or like a warmish lead, they get booked into a sales call. If they're not, they get put into this sequence that I've set up for a lot of other clients. I don't use the sequence as much, the other clients use it, and it works super, super well. After that, I like to segment it off like this. So we have where the magic happens and the super smart AI agent and the notifications. This is like, think of it like the first half. Like this is the first, like, okay, they come in, let's organize it before we go into what we do next. After, let's say we have like this whole organization done over here. We already had the lead come in, we know what type of lead it is. Are they hot, are they cold, are they warm, whatever, they come through. Then we go through the CRM. Now look, I'm gonna give you guys alternatives, right? It doesn't matter what the CRM is. HubSpot is what I'm using here. Go high level, you can use that one, works completely fine. If you even want to use a Google Sheet to do it, you can. It doesn't matter. The reason why I have it set up like this is because we create a contact, and what we do is we just, of course, we create the contact with all the data. After you create a contact, the reason why I have find a contact here, I know some of you guys might think, like, I'm very transparent. Like, I'm not an AI nerd. I don't want to make shit harder than it has to be, for real. Like, it honestly defeats the purpose. But I'm telling you right now, like, you do need this because it won't be able to update the exact content. Like, right, we want it to be able to move without us having to touch it, right? So we need to be able to do this. So what we need to do is we find the contact, and what that looks like is you just make sure it's equal to the same exact email. I do email because no one is going to have the same email ever. There's going to be other Marks out there. There's going to be other Johns out there, and you want to do this effortlessly because, right, if you want to be able to sell stuff like this, there can't be flaws in the workflows. So you want to make sure that it's effortless. So make sure you do the email. Once you do the email, it will go through, find the contact with the email, and that's how you know you can get it. And then you go on to update contact. And what you do in update contact is you set it up with the deal name and then the deal ID. And the deal ID, the reason why is because then again, we don't want to do any names, anything that could be replicated or it's like close. We just do the ID. There's like a small ID that you get inside of the CRM that they tag every lead with, and we want to use that number. We want the data that can't be skewed. It's super important. Then what happens over here, now look, it's super simple too as well. Like you can sell this for anywhere between $1,000 to even $10,000 depending on who you're selling it to. Clean CRMs are super, super valuable. Listen, I've literally been a part of businesses doing 7-8 figures a year, and trust me, they really do care about their CRMs. Here, the reason why we have it split up is because inside of here, I have it split up depending on if it's hot or warm, right? They're gonna go up here. And what that is as you can see right here, we book a call in with them. It goes down here if they're cold. As you guys know, business is business. Who wants to waste their time with cold ass leads? Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, no one wants to do that. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to split it up. When we go through and we split it up, here we just have it set up. We just drag this over here. Contains hot, or if it contains warm, right? Before, as you guys could have saw, all the way over here, it contained hot because this is a hot lead that just filled it out. What happens is it now goes up to here. It updates the contact again, and what it does is it gets put into high intent. This is where it's moving around. So like you'll have a lead come in that'll go into apply, and as soon as it goes into apply, there's no one wasting, like there's no sales rep or anyone wasting their time in the applied, because if they're unqualified, it's going to move them into applied, yes, but then moves them right back into unqualified. So everyone will be where they need to be, right? What happens over here is while they're in applied, that's great. But if they're a hot or warm contact, then they get moved out of applied and they get put into high intent, which will then signal to, the sales team. And this is how like the other businesses I'm working for and working with run it, is it's like, oh, okay, like definitely hit high intent if they haven't booked a call yet, or they like the book call just hasn't worked yet. because not everybody is going to book a call. Like, you have to be realistic here. So after we have that set up, now we have a AI agent that writes emails. And what we're going to do is we're going to write an email for it to go in and book a call. All you need to do for the going to book a call, what I like to do is I like to prompt it, make it write out a certain email, and then you can just take your Calendly link or whatever you use to book a call. I use Calendly, and then you drop the Calendly link and you just CTA to it. So it's like, oh, hey, you have been selected, book a call below at the earliest available time. And then the AI agent will also drop your personal link in there. So that way, now you're going to go through and be able to book a call. And then in another automation, what I have set up just to make it easier is when a lead does book in a call, I have another workflow set up for that, and then it moves that same specific lead. It finds that lead via email because they would have booked in with the same email. Then it goes over and moves it in the CRM. But we're just doing the first regular CRM workflow that we have here. And then last but not least, for a chef's kiss, we notify ourselves in Slack as well. What it looks like if it's false, like if it's a cold lead, we just go through and then we just put it through a simple email sequence. Like over here, what happens when they're unqualified, what we then do is they get, of course, updated in HubSpot or the CRM. As you can see, when you go through, there's no data here, but it will then be send them over into unqualified. We get notified in Slack again because we want it updated on our phones, and then we pump them through a email sequence here. Super simple stuff. So now that you guys see that, what we're going to actually do is we're going to go through and make this shit on the video together. And it's going to be super fun. So check this out. All right, let's get into the fun part. We're going to speed run this bitch, making it for ourselves. So what we need to start it off, you need some type of form or whatever you're going to use to go ahead and just like pull information from, and then people like putting in their information. Typeform is the best. So we're going to go through and use Typeform. We ain't gonna waste no time here, guys. When we go through, we'll actually disconnect this and have this because this one already has data in it. We're gonna make it easier for ourselves. So once they go through and they push it through the Typeform, we're gonna have this as a trigger. So it's gonna just trigger off every time someone fills it out. Makes it so much easier for us, and it happens at real time. After we have that trigger set up, these are just the notifications. Slack is preference. I personally like not having to be on my computer. That's why I'm making AI agents. So I like to have my phone and see exactly what's going on in real time and just like feel the business through my phone. So I use Slack because I have all my clients in there and my business in there too as well. So through Slack, what that looks like, I'll go ahead and paste this over here. But what that looks like is you'll come through, you set up your Slack account through this pencil through here, message, send, user, and then I have it set up as me, simple text message, and then I have it moved over to expression. What these green things are, if you guys don't know, what it is it has all the data in it, and this has it set up to where it doesn't change. So I put a bunch of just like a random email, random number, and everything in there. But what this happens is if I like say if I put my real information in there, or if I like another lead comes in here, the information coming out here will change, but this doesn't have to change. And that's the way that we can literally have automations that we never have to go back or like go back into creating. And that's what we want. Like we want to build airtight automations that don't have to be changed. After we do that, I have another Slack message that gets sent over, and this one is updating me, and this one's just for the CRM. And as you can see inside of here, same thing, but we just have it set up as new CRM update. And the reason why I want this notification as well is because, we got a new lead, but I also want to make sure it's doing its job. So if under every new lead, I want to be able to see a message that says the CRM was updated. Who doesn't? So let's go through and test these so we can just make sure we're passing the data through. After that goes through, we're going to go to the fun part. The fun part being, and the fun part meaning is we get to play around with some AI agents. I love always setting up a AI agent in here, but we just tap that plus button. We go over to Advanced AI. It'll be right there, bro. AI agent. And then we go down to define below. Tap expression real quick. Cool. Before we go in and we prompt it and tell it what we want it to do, you need a chat model connected to it, and that's like a ChatGPT or a Claude or whatever. You can see them in here when you press the plus button. I use Claude. It's done wonders for me. I love it. I recommend it. But they do charge you like $5 to set it up. If it's not a problem, get Claude. If it is a problem, I got you, fam. You can use OpenRouter. OpenRouter is another one, and you can get it for the free. And I'm gonna show you. It's like a back door. So once you go into your search history, you pop over to OpenRouter, and then you just go straight hard left. And when you go hard left, you take prompt pricing and you drag that bitch all the way to the left. Wait, I'm fucking it up. All right, yeah, you drag it all the way to the left. And when you drag it to the left, what you then have here is you go to DeepSeek. This is the one that I usually use. Slap that API button over here. Slap it again. It'll give you a key that you should never ever share with anyone. Then you go over here and you set it up by tapping that pencil, pasting it in there. It'll be like connection set up successfully. And then you'll have a working chat model, right? That error will go away, see? And then after, in the chat model, all you need to do is you can, of course, copy and paste mine. Don't worry about this coming red. It's doing that because there's no actual data connected to it anymore. When you paste it in here, it'll work. Watch this. I'm practically like a not so super genius. Look, it pops in green there. Of course, like I said, OpenRouter is good, but as usual, if you want, you can use Claude. Let's test it and see the response it gives us. And what we're doing here, remember, what this is it's pulling all the data, it's reading through everything, and then it's saying what kind of lead is it. Like, is it a hot lead? Is it a warm lead? Is it a cold lead? Super important. Like, think about all the times, like, business owners or sales reps or whoever is going through and they're looking through leads like, this is shitty. This is trash. This one's good. Okay, I want to quit my job. This is bullshit, right? This is replacing that. You don't need this anymore. Let's see what it spits out. Reads through it, says that the lead is a hot lead. Like, hot isn't temperature-wise. Like, it's not attractive. I don't think it can do that yet. I'm going to work on it soon. But it'll say that the lead's hot. After that, now we go into the main part, like how we're actually automating the CRM. So what that looks like is just tapping that plus button. And then I'm using HubSpot. Doesn't matter, though. Like, you can go high level. You can use whatever you feel like it. But I'm using HubSpot. So you can go over into create contact. I usually type it in because HubSpot has like, 40 different things, dog. It's just kind of confusing. After you go over into create contact, what will then happen is you set up your HubSpot account, same thing, pencil, resource contact, operation create, or update. Then we drag and drop the email. Hey, when you're doing this also, can you please drag and drop the email from the bottom, just because like that's the richest data that you want to use. So, and you want to kind of you kind of want everything to be, in sync. So drag and drop the email over here. And of course, like that, what that looks like is just dragging and dropping that over there. Drag and drop the first name, drag and drop the phone number. That's all you really need. If you want preference, you can put the notes in there. Honestly, it's up to you. I don't, but you can put the notes in there. It doesn't really matter too much. After you do that, then what we're going to do is it'll go ahead and just create a normal contact. But creating a contact isn't where we stop, though, because after a contact is created, that just means now we have a new lead in the CRM. What we need to do next is find contact. And I promise, I'm not overcomplicating this shit, because trust me, I don't even want to overcomplicate it myself, but you need to have this, or it's going to kind of just like grab anybody and their mom, and that's kind of not what we're doing here. We wanted to automate the whole CRM, so we need to do find contact. Same thing, go over here, HubSpot, and then you just look up find contact. Super simple. After it does that, we go over here, we make sure we connect it so we can have the data. What that'll look like is same thing, contact, now search. We turn off return all, and then we put the limit is 1. We only need 1 because this triggers 1 at a time. After that, the filter to find the 1, we have it at email, and then we have it as equal to, and then same thing. We pull all the way from the bottom. This is going to be a pain in the ass to scroll on the bottom, by the way, like in like 2 minutes. We do email, and I'm going to explain it to you so you guys can learn. I want you guys to be able to learn this. So you guys are experts when you sell this. The reason why we do email is because we can't do first name, simply because there's going to be leads in the CRM that both have the name John or both have the name Chris. It's bound to happen. We want to have the richest and the cleanest data. So what we're going to do is we're going to do the email, because no one is going to have the same email address as someone else. Like, that isn't possible. So we're going to do email, because that way it's cleaner. So what it'll do is it'll go through, it'll find the lead by email, and then now it'll have the specific lead. And I'm going to show you the method behind the madness. And honestly, bro, this shit's pretty easy. Like, we're almost literally 80% done already. Wow, that's fast. Now, what we do is we update the contact. And the way you find that is same thing we've been doing, but you just do update deal. The reason why I have set as deal is because my pipeline is like the deal pipeline in HubSpot. So we click on that. Resource deal, operation create, deal stage, name, or ID. So these are all like the deal stages that I have in the CRM. And let me show you a blank CRM. So as you can see, this is the butt naked CRM that we're going to use for testing. We have an unqualified pipeline, an applied pipeline, high intent, call booked, follow up, closed. Super simple. Going back over to Superfy CRM, we have the same thing over here. It's an applied. The pipeline name is test. And then we do the same thing. We drag and drop over like the deal name. So we'll just do it by email. We'll have it set up by email. And then right here, this is important. Deal ID is important because when you do find contact, if you don't do it, it doesn't give you the ID of the contact. So it's very important that we have the ID so we can be able to update it. I tried doing it with email. It doesn't work. I don't know. I don't honestly know. This is what's working. So just do this one. It's super simple without any coding or any of that other bullshit, because I don't even know how to code, bro. We go through here. We drag and drop. That'll be here. The top of the ID will be here. What will happen is when we test it, it'll go through. Once this goes green, it'll update in the CRM. We'll just give it a second. And once the workflow finishes executing, we'll check the CRM. We'll refresh it. And then, boom. As you can see, it'll update inside of here. Cool. Now we are 80% done. So now what we're going to do is, this says if, but the way you actually find it is it's actually if here in the search bar. And then once you go through, make sure it looks like this. Contains hot or contains warm. And then what we do is we need the lead scoring data for it. What you'll do is you'll scroll down, you'll find it. Just make sure you're just looking here for it. It'll say AI Agent pretty soon, fairly soon. And then you'll be able to drag and drop it in here. So here, what we do is you just drag and drop it into both. Cool. I'll just go ahead and test it and let it run real quick. And then what it'll do is true, since it is hot. And now we're doing this again. We're updating the contact again. And this is how we're getting it to move over. So like I said, and the way this CRM works is if a lead is hot, we're doing it by ID, of course. But if a lead is hot, we move it into high intent. So now what will happen is it'll go through here. We'll probably just have to give it a refresh. Boom, just moves over by itself. Cool. Moves over into high intent. Now we're rolling. Now we're getting active. Now we get the email AI agent. Now we're gonna take that one. Oh hell no, I didn't want to bring this. Okay, no, wait. It just, sorry, the font just looked weird. Cool. Now we have it prompted, and prompting is super easy. Like I keep telling everyone, like you can honestly prompt shit in ChatGPT, bro. Like tell ChatGPT what you want. Tell it it's for AI agent and you need to prompt it. And then you can prompt it like that. That's literally what I do. And it's been working wonders. Now, once we go over, we just want to make sure that we have all that set up here. Email writing agent. And this is for the one to book a call. So just make sure you can just be like, also CTA my Calendly so they can book a call. I'm not gonna leak my link. Like you can just be like the link we're sending them, and then you put the link right there. Super simple. Just a step. Cool. And once it does that, it'll print you out a email. And now, of course, we just need to be able to send the email, of course. Send. Cool. And then what we do here, okay, brother, forgive me for this, guys. Like I said, I just like it to be clean, so we can scroll down all the way. And I told you it was gonna be like a pain in the ass in 2 minutes. We can scroll down all the way and paste it in. And then we can just have it to, you can create your own subject line, honestly, here. And then scroll all the way back up. And then when you're scrolled all the way back up, you just make sure you go ahead and you can paste this down there. What it'll do is it'll send off the email, and then you'll book a call. And then what I do is, as always, I just update it with Slack. Like I said, this is a preference for you guys as well. Let that execute, and then have that set up. So now let me click through it. There we go. And then we can just drag and drop that score from the AI agent over into it. All right, cool. Now once that is done, now we have it set up to where it'll go off and start sending and booking calls by itself and updating it by itself. What it'll look like if it's not is we have it set up like this. And guys, it's the same thing. It's honestly, I'm gonna leave it to your preference to be able to figure out like how you want to do the email sequence. I'll probably end up putting some email sequences in the email too as well for you guys to see as well. But for example, just for time's sake of this video, what this looks like over here is gonna be the same thing. It'll go over here. Let me just click through this, and I have it set up the same way. Put the ID in here, put it on unqualified, and if a lead is actually unqualified, what it'll do is it'll drag it over to unqualified. Well, for call booked and closed is I have, like, if someone pays on a payment link, it'll move over to close. That's in another automation somewhere else. And then if someone books in a call, I have it. So like they'll book in a call here, but I have another automation set up to where it's a trigger. So if someone books a call, it'll go through, find the lead, since it'll be in here, and it'll move over to call booked. So the whole thing is being automated in full time. There's no one that has to touch it at all. Cool? Cool. And just to show you guys, first, if you guys want to be able to sell this to someone, bro, type it into ChatGPT. I already know what ChatGPT is going to say. It's going to be like, oh, it needs you need to sell it to solopreneurs, or honestly, you just need to sell it to anyone that has a ton of leads, because I know for a fact they're not managing the leads. I have been a part of so many businesses that have this problem. That's why I created this for myself and then other businesses. Let's ask ChatGPT. Cool. So we'll go over here. We'll literally ask it a question, and it's going to say the same thing. Solopreneurs, anyone that's super busy. It'll say anyone that's selling high ticket, coaches and consultant. A lot of these people are honestly content creators nowadays. Boutique like marketing agencies, web design agencies, anyone that deals with a lot of clients and they want to set up something. Real estate agents is a big one too as well. I personally have sold it over into here. A lot of high ticket coaches and B2B consultants, but there's a lot of opportunity to sell it to other niches too as well. And it doesn't just have to be this. And you already have it here. In the resources, I'll also put in a copy and paste workflow that you guys can paste. And of course, if you guys need help and want to work with me one-on-one to help you build unique agents and sell agents too as well, I can help you with that too. But until then, take care. Thank you for watching this video. Peace. Yo, what's up? In this video, I'm going to show you guys how you can create n8n agents, like support agents that literally do everything for you without needing to hire any support reps or any VAs, and doing all of the repetitive work. Put it in your business or sell it to other businesses for at least $1,000 plus or more. So the whole video, I'll show you the whole walkthrough and then who you can sell these agents to at the end. So let's jump right into it. All right, cool. So what we're looking at here, I don't want you guys to get too overwhelmed or confused. We're gonna walk through literally everything and then pretty much build one ourselves towards the end. And then also I'm gonna show you guys how to sell it too as well. I'll give a brief overview. So what we're looking at here is something that's going to fully automate the whole entire support process. And I have it set up like this because this is what's running right now in my business, and it's what's running in other clients' business as well. So a quick breakdown of everything that's going on. What we have here is it's going through a type form trigger. And the reason why is just like in the business, we use a lot of type form. I use a lot of type form. My clients use a lot of type form. Anytime like a client's going through something, they need help. So what that will look like is, of course, we have the type form trigger on a support form here. After that, it'll go to an AI agent that will then qualify them to see exactly what it is. And then we have this intent switch over here that will separate them, and then it'll split into if it's like a billing issue, if it's like an actual support issue, or if it's a sales issue, then it goes over to the sales team, or if it's just like spam or something that we don't care about, we just forward it over to general. That is a simple breakdown of how it works. But what we're going to do is walk through it one by one. As you can see here, like over here through the support AI agent, as soon as this comes through, it's already going to be pushed through, and something's going to automatically reach out to it via email because it's going to bring the message, send the email over here, forward the email to us. And then I like to keep everything in Slack as well, to where we can be able to see everything. Like I can be away in the gym or doing something, or the clients could be away and they can still see that the notifications are in the phone, so they know that it's being taken care of while we're focusing on more important things. So let's jump through the type form so we can go through how this works. So we'll go over here and we'll test the type form workflow here. We'll go over to the support form, and this is what a lot of leads will be seeing. Let's just say what they're inquiring about. We're going through and working like a client. I need help with the billing issue. This is what it looks like from their perspective. And let's just say, I need to change my card on file. Really common thing. When they submit it, but something's working in the background, and that's our automated agent. Now look at this. See, what you just saw was, before we could even click back over, the whole process just shot over and got automated. That's how fast these things work, and that's how valuable it is. Before they could even submit it and check their phone, by the time they check their phone, their problem has already been solved or is already being solved. And let me break it down step by step what happened here. So what happened here, it took all the information, and then after it took all the information and went on to the first AI agent. And what the AI agent right here is trained to is to be able to know what exactly we're dealing with and how to split it up. We have it set up to where it's like, either take all of these responses over here and then let us know if it's a support request, a billing query, a sales lead, or spam. Do not explain or justify, just figure out what it is. And what it was is, I need help with the billing issue is what we put in, and then we left the explanation, and it said I need to change my card on file. The AI agent went through it and found out that it was a billing query. So there's no need for anyone to be hiring a support team to go through and filter through everything, or you to go through and filter through everything, when something like this can just do it for you. And it gets more insane than this. Just keep watching through. Watch this. So after it already automatically automates everything and lets it know that's a billing query, we then go over here. It segments it over here because we have different things trained for different things to make sure it's running smoothly. After it goes to the billing AI agent, check this out. This AI agent is now trained. It's a helpful billing assistant with warm, persuasive tone. A user just cancel their subscription. Your job is to, and then of course you can switch this. Like you don't need anything too specific. Like you can switch this if it's not coming out. Like the user has a problem with their subscription, and it'll give you different responses. Like check this out. It'll give you a different response. Cool. Thank you so much. We truly appreciate you. Like whatever you want it to be, you can prompt it however you want. And then going through it, after that, after it cooks you up, because what this is doing is now we have it cooking us up an email. We have it cook us up the email. This will automatically now send the email over. So we have this set up to where it's like 2. All you have to do is drag and drop these in here, and we're going to do it together while we make it. But it's going to go ahead and send off an email to this person's email. After it does that, it forwards it to our email to know that we got a new support ticket, right? Because when they fill out this type form, all this is happening simultaneously. So now this will forward it over to our email, letting us know that we have a new support ticket. And then what happens is, I like to run everything through Slack because I can have like a lot of my clients in there. and I can organize it as well. And I don't really want it to be sent to my number or a Telegram. So I have it sent through Slack. And what it looks like is it just sends the notification through Slack as well, so we know it's being handled. Let's jump over to Slack and look at it. And as we can see here, a billing query from Kyle. What are you inquiring about? I need to change my card on file, and it's letting me know that it's already been automated with the n8n workflow. So I have nothing to worry about. Can literally be on the beach and something is already automated and it's being taken care of. And that's the beauty of these things. So now jumping back over, it'll do the same thing. Like let's say if it's like actual support, we'll go through the type form again and we'll run the trigger. So going through, let's just say we're another type of lead. What are we inquiring about? I'd love to talk to someone on your team. Cool. And then after that, can you please leave an explanation? Let's just say I can't access the client portal. We submit that. And then if you go over, you'll see it's been automated already. Someone has already taken care of it in the matter of seconds. And what we'll do is we'll break it down. So we'll go through Typeform. We'll see it's okay. I'd love to talk to someone on your team. I can't access the client portal. The AI agent goes through and it gets it right. This is a support request and not a billing issue, not a sales or not spam. It's an actual support request. It gets switched over. It goes through the right one. Goes up here to support request, goes to the next support AI agent that we have prompted here. Hi Test 2, thanks for reaching out. I understand you're having trouble accessing the client portal. We have it prompted over here with everything that's needed. Then this email that it cooked up over here, the AI agent, which is taking a place of a VA or a support agent that we're usually paying for. We then go over here and we send off the email. After the email is sent off, we forward it to our support channel via email, and then it gets sent over to the Slack. Like literally it's cooking without us even touching anything. Like we're not touching anything. I'm telling you, this is hands off. Anything support with clients, bro, we're not touching it because we have this sorting everything out. Like we're not touching it. And I can go back over to the CBL support and show you guys in the Slack channel as well. And there you go. Look, support request from test 2. I'd love to talk to someone on the team. Can't access the client portal. Super easy, super easy. And you see how valuable this is. You can sell this to businesses that aren't doing this for even if you want to lowball yourself, or even at least $1,000, and they will literally pay for it, because that's literally going to cover the payroll that they're spending on a huge, massive support team that would have to run this, right? Usually a lot of businesses are running a support team of 3-4 people, This doesn't need a bunch of people. You need one person to watch it, which could be you, and you can literally sell it to another business. But let's go ahead and jump into how we're actually making something like this. And before we do, everything stays the same. Same thing. If it goes through here and it picks up that it's a sales lead, right? This is for support, so we're gonna keep it simple, but we forward it over to the sales team, and the sales team will take care of it. Or if it's spam and then they're they're trying to pitch the business something like this, we'll just go through and we'll forward it through general, right? And then if someone in general, like the CEO or me or you, whoever is going through and they're reading through it, they're like, okay, yeah, this is dope, this is not. But that is how they work. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna go into building one. I'm gonna walk you guys through and literally just build one line by line in an OBS way. So check this out. All right, so now going in and building it, it's actually super simple, and it's not as complicated as it looks. Once you guys can start banging these out, next thing is just selling a bunch of them, honestly, or putting them into your business and not doing anything like me. Anyways, so jumping through it, like I said, I like to use Typeform. You can use other things, but for the sake of this video, I don't want to make this video super long, so we're going to use Typeform, and we're not going to overcomplicate everything. So here, all you need to do is start it with a Typeform trigger. And in the Typeform trigger, I'm going to move myself over here. In the Typeform trigger, Typeform is actually super easy. All you have to do is set up the Typeform account here. And when you set up the Typeform account, you just click this pencil, connect the Typeform account in there, but then just run the actual form that you're using. Now that we have the actual form that we're using, the next big thing is to have a AI Agent connected. And there's a lot of things with AI agents. So when you go over here and you go to advanced AI, right? You go over to advanced AI, there's going to be a bunch of different things in here. Like some people use this, some people use this. Just stick with me. Like I'm not an AI nerd, so I just do the simple stuff that works. I don't care about how complicated it looks or like how many steps it is, because honestly the best things are a low amount of steps. Anyways, who wants to take a ton of steps? That's why we take elevators and not stairs. So with the AI agent here, we just grab the AI agent, we have it as a tools agent, that's fine, and then we have it on define below. So this way we can prompt it, because prompting it, we're able to train it how we want it to respond to everything. So we just go ahead and we prompt it. After we go through that, what we need to do is have a chat model. And what the chat model is like the AI agent, prompting it gives it its brain, but it needs an engine to actually run. And that's what the chat model is. It's like connecting an engine up to the brain, connecting the engine to the steering wheel, right? So what we then do is over with the chat model. The reason why this is an error is because it doesn't have a prompt and it doesn't have a chat model. What a lot of people do is, I'll use Claude, but for the sake of this video, I wanted to make a freer option where you guys, because Claude is like, it's $5 plus like how much credits you use. So is OpenAI. So one thing I like to use is OpenRouter. And right here, I'm gonna show you guys the back door of all back doors. So this is one you can use completely for free. And all you have to do is go over to OpenRouter. We're gonna jump over there now. All you have to do is just type in OpenRouter in your browser. All right, once you type in OpenRouter, it's gonna take you over here. All you need to do, create an account, super simple. Go over to models. Like this is the, like I'm showing you guys like this, the back road of all back roads. Nothing inside but just you and some free AI keys. So a lot of these are there, and they come out with new ones all the time. Like I don't even know what Moonshot is, honestly. Moonshot, that shit sounds dope though. But this is one that I've been using right here. This one used to be the newest one, like literally like 3 days ago. So as you can see, $0 a month for input tokens, $0 a month for output tokens. All I do is I go over here, you click this, none of this matters. All you need to do is go over to API and then tap create API key. It'll give you a key you can copy and paste. Don't share this key with anyone. That's why I'm not sharing it with you. It's like your personal, treat this like a social security number for all means. Just don't share this key with anyone. So you just take this key, copy it, and bring it over into here. And then what that'll look like is you just tap on this pencil and you just paste that key into there. See, n8n is even looking out for me. They're trying to block off the key so no one can get it, because it's like your super secret key. After you have that set up, it's all about prompting the AI agent now. So we're going through. What you can of course do is you can copy my prompt here and just paste this one in here. To put on expression. And then the reason why these are gray is because, like I said, this is data. So we're gonna switch this. That's the reason why this is gray and this one is green. This one's not gonna be valid if you copy this, because of course you have to pull the data from the specific trigger. Another thing, I don't wanna leave you guys hanging though, because you're not always gonna have me to have a prompt. Let me show you a way you can get prompts. So running over to ChatGPT, super simple, just tell it, or you can tell anyone, ChatGPT, Claude, whatever, Gronk, whatever. Just say, I need a prompt for my AI agent that reads through support form submissions or whatever you're looking for. Given the user's message, reply only with one of these following intent labels. Whatever you're doing, like even after, I want you guys to be able to do this and like plug it in yourself. So with this, all you do is you send it off. So with this, all you do is you send it off and it'll start cooking up a message for you. And you can just take this prompt and you just paste it into the AI agent. That's literally all you do. You just copy this prompt and you paste into the AI agent. That's what I do for a lot of my prompts, honestly. And then you just go in and you tweak it, because everything's not gonna be perfect. You go in and you tweak it until it's consistent and you got it dialed in and running. So jumping back over here, After you have that set up, the next thing is setting up the intent switch. But before that, let's get some data through here. So we'll go through the type form and we'll give it some data. So let's test this workflow. We'll just do another billing issue one, for example. I need to update my card because we just need to send it some data. And then let's see if it goes ahead. And then look, cool. It's trying to already run without us and it's not completely set up. But as you can see, picked up the data that we get through. So now we can start plugging and playing all of this stuff in here. So we have the AI agent, support request, name, cool. And now we have all this set up. Remember guys, we're taking this and we're copy and pasting it. So what it'll look like is you just set it up, name, email, what they're inquiring about, and the detailed explanation. And we're just, let me just space this out. Just take this up. Just take this, just paste it in. So it has the data to read. And then after you do this, you don't have to touch it ever again because it'll always update the response of the data inside of these fields. Cool. Now we have that. It reads through it. Correct. Now we have this right. We have it set up as the billing query. Cool. Now a big thing that we're doing is we are connecting a switch, which is the same switch as this. Remember, needs to be set up with rules and have it set up as string. And then we're putting each one in. It's like equal support request output 0, equal billing query output 1, equal sales lead output 2, operation equal spam output 3. So we're doing the same thing over here. We're going over here and we're putting it on switch. Cool. Remember rules, and then we're moving it over to string, and then we're putting everything in here. And now once you have this looking identical to this, big thing you need to do is in the value, make sure you drag and drop this into here so it can pick up everything. So now we'll go and do and we'll test it. And then let's see. It went into output 1, which is billing query, and output 1 is billing query. So now we are successfully segmenting everything. We're successfully segmenting everything. Let me just drag this down a little bit so we don't cluster everything up, and we'll move this over. But that's not what we wanted. But as you can see, now what we then do is we set up another AI agent. Because now what we have is now it's collecting information. Now it's filtering the information successfully. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go over and create another AI agent. Same thing, guys. Go here, go over to the AI agent, and then define below is what we want to do. We want to have a prompt. And then once we're defining it below, we're connecting up that engine to let it run. And as I told you guys, open router is a good one to do. That'll go through and get connected. And what we'll do is I already told you guys how to make prompts. So what we'll do is we'll just copy and paste this whole entire prompt. And of course, we're going to switch them. You're not going to have the name Kyle and everything. So we'll make sure we're just changing all of that stuff. Unless you guys want to pay for some automations. So check that out. We're just going to paste that in. Helpful billing assistant. That's good to go. We'll run it. Cool. Hi. No, we're going to switch that. See? So that's why it's good to check them a bit. We'll go over to expression and figure out why I did that. And see, the reason why I did that is because these queries aren't the same. So it's not going to print out the same thing. So we need to switch them. We need to switch these fields. The reason why is, remember, hi, it says type form trigger, so of course it's going to push that out. It's always good to go through, and it's good that we're checking through all this stuff together. Because I know sometimes with this, it's like testing and making sure it's right. But once you have it dialed in and once it's fixed, you practically never have to touch it again. You never have to touch it again. Also, the user's name is this, and then this is a response that they left. I just plug both of these in here. And then now let's check. Test it again. Let's just give it a second. Hi, Kyle. Thanks so much for being with us. Yep. And then there you go. There it's fixed. So remember, these fields are super important to have it dialed in. Now, since we have the AI agent writing us the email, we're now going to send off an email. And I like to use Gmail. The other email one is like weird to me. So I like to use the email one. And then over here, you connect your Gmail account. Simply just log in. You don't need to copy and paste anything. You just log in with Google. You just have this set up to resource message, send, obviously, and then 2, you just drag and drop this in here. I create my own subject line because what I realize is a lot of times the AI will make its own, subject line, and then it's like in the message, and there's no way to fix that. So what I do is create my own subject line, and you can literally just create anything you want, honestly, here. Paste this into the message. This is the most important thing. The subject line can be like, you can just drag the lead's name. Support request. Boom, and this is literally it. Send it off. It'll send the email. Just waiting for it in a second. It'll send it. Sometimes it takes forever. There we go. Went ahead and sent. And then after that, and I like to prompt them as well. Like, not prompt them, but rename it. To know like which one is actually doing it so you don't get confused. And then I have this one. I have another Gmail one that we then send a message, but we send it to ourselves, right? And then what you can do is you can just put in the business email. And this is all preference, but I just like to do it. And then you can literally drag and drop like all the lead information in here, just like we have over here. New support ticket received, and then you have all of that stuff over in here. Message, new support ticket received. And of course this one is going to be red because of what we mentioned. So you can just have name, email, what are you inquiring about, and further explanation. And then we're gonna drag and drop everything in here. All right, we're not leaving no stone unturned. The email right here, put the name right there, and we're good. Yeah, we're good. We'll test the step, and then we'll go ahead and send it off. The next one that we're doing is Slack. And like I said, this is preference, but I just like being notified. And then so in Slack, there's a bunch of stuff. So just go to send a message. And then you connect the Slack account, take the pencil, connect it via email, resource, message, operation, send message to. You can send it to yourself, but I like to send it to a channel because there's people in the channel. And then in here, just have it as, where is it? Support, simple text message. You do the one, and then the message text is literally copy and paste of this one. You can just take this one, new support ticket, or new billing ticket, or whatever you want to do. It's honestly preference or your client's preference. But you can then take it, have it in here, and then you can just have it set up to where it's like, okay, billing query, and then you get the gist. Just drag and drop everything in here. Oh, and when that's done, literally you test the step, and it'll wait for it to execute. And then boom, it'll go ahead and be sent over to Slack. So look, there we go. Like, you're literally an AI genius now. You've literally have done it. And then it's the same thing over on these ends. Like, if it's something that's being forwarded to sales, literally all I have is I get the email sent to myself, and then I send it in the sales team Slack channel where the sales team will go and handle that. Because like I said, this is more so for support. And another one that we can do in the intent switch is, let me move this over here. Space out a little bit. But same thing. If it's not important, I just forward it to the main email. We don't care about it. It won't move to the rest of the automation. But for the support agent, literally just create another AI agent up here. You already know what to do. Define below. The prompt we're using for this is this one. I'll let you guys look at it for a second. Boom, I'll take it. And you guys know if you guys need one, you can just put it in here. We use Open Router. And we just feed it the prompt. And it's the same thing. You feed it the prompt. You would, of course, have to run data back through here. But you feed it the prompt, and then you give it the same, send it through the email, go through Gmail, go through Slack. And don't worry, I'll be able to give you guys let me move this out of the way. I'll be able to give you guys this whole entire workflow here that you guys can copy and paste into, and then you can just tweak up a little bit too as well. So that is essentially the support agents. Now what we'll do is, I kind of already explained it in another video, but we'll go through how you can actually go about selling these agents and like who's actually buying it. So we'll go through just like a quick rundown of like who would actually buy something like this. So I go over pretty much all of this in the how to actually sell AI agents video, but I'm just gonna break down the little grid I put together of people that are like buying shit like this. So you don't want to be caught like selling AI agents to the wrong crowd. Like, obviously, if you're talking about AI agents and you're trying to sell it to a bunch of people in a retirement home, good luck with that, brother. You're going to be trying to sell your ass off. No one's buying that shit. They want fucking feet massagers in there, cuz they don't need that. But the type of buyer type is, the two biggest ones in this video that we just went over is honestly digital service providers and lean startups and SaaS founders, especially these guys over here. Like, I would say number one, and then number two, and then this is number three. Because a lot of local services, like, they're not super support heavy. They're outside, fulfilling. They don't really have too much of a support issue. But these like all only online businesses, let me tell you something about startups and SaaS founders. They care so much about their churn, and from one of the best ways to lower churn, bro, is product. Yes, product. You're probably not doing product though. So the way you can help is a fire support team, like a fire support team, fire systems set up so they can like reduce their churn. And these agents that I just showed you will literally go in and help their churn. Literally. You don't understand how much SaaS founders and startups need that. So they're number one to go after. Now, after that, number two, like digital service providers, you definitely want to go for them, like content creators and agency owners. They need support a lot, especially for the ones that are like scaling up, or like those big low ticket products too as well. They care a lot about churn as well, because they're selling, their communities and everything, and that's like $50 a month, but they don't want people to churn off. Like, who wants people to stop paying them, So selling them those support agents will work too as well. You need to be able to go and sell it and present it, because these two will 100% understand what you're talking about. They just don't have time to go in and learn AI agents. It takes a while to learn them, you know what I mean? So especially with all the information out there, it takes a while. So you want to be able to go in and sell these AI agents. What I'll also do is I'll plug in the closing script that you guys can use as well, that I explained in the other video. But until then, I really appreciate you guys for watching through this whole video. If you guys need more help, I have a bunch of resources in the description. Also as well, if you guys want more one-on-one access to me, you guys can click a link below and fill out an application, and then we could see what's going on there. But until then, I'll see you guys on the next video. Peace. Yo, what's up? This AI agent I'm about to show you writes emails, headlines, and posts for me. Fully automated, I don't have to touch a single thing. And in this video, I'm going to show you how I built it step by step inside n8n and how I've sold versions of this exact system to clients for 1K and up. Let's jump into it. All right, so jumping right into it, this is the whole entire workflow that I'm currently using. That is pretty much my copywriting army, or whatever you want to call it. Inside of here, you can see that this does everything. It writes me the emails, it writes me the headlines, anything I need for myself and for clients too as well. We're going to dive into how it works, and then even at the end, we're going to dive into how to build it, because I'm going to build it with you guys from scratch, and then I'm going to show you guys how to also sell it too as well at the end. If you guys need any extra help with this, I do have some things in the description you guys can check out, or you can book a call with me to see if I can help you set things up like this or sell things like this too as well. So let's go ahead and jump straight into it, onto how it works. So quickly to show you, what I have it set up here is it goes through and it triggers at 10 a.m. We're going to go ahead and test this workflow though, because obviously it's not 10 a.m. So what it'll do, it'll get some tasks, it'll write out a script here, and as you can see, it'll load, it'll take a second. Then it'll go over through here, it'll proofread it itself, and then it'll go ahead and send me the final copy through Slack here. As you can see, going over into Slack, we have a email here. And that's pretty much what's happening every single morning at 10 a.m. where I'm having emails personally sent to me that I can go ahead and post. And what this is, it's self-learning, it's teaching itself, it's criticizing itself, so I don't have to do it at all. I'm just getting a bunch of fire emails put out or fire headlines put out, whatever I need every single morning. And that is essentially how it works. But going into it, we have this trigger that sets it up at 10 a.m. We have it fetch tasks. So what it does is it goes through the sheet, and I have it set up like this here. It's like I have it set up with the name, the topic, the goal, the tone, and the type of audience I'm talking to. I then go ahead and feed it into this, just in case if I want to do multiple, like if I have multiple clients that I'm working with, because this is set up to sell to different clients or for you to put in your business. This right here is set up like this. So just in case if you have a bunch of different things on the spreadsheet, like the Google spreadsheet, it won't take a bunch of different data together and then give you like an email that's a complete clusterfuck. Like you don't want that. So what you want is to be able to split it up so it can have organized information, so that way you can actually have something that you can go through and create, and it can create something smoother and fresh for you. After that, we have Claude set up on the AI agents here. And what we do is we have it set up as a script writer. So we have a prompt set up here, and it's just set up and it's prompted to take everything from all the data from the sheet over here to then make the email. But what a lot of people do wrong, and what I've noticed as well, is a lot of the times you're trying to take one of these script writers and it writes you off the email, but then it's like a lot of times you have to go through and constantly change it over and over and over again. And it's not the best. It doesn't make the most sense. You need to have something fully automated to where you're not touching it. If you have to go back and continue to change and iterate and change and iterate, it's not automated and it's not doing what you want it to do. So what we have set up after this is a agent that will proofread it. And what I mean by that, so after this email comes out, usually someone goes through, they double check, they fact check just to make sure the AI isn't glitching out or being wonky with anything. What we then do after that is we send it to this proofreading agent. And what this does is it acts as if someone is going through, or you would go through, or the business owner would go through, or anyone else would go through, and they would want to go and look at it and see exactly what is wrong with the email, if there's anything wrong with it, or if it's good enough to be passed on. So then what happens is we have it prompted and we have it set up to where it gives us a score 1 out of 10. We don't publish an email, at least it's an 8 out of 10. So what we have set up is it goes over to if, and if it's an 8, 9, or a 10, it gets pushed on. If it's not, if it's for some reason a 7, a 6, I haven't seen the AI give out any like 5s, 4s, 3s, 2s, or 1s, because then that means the prompting is like completely broken. But if it gives out anything lower than an 8, it'll go over here to another editing AI agent and it'll make it a 8, at least an 8, 9, or a 10, and then it'll feed off into the Slack. So this right here is how it works. It's literally going to go through and create you different angles. It creates you different things to be able to send off any emails or headlines or anything you want. And I'm going to show you guys later down this video on how you can literally be able to do this for yourself, as well as for yourself as well. There's another one we have under here, which is just in case if out of nowhere it's past 10 a.m. you want to do your own or switch it up, you can send it into this chat over here. So let's say even after 10 or wherever you have it scheduled at, you want to go through and be able to create your own or create something else for a friend or another client, just to show an example, for example. We're just putting this through example. You have one set up here that is for a chat message, and you could just do this, like open chat, and then you could prompt a message here. Let's type one out. So cool, what we have here is I need you to write an email to my newsletter where I teach everyone how to get in shape using my carnivore diet, and at the end I want you to sell the click to my school community, or I teach people how to lose weight. That makes more sense. Using my carnivore diet. Cool. And then we'll execute the workflow there. It will take this prompt and then it'll start pushing it through the same sequence we have over here. So just in case you don't have to go put this in and then wait until tomorrow morning or 10 a.m. for this to execute. And then it's going to go through here. Cool. So walking you through what happened over here, we put it in through the chat. The prompt we put then through the chat, we send it to the first scriptwriter. It writes us out something sent to the email list. It goes through the proofreading agent and it gives us a 7. So what then happens over here is, as I told you guys, if it's not an 8 at least, it's not going to be sent off. What we're going to do is we're going to go through, we're going to edit it, and after it gets edited and it's good to go, then we send it through. So this way you're never going to write a bad email, because even this, there's nothing terribly wrong with this email that got written out, but it's fact checking it and it's going to go through and make it better. So that way it's completely hands off. You don't have to do anything. And then you can put that prompt in, you get that prompt and you put in the trigger. But since now we know how it works, what we're going to do is we're going to go through and build our own right on this page, so you guys can go ahead and build one for yourself so you can sell it to other businesses or build one for your business. All right, let's get to the fun part. So what we're going to do, we're just going to go ahead and move these up, but we're going to go into how to actually build it. Don't worry, I'll have something where you guys can do a little copy and paste in inside of the thing so you guys can use it as well. But here, this is what we do. So we go over here to the plus sign over here, and then we're going to set up one of these. We need to be able to come in and schedule it. So schedule interval every day, 1, and then we could literally set it up. If you want to do it like 9 a.m., who cares? We have the schedule trigger set up, right? Let me move this down so I can, 1 second. Move that down there. So we have the schedule trigger set up. Now what we do is we go over to Google Sheets. You don't need to do Google Sheets. I like keeping everything on Google Sheets. You can even have it read off a Google Doc. But for the sake of this video, we're going to make you the same exact one. We're not going to veer off. And then after you have the Google Sheet, what we'll then do is have it set to get rows in sheet. After we do that, we figure out what Google Sheet we want it to have. So when you're setting up your Google Sheet account too as well, what you do is literally super easy. You just connect to Google. So just go in, sign through Google, and you'll be good to go. So the resource is just have sheet with the document, operation get rows, and then the document, I have mine as content spreadsheet, and then you just get the exact spreadsheet. And let me show you what it should look like on the Google Sheet. So just for purposes to make sure like the AI agent can read it, you want to go ahead and just have it set up as name. Of course, you're going to need name, topic, goal, tone, and audience. So topic, AI automation. Like I said, we're just using this for an example. Goal, make it punchy, entertaining, but also deliver value at a 5th grade level. Casual conversational delivery. That's like a chill Gen Z kid like me. I'm over here talking about AI stuff in a black hoodie that everyone wants to be cool with. And then audience, 20 to 30-year-olds that want to learn how to make money with AI. Right? Super simple. Jump back over to the cracked copywriting agent. Now it has that to read it off. So now let's test it because we need to get some data to be able to push it through. So we'll go through test it. Cool. Test went successfully. Now it can read off all the information. Perfect. Another thing that we want to do, this is just preference. Now what we do is we get over to the plus side and then we add a batches node. Like I'm saying, this is just preference. You don't need to do it, especially if you're doing just one client. It just works if you're doing multiple. And then you just have it set as batch size 1. Not a big deal. After that, it'll just doesn't do much. It just splits into 1. A big thing here that I want you guys to really sit here and lock in, take notes if you have to, take a screenshot, is the AI agents, the ones that are doing pretty much all of the heavy lifting. So what we then do, we just hit that plus sign, go to advanced AI. I use this one. Going over into the AI agents now, a big thing is we have it set at define below. It's all in the prompting. Like AI agents and AI, if I can tell you guys one thing and you get one big takeaway, it is all in the prompting. The difference between people with amazing AIs and the stupid ass ChatGPT AIs that don't do anything or pretty much it's pretty much just like a cool looking Google is just the prompting. It's all the prompting. So what I have hooked up to it as well is Claude. And on Claude, the only thing is you do have to pay for it. So going over to Claude API, you just go into your search browser and search this up. What it'll do when you search up just Claude API, go over to start building, and then it'll make you make an account. But what they will do is charge you $5 for the API key. If you don't feel like paying for the API key, there's a workaround. It's not a big deal. What you can do is I use Open Router, and then all you have to do in the search browser is you can go here, and it doesn't make that big of a difference. You can go to Open Router, and then when you go through Open Router, you just set up an account. What you can then do is go over to prompt pricing, as you can see over here, drag and drop it all the way to free, and then you'll start seeing all of the free ones you can use. The ones that have worked best for me is DeepSeek down here. Go through, click this one, hit API over here, create API key, and what it's going to do, it's going to give you a personal API key. Don't share this with anyone else, please. Just don't do it. You can copy it, and then what you then do, you run over here, click into this, click that little pencil, and then you just paste that key over there. Super simple setup as well. After that, you set that up. What you can then do, it's all about prompting. I have a prompt set up here already, and I'm going to go ahead and copy and paste that into the prompt, and this will be able to be copy and pasteable for you guys as well. But I want to show you guys how you can create your own prompts as well. 1 second before we do create the prompts, I do want to just let you guys know that this over here, you have to drag and drop these over here. So what we then do is we take it from split into batches. So topic, tone, goal, name, audience, and then be like email list owner's name. Cool. So we can then take, drag and drop. So topic is AI automation. We're going to drag and drop into here. What it'll do, I don't know why it does this, but it always goes over here. You want to make sure that these are green, because if these are not green, that means it's not going to have it in here. So what it'll really look like for you when you're copying and pasting, because of course our JSON file or JSON data isn't going to be the same. You need to be able to just drag and drop these in here. Because what happens is no matter what, if the topic changes, the goal changes, you don't have to go in and change this. It'll automatically be changed for you. Right? It'll automatically be changed for you. But just to switch it up a little bit because I want you guys to be creative with things like this. I'm going to show you how you can make your own prompt. So what we're going to do is we're going to go over to ChatGPT actually. And then we're going to ask ChatGPT to give us a prompt. And all you have to do is be like, cool. Then I'll give this prompt, and then once the prompt is done, you can then be able to copy and paste this into it over here, right? Prompting is everything. Once you have the prompt set up and then you have the chat model set up to it, you can then press play on it. Then we'll give it a second. Cool. Now it'll cook us up a email. Awesome. So now once it cooks us up an email, we're now going through another layer. We're going to set up another one over here. But this one, we're going to go ahead and click define below through here. We're going to add the same chat model to it over here because that's what it needs. Open router all the way down here. But then what this one is supposed to do is you are a veteran copywriter who understands the tone. Let me just go ahead and get this in here. 1 second. Cool. Open that up. You're a veteran copywriter who understands the tone of this, should really strive to sell the click and have a high open rate. Rate the script below on a scale of 1 to 10 based on how likely it is to achieve high open rates and click-through rates. Don't explain, just give me a number you would rank it as. Cool. Remember as well, if you, like I said, this is just an example, but if you guys want better prompts, you can go through ChatGPT and get the better prompts, or you can check the description as well, and I do have some crack prompts in there as well for you guys to use. But then what we can do is test the step. Let's see what it gives us. It gives us an 8. So that means if this was running without us being present, of course, by setting it up, this email would pass through because it's good enough. It's, remember, 8, 9s, or 10s. What we're going to do to be able to filter this correctly is we're going to set up the if. And what the if will do is we'll have it set up just like this. So we have it through here. If it's an 8, if it's a 9, if it's a 10, it's a yes. So check this out. We then go over to here. Output is equal to, if it contains 8, and then we switch this to or, move this, contains, move this over here, contains 10. Cool, and we'll test the step, which it does. Cool, it's true. If it's true, then what we can then do is put this up here. It doesn't matter, it can be true or false. It can be contains 8, 9, 10, right? You could have it here switched up to contains 8, 9, 10. Awesome. Let's just make sure. Yeah, cool. We then have it set up like this. If it does contain it, we can then, I have it set up here. It's just like a coding one. This isn't necessary at all. I was talking with a couple of my buddies. It's really not necessary. It's just for formatting, where we can put it in and you can just copy it over here. This one is a code. Cool. We have it set up here. And it's just for formatting. And then what I do is I have it sent over to Slack. But what you can do is you can just easily have it send over via anything. Like if you're using Telegram, if you want it to send to a Google Doc and you check the Google Doc, so you can, whatever you want it to send to, it doesn't matter. I just use Slack because I run my whole entire business and clients' businesses on Slack. And then all you have to do is connect the Slack account via email here, go over to message, operation send message to channel, or you can send it to yourself. Right, I have a bunch of different channels in here. AI Email Agent, simple text message. And then let's just test it. So we'll go through, we'll test it through the code. Cool. here. It's like new email generated. I hate when it does that. You have to do expression to be able to space it out. Cool. And then we can do the output. And then we just test a step. And then as you guys can see, it'll send it over to Slack. Cool. And a simple email that it just sent over here. But going back to it, now let's do the false. So let's say if we get one and it's a 7. And what we'll do is I'll go through these and I'll just keep making it write emails to see if it cooks up a 7 or a 6. All right, here we are. We just got it to rank at a 7. So then what starts to happen is we go through here and then it'll go through false because it came through as a 7, right? So now what we do is we add another agent in here. Agent, find below. And then what we do, same thing like over here. You go through, we make sure we add the chat model or the language model, and then we can go through and copy and paste. Rewrite this script, likely to go viral, or it can be likely to be a 10, either one. Return the improved version only. And then go through. Cool. And we have it set up like that. Go through expression. Old script. That's not necessary. All right, return the improved version only. That's not taking the script. 1 second. Take this, paste this over here. Be like, it was ranked. This was ranked as a. Let me just copy that. This was ranked as a 7. There we go. And then it's going to cook up another one. Boom, there we go. Now it cooks up a better email, and then the same thing. We can just add this node. You can just honestly be able to copy and paste this node and add it into here. And the same thing with the Slack channel because that doesn't change. Oh. Boom. Same thing with the Slack channel because that doesn't change. And it'll go ahead and cook it up. It'll format it. Oh, let's make sure this is right. Oh, I got it. It's over here. This is the wrong channel. Cool. Should be able to troubleshoot it, and it works now. Perfect. Cool. Now let's test it. We'll test this whole workflow and then watch it cook just to troubleshoot. Always troubleshoot it, but I'm pretty sure we are all good to go now. Cool. It was false. So it'll cook up another one. Great. So let's see. Cool. It cooked up a 7 from this email. Went through, made us another one, and then it got sent over into Slack. Let's check Slack real quick. And then boom, it just got sent over. Cool. So there you go. That is how you can literally create the first one. Super simple. And now the last one, this one's going to be even more simple. It's the same thing since we've already built the first one together. All you need is to grab a chat trigger right here. We'll have to move it over into another one. Let's just move this over to another one so we can draw it up for you guys. Cool. So here we are in the next chat. We'll have to delete this chat node. Actually, we won't even delete it. We'll just keep it here. And then we can show you guys. So what we can then do is, as you can see, we have the chat node set up. All we need to do is same thing. We set up the AI agent here. We set up the chat model as usual. We're gonna go a little bit faster so you guys are learning in real time. That's what it's all about. So the same thing that the scriptwriter has over here. copy this, paste it. You guys know how to make prompts. We're gonna move this down, go to define below, boom. But what we need is the data to make this JSON work. So what we'll do is we'll open the chat. Cool, we'll get that, so that way we can just get the data. All right, so next thing we're gonna put on is the proofreading agent. And same thing, we're gonna go through, we're gonna go here, gonna put another AI agent in there, define below, and then we're gonna put a chat node in there, same one as over here, nothing different, nothing too complicated. And then we're just gonna go ahead and I'll let you see, we're gonna steal the prompt from over here. We'll just go back, and we're gonna put a prompt in here, move it over to expression, put that in, and then of course, same thing, you're gonna just make sure that this gets drag and dropped into here, because it'll be different for you. We'll go through and we'll test that. We'll let it execute for a second. Cool, now we're gonna use one of these, and what that is, it's just a simple split screen that we're gonna copy and paste that and put it over here. And what it looks like inside is, it'll just look like this. And now a big one, remember with the if, you just have it set up here like this. And like I said, we've already done all of this stuff already. We can then copy and paste these ones in here. So what that'll look like is we just go and we get the AI agent as usual. And then we have the prompting set up like this. So I'll go over to expression so you guys can see, of course. And what that'll look like is we have it set up. So the old script, we can drag and drop right here. Old script is this. The copy judge said it was you want to drag and drop this over here. Said it was a 6. We want to fix this and make it a 10. Awesome. We'll go through and we'll test the step. Give it a second. Cooks us up a better email, and now same thing. You just take this, you paste that in here from the coding one, and then you have the Slack channel set up to where it's message post, and then you have it set up here. Same thing we made on the other one. It shouldn't be different. Cool, and that'll send over into Slack, and then the same thing. You just need these two over here to be plugged and dropped over here. And then there you go. You successfully created a cracked AI agent. Don't worry, I'll have things in the resources, as I said, for you to be able to post. And also, if you guys need extra help, you guys can book a call and I can talk to you guys and we can be able to see what we can do for you. Other than that as well, the type of people you can sell this to. I'll make this super quick. I go through a whole video on how to sell AI agents, so I'm just gonna show you the type of people you can sell this to make money from these type of agents if you don't have your own business. So going through who actually buys AI agents, so it's how you package it, right? You want to be clear on who's actually selling it, because the two people that are going to buy the agents that we just went over are digital service providers. So that's either content creators, agency owners. They do copywriting a lot and they would need something like this. So you want to definitely, any of your favorite content creators that you are watching that don't have this set up, you can easily sell it to them and set it up for them for at least $1,000. Other than that, who else you can do it with too as well is the lean startups and like SaaS founders. They're always sending emails to their email list too as well. So you want to be able to get into them, show them something like this, right? Because it'll save them a lot of money on a copywriter. Some copywriters charge $2,000-$3,000 a month plus like a percentage performance-based like rev share. You can go in and sell this for $1,000, undercut the whole market, and then be able for them to sell the AI agents to. You can sell the AI agents to them. You can be able to go in, undercut the whole market, and sell these services and these agents, and people will take it and they'll bite on it because it's something that they actually want and something that will save them money, especially for lean startups and SaaS founders. So the two you want to be selling it to is definitely digital service providers and SaaS founders. But I just want to say thank you guys for watching this video. I hope this helps. Like I said, everything will be down in the resources tab for you to go ahead and cop. But until then, peace. All right, I want to pull you guys aside to talk about some insanely profitable niches to sell AI agents, because I know you guys probably get a ton of the same shit you're probably seeing all over YouTube, and I get it. And the thing is I'm not that type of guy. Like, I'm not gonna send you guys all down one narrow alleyway with only like 5 people to come out to get results. I want you guys to get results. I want you guys to be unique, and I want you guys to be able to think for yourself and have uniqueness in your offer. A lot of things in business or with AI agents or anything, it's just sometimes it's not even about being better. Like, something that is a 9.5 out of 10 compared to a 9.7 is not even that different or that noticeable. So you definitely want to be different and not as much as you guys are striving to be better, if that makes sense. And it's the same thing, like, so what, your AI agent has one extra node that makes it a little bit better. Does it get the same end result? Yeah, cool. The only thing that's going to stand out is if it's different, right? Because you have the automations with like coding and automations and stuff, but now you have AI agents. That's different. And that's why you need to be able to sell to niches that are also different. As you probably know, a bunch of people are giving you the same advice. Sell this to a local service-based business. And then you're over there talking to a dude like this. No offense to anyone that looks like this. But what I'm saying is like, there's more out there than this guy. You know what I mean? And while it's a good idea, of course, like, can you make money selling to local service businesses? Yeah, of course you can. I'm not saying you can't. But out of all the other niches out there, that's the only thing you could pull together. Like, honestly, like, there's way more that you could do than that. And I don't want everyone competing with each other. And I said this already, but there's a ton of niches you can pick from. And that's why I'm going to show you guys actually the sauce on how to find these niches. Like, I'm going to go through, give you a short list of, niche markets to sell to, easy to sell into, already buying these types of service, or they know they need to, right? Often underserved by tech people that are like coming in and they're like, oh, well, I'm a super tech expert genius. Like, no, you don't want to be in niches where a bunch of those guys are spamming everyone. Why would you want to do that? It makes no sense. Go someplace where there's not that much competition. And then it's perfect for AI agents that you can build with like zero code tools like n8n. That simple. So the first thing I'm going to run you by is how you actually think about like selecting a specific niche, right? The goal isn't necessarily to find something that's cool. By any means, you find something that follows this framework and it is cool, it's a win-win for you. But it's not necessarily about just finding the thing that's cool, or, you know what I mean? Because there's something that can be cool and then it doesn't even make sense. You don't want to do that. So, for example, you need to be able to figure out if people are already spending money, do they have a painful process that they're doing manually that repeats often? Can you automate it and delay in days, not weeks or even hours? You have to take all this into account. And you just think about it, like, in this grid right here, we have a couple leads. And a lot of things like in the niche selection, like, that work really good that I've seen is, do they have like a high lead flow? And what I mean by high lead flow is like high traffic. So that's anywhere between content creators, right? A lot of some home service businesses, yes, for all you home service nerds out there, just kidding. A lot of them as well, when they're running ads and they're taking over locally, they do have a good amount of lead flow. B2C SaaS companies have a lot of lead flow. Because if you think about it, how many people are using something like Zoom? How many people are using Loom? I'm recording this video off Loom right now, and there's a bunch of other people that use it as well. And those companies have high lead flow as well. They have higher user bases. Those are the type of niches in this column right here that will work well with AI agents, because they need a lot of automation. No one's going to be able to put, like, if a content creator gets 1 million views and it gets sent to their business or sent to any type of traffic that they have, hiring a team to handle that many people, it's not going to be as efficient as you think it is. It just won't be, because someone has to manually go through and handle every single lead. Trust me, bro, I've worked with a lot of content creators. It's not that easy. You need a ton of automations and people. It's not just people. And that's where AI agents come in, because now you can put the problem of that much like traffic organic traffic of like posting on social media from content creators, you can put it together because, like I said, what a lot of people are using right now is automations and people, but you can put the AI agents in place, and now it's the best of both worlds. Same thing with home service. If home service businesses are like on the bigger side and they're running ads, they have that figured out. I'm telling you right now, they're going to have a high lead flow simply just because there's a bunch of people inquiring on their lead forms. Like any place that you have a ton of leads coming through, it's going to look like that. B2C SaaS companies. How many people do you think use Zoom a month? How many people do you think use Loom a month? How many people do you think, like, just start thinking about different apps or different like softwares you're paying for that you use. There's a lot of people using them. I mean, they're a business and they're charging what, $30, $40, $50 a month, but they're still making a lot of money because that's how many paid users they have on it. I've worked in a lot of SaaS companies too as well and talked to a lot of SaaS owners. They have a ton of lead flow because even though they might not be going as viral as like content creators, for example, they're spending a lot of money on ads and they're really good at keeping the same customers. So if in August they have 100,000 people using their product, it's safe to say that they're going to retain a large amount of them by December and add on to that as well. So that is one. We'll strike that one off. High lead flow is a big one. The next one that AI agents will work well with is like anything that has high value contracts in it. So real estate agents, lawyers, private equity, and more. Like, I'm just giving you guys an example to warm you guys up, but high value contracts, real estate, if you think about it, real estate agents, they do a lot of the work where they go through, they vet things out, they're writing contracts, they're doing a bunch of things like that. Yes, is the lead flow not as high as like content creators and B2C SaaS companies? Like, because real estate agents aren't dealing with, for example, 20,000 people out of nowhere to buy a house. No, they're not dealing with that many, but they're dealing with high value contracts, right? So having an AI agent that can go in and automatically do a background check on someone, having an AI agent that can already go in and find actual buyers is something that will be very useful for them because you just have to look. It's not hard to find a real estate agent, bro. They're literally everywhere. And figure out what exactly is a problem that they have, what exactly they need, like just figuring out how you can solve it. And that way you have an AI agent that can help out with high value contracts. Another thing as well, like lawyers, they don't deal with as many people as content creators do or B2C SaaS companies do. They have a set of clients, yeah, but of course it's a large filtering process. You know what I mean? That is a way you can have high value contracts into it. You can have an AI agent that is filtering all of them. Private equity, again, they have things on their desk, they have things on their table, but it's not that many. But a lot of things that they do that they spend a lot of time on is doing the research to figure out whether or not the deal makes sense for them to invest in a certain company, etc. You know what I mean? So having an AI agent that can do that whole process, that knows what they're looking for, goes through, looks into a business, figures out if it has the right variables for a private equity firm to go invest in, that's valuable. And I'm talking off the head here, but these are literally things like high lead flow, high value contracts, high friction admin, anything like that AI agents will work well with. For example, high friction admin. And what I mean by that is like any medical office, insurance agency, or government agency. The reason why is because they're very, so to speak, by the book, and they have to follow a lot of rules. So there's a lot of things that they have to go through to make sure that they are sticking to the rules. They're not hitting compliance or anything like that. So having AI agents to be able to go through and solve that problem is super useful to them, right? So let's move on. And the way you could do this is just like by validating everything. And what I mean by that is, if you think about it, take any industry and just ask yourself these questions. Okay, so what do I know? Do you have like industry experience, past jobs, or any interests? Like, do you know something about this specific like niche market? Who do I know? So do you have any family or friends in there? Do you have clients from other work in that specific niche? And then figuring out what exactly is broken. right? Figuring out what exactly is broken. Is it the manual follow-ups? Is it the missed appointments? And this is not hard to do. I have a friend right now that is working with private equity firms, and what he told me is, I was talking to him one day and he's like, honestly, to get into any different niche that you want, you literally either know a market with a specific problem that you went through, or you know someone in that specific market and you can talk to them and get insider information about what's wrong with it. And I kind of put this like framework in my head, and it's happened a lot of times with different people. There is a guy that is I don't want to put out his business model too much, but let's just say he had a issue with coming to America because he's not from America. He was born in another country. And he said that that process was the most slow, outdated, annoying. He used a lot of different words for it because the process was just, it was just archaic. It was just like super old, like a super old process. And he said, bro, like honestly, like he ended up I don't want to put too much out there, but he ended up starting to create something of his own to be able to pitch and fix this process. And it's the same thing, like a lot of people do this. Like a lot of people figure out in a certain industry that they have experience in and they go fix the problem, and literally they're in a niche of their own. Or they know friends or family in a specific unique niche, and then they help them fix that problem because they're getting questions and insider information, and then they're able to fix that. Like there's some niches that you guys probably know about that have a huge problem, and now figure out how you can solve it with AI agents. And I guarantee you that it makes it unique in a way because now you're doing something that no one else is doing. And it's the same thing. Like I probably don't even know what you know about some niches, and that's what gives you an unfair advantage. And then another thing we're going to run through is like a filter. So as you can see, we're just lining things up like this. We're just lining it up and we're moving all the way down. And I'm going to explain it more. But what the 4C filter is how to choose the right niche. So in the 4C niche filter, it's one, do they have money? Please don't start making AI agents for people that walk dogs, because it's not going to, like, it doesn't make any sense for you to do that. The dumbest thing you could do is spending all of your time in a market that's broke, because you're not going to be paid for what you're worth, and you're here to make a decent amount of money, I hope. I hope. So make sure that the type of niche that you're going in has money. As you can see up here, all of these niches here, they make money. There's no broke. Content creators aren't broke. Home service, they're not broke. B2C SaaS companies aren't broke. Real estate agents aren't broke. Lawyers aren't broke. You get the point. Don't go into a niche that has no money. And the way you can look this up is super simple, actually. Like, you can literally research it and just figure out if it has money or not. Like, for example, watch this. Literally, it's super easy. You can, into ChatGPT or Google, you can look up how much is the content economy growing by, and as you can see, one significantly estimates market value around billion by 2034 with 117 million in 2024. This growth is driven by compound annual growth of 25%. It's also expected to reach 35 billion in 2024. So, as you can see, not broke. Not broke. And you could do this for every single one. You know damn well private equity firms, they're not broke. B2C SaaS companies, they're not broke. You can do this with every single one of these. Insurance agencies aren't broke. They're not. They're not. So make sure you're finding a niche that falls in the realm of them actually having money. Because I promise you right now, you're not going to want to set up an AI agent for four hours of your day, and then, or even if you really like go all in and you make the most perfect agent and you procrastinate, or you're just a control freak or just like a neat freak, and you go through and you create it, and after they can only pay like $200 for it. Bro, you're better off working a job at McDonald's. Those wages. You know what I mean? So make sure that they have money is all I just want to make sure we get clear. I don't want anyone in any retarded niches. And then the second one is chaos. So is their system clearly broken or inefficient? And this makes sense because, like, as I keep trying to tell you guys, like, it's all about the problem you're solving. Like, if you're, the bigger problem that you solve, the more valuable it is, and more likely the higher you're going to get paid for it. Like, if that doesn't make any sense, I don't know what is. Like, for example, if, like, in problems you solve, there's people that get paid shit because the problem that they solve is they are a janitor, for example, and they clean up bathrooms. For example, I used to do it as well when I just got out of high school. Solving a problem of cleaning a bathroom, that isn't a huge problem. Like, it's cool, but I'm not going to be paid anything for it. But if you take now, for example, Elon Musk, an extreme, and he's solving a problem on how to populate Mars, it's completely different. Like, that's a huge problem, right? It's a huge problem. Or he's solving a problem to turn cars into electric cars. It's a huge problem. So think about it. Make sure you're not solving a super small problem. Make sure you find this niche, find the biggest problem or one of the biggest problems and solve it. Because now they're going to pay you, because if you did this right, you have someone that has cash, and now you're solving a huge problem. And people with a lot of money throw money at their problems. So you see how this is lining up? And then the next one is consistency. So does this problem happen over and over? This one should be the easiest one, honestly. And honestly, they all are easy. So I'm not going to give you guys the benefit of the doubt. But with consistency here, as you can see, like, is this something that happens all of the time? Because the thing is we want to be paid for this, but we want to be able to make sure that this is something that they never want to turn off, because we're solving a problem all of the time. You know what I mean? We're solving a problem all of the time. So we want to make sure that this is something like missed appointments. If they're missing appointments all the time, it's super painful for the business, and it needs to be solved all the time. If it's not a once in a blue moon thing, we make sure we go in and we solve that. And then 4, and this is honestly going to be different for everyone else. Like, this is honestly based on your personality. Is just connection. Like, can I realistically reach out to them and pitch them? So how realistic is it that you reach out to Apple and pitch them something? It's honestly still realistic. Like, I'm not saying nothing is unrealistic, but what I'm saying is the type of process and the type of work you're going to have to do to be seen is a lot of work, versus someone that is more than likely able to get back to you after you reach out to them in less than a week. And make sure, like, you have the connection, because it's like, all right, if you have no background in private equity, for example, like 0, and you don't even like business, like, you're a complete beginner, maybe it doesn't make sense to reach out to someone in private equity, because they'll be able to smell it off of you. And it's like, I don't think this guy knows anything about private equity, so how would he be able to make me an AI agent? So keep things like that in mind as well while we're going through this, because you really want to be able to just have this connection. And now what we're going to do is loop it all together. So as you can see, the reason why I have it in this framework is because what you need to do is, when you're sitting here and you're thinking about your unique offer, is, okay, well, what has high lead flow, has high value contracts, or has high, like, admin? And just think about it in your head. And you can even take this and paste this into ChatGPT or whatever, and you could do this workflow like this. So going over to ChatGPT, you literally can just, like, prompt it like this and just say, hey, I'm creating AI agents to work through a flow to find what is a good niche to sell to. And then you just go through by doing it like this. So it's like, first thing is give me some niches that, and then you can just go over here and be like, have high lead flow, You just plot it in here that have high lead flow. Bump this over here. And boom. And then let it just spit out some. This is high lead flow. Cool. Now it's going to start giving you some. Service-based businesses, real estate agents, brokers, home service, law firms, insurance, auto detailing. Cool. And then going over here. And then figure out which one do you have. Like, what do you know about all these industries? Who do you know, right? Look through it. Try to figure that out. And then as well, try to figure out what's broken. And what you could do is you can easily go in here and then type in like what's broken with a lot of these niches, blah, 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 like with the niche that you pick. And then be like, you can literally just take this and be like, which ones fill in here? I'm like, great. Which ones fill in here? Boom. And now let's see what it says. Law firms is a big one. Home service is a big one. Top tier niches score 4 to 4. So now you can start to see the certain niches that go in there. And it gets crazier than this. But see, this is a simple formula and a framework you can use. Just go all the way down and just figure out, okay, which ones are perfect to go into. Don't waste your time going into something that's not needed. It doesn't make any sense. And then for a little bit of icing on the cake as well, what you can do to make sure that's dialed in is you can take any niche idea and then for each C, rank it on a scale of 1 to 5. So it's like it's under 15, skip that shit. Let me edit this. Skip that shit. 16 to 18 is a maybe, and then a 19 to 20, go all in. You're printing. Right? Literally it. Super simple. Literally all you guys have to do is just make sure you're not all like, everybody doesn't have to sell to Joe Schmo, okay? There's a lot of other niches. Just use the secret formula and slap it over into here and then cook up something that's at least an 18 to a 20. Cool. Now, after that, let's go into some fun stuff. So now it's time to show you guys some cracked offers that I put together for you guys that'll give you guys a little bit more variety as well, so I can stop seeing everyone chase the same shit. So after Benjamin Franklin's done powdering his nose, what we'll do is go into the first one. So for example, it's like an AI scaling stack for B2B businesses. So what this means is in the target, it's businesses already doing 30 to 300K a month, but stuck. They know AI is important, but they don't know what to build or use, right? So it's like AI in B2B is not about chatbots, it's about internal margin unlocks. So sales ops, lead gen, and automation. So what the offer could be is we install a done-for-you AI stack that unlocks 50K to 250K in pure profit inside your existing business without hiring ads or new products, right? Why it hits, they're already spending money inefficiently. You sell back their own margin. You don't want to learn AI, they want results, right? They're high profit, high ticket justified. And once you build it once, you can license it and sell it to other people, or you can package it as a hybrid SaaS or a consulting product, right? This is one. We're gonna warm up and get into some other ones though. Another one we have in here is a client flow engine for independent insurance agents. So any local or digital insurance brokers rely on referrals, no digital system. We install automated lead to close system that turns cold prospects into booked policy calls with AI curated messages and follow with no tech needed, right? And then of course there's a way to simplify this, but why it works is because AI awareness is rising, but application is zero. This group has money and has a high LTV. What this means is lifetime value, so a lot of people pay a large amount of money, and everyone is selling them tools, but no one is selling them outcomes. And for example, it's super easy to find people like this. Like literally go to Google, bro, and just look up insurance agents near me. And these ones are super easy to come by. You can just come in here, start finding them, and then go ahead and start reaching out to them. There's a ton over here. You can find a ton over in LinkedIn by literally just looking up insurance agent and then seeing all people with the results. Let me find how many results. There's over 100 pages here. I wish it would tell you how many people, but it's over 100 pages of people that are insurance agents. Literally all over, bro. And you only have to sell a couple to start making money that you want. So it's another one. Super simple. Client flow engine for independent insurance agents. Doesn't get easier than that. Staffing OS for healthcare recruiters. So, for example, like any niche recruiters, nurses, med techs, high demand, but in inefficient placements. And then the offer is pretty much, you can just state it as, we plug an AI-powered backend that matches follow-ups and auto-schedules top talent for your clients, turning you into a placement machine. So why it works is because it's massive market, low tech, solves an actual revenue gap, and then gives you entry into a $1 billion staffing niche. So for example, if you know anyone that was a nurse, or or you are a nurse, or you're studying to be a nurse, or you just know the field, it's something you can get into. And then as well, like I said, super easy to reach out to them, bro. Same place I showed you before. Look at LinkedIn. You'll probably find someone on Instagram. Find somebody looking at local near me. Super easy. Another one we have is the digital twin for private practice therapists. So any mental health, counseling, therapy in that specific market, what we then do is, the constraint that they have is they want more clients, but they hate, content, sales, and marketing, which is true. And then the offer is, we create a digital twin of your best client experience and turn it into a funnel or an evergreen content ecosystem that fills your calendar without social media. And the reason why it works is because no one is doing it. It's wildly underserved. It solves psychological plus operational constraints. And then no current solution is framed this way. And also, as well, a big one is I hate the format of this. They don't have to do any selling. It's a big thing. And the thing is just, you can find these everywhere. So you can literally go on Google and search up the same thing. Cool. You can look up anything local, figure out the ones that are local near you, and then go ahead and start to reach out to them. Super simple. Next, we have a local dominator system for franchise owners. So anyone that's like a multi-location fitness studios, med spas, salons, and what they have is like a lot of marketing chaos, brand dilution, staff turnover. Because a lot of fitness studios, med spas, and like salons, they don't know how to market themselves and be different. It all looks the same. And then honestly, all it ends up going to is who has the highest stars and reviews. We all know that. We all know that when we look at some place like at a haircut or something like that, or people go to med spa salons, like their bread and butter, like what honestly relies on a good chunk of their business is who has more reviews with the highest ranking reviews. And that's honestly just what it falls down to, because they're not the best marketers. So what you can then offer is, of course, we install a marketing operation system that makes every location run like your best one, using AI workflows, SIPs, or auto retraining, anything in that nature. And the reason why it works is because they have big wallets, there's a high visibility on ROI, and system loves churn plus revenue plus brand quality all in one. It solves all of that all in one. And what's going to happen is they're going to be able to get this inside of their business, and then you're going to be able to even get a lot of leeway. And that's another thing I'm going to teach you guys as well. Like, once you can get one hook into a business, there's ways you can get other hooks into a business, so you can really dig yourself deep in there. So let's move on to the next one. So a pipeline pro for commercial loan brokers. And what this can be, like the market for it is like a CRE, mortgage broker, private funding agents, or a business loan closer. And the constraint is like inconsistent deal flow, no real pipeline, leads are cold. And what the offer can be is like we plug and play AI prospecting and pre-qualifying system that turns cold list into weekly deal flow without any ads. That's fire. And the reason why these works is these brokers close 20K to 100K in commissions. What does that solve? That's the first one. Do these guys have cash or not? So one deal is a 10x ROI. You plugging the system in and them getting one deal, it's already going to make them more money than they made off buying your system. No one's talking about this niche right now. Please go find me someone that's telling you guys to reach out to Pipeline Pro or commercial loan brokers. No one is. Let's keep moving on. Digital wholesaler for real estate investors. This one is fire as fuck because I sold one of these. And the thing is so what this is it's a small market, so any like wholesaling operation, and the constraint is they spend money on list, skip, tracing, and cold calls, so it's like barely profitable. But what the offer is we install a fully automated deal hunting machine that pulls distressed properties, qualifies sellers, and preps deals for closing using AI plus public data. And then you can even AI plus public data, but also as well, you don't have to say this, but it will be prompted on their specific personalization. Because a lot of people are like, well, I don't like doing those deals. I like doing these types of deals. You know what I mean? So having it set towards their personalization. And the reason why this works is huge spenders are unprofitable on prospecting. Like you replace the labor, boost conversions, and heightens an instant margin. So it's easy to validate. So what I mean by this too as well is like, I remember too as well, like reaching out. A lot of them, like when you're doing the whole deal hunting thing, bro, that is the worst. Like it's the worst. I'm telling you right now, any business that requires like they need a ton of leads and they need a lot of leads, bro, the most painful thing is the process of going through all those leads and then the process of acquiring more leads and then going through all those leads. That shit actually makes you want to shoot yourself in the foot. Like it really does. It's super tedious. Like back when I was running my just a normal agency, and I used to do simple just prospecting, and I would have to find a list, like a Dream 100 list, reach out to all of them, and if it didn't work, I'd have to go back, find another list, reach out to all of them. If someone came to me with an AI agent that could have did that for me, bro, I would have paid them so much money for it because it's worth it. Like the type of pain you go through with not having something like this automated hurts. And to be able to find digital wholesalers, bro, it's not that hard. Like you can literally go here. One you can do is going over to apollo.ai. Apollo.io, sorry, my bad. And then you can go over to companies and then you can literally just look it up. You can literally look up like a wholesaling operation, anything in that type of nature, wholesaling, and then find a bunch of different wholesaling companies here. Or what you can do is you can find them by just looking at wholesalers or real estate investors near you. Anyone that does wholesaling. You can find it on Instagram, you can find it on Apollo, like anywhere there, you can find it to them so you can be able to go reach out to these people. And I'm telling you, they're going to respond because they need things like this. Moving on. Another one we have is an AI-based intake triage system for law firms. So what this is like the market is like any local or regional law firm, family law, PI employment, etc., whatever. The constraint is too many unqualified leads or poor client experience. Another thing, they have to continuously going through a lot of people that aren't the specific clientele, so to speak, they want to work with. Not everyone wants to deal with someone's random ass drug case. Not everyone wants to do that. So what you can then say is we install an AI-driven intake system that qualifies, routes, and nurtures leads, so your lawyers only talk to people ready to hire. And why it works is because it's a high-trust market that has high lead value and high aversion to complexity. So it makes things simpler and not techier and more complicated, and then they'll end up not using it. Let's keep going. Another one. This one is a huge one. I have used this one before. The retention as a service for high churn SaaS startups. So SaaS companies under $2 million in ARR, and the reason and the way you can look this up too as well is Apollo. Like I'll show you in a second. The constraint is bleeding users every month, and they can't plug the leak. So let me just stop you guys right here. SaaS companies as well. Like I said before, these companies are It's a software that can be doing anything between charging people $5 a month to $100, $200, $300 a month. Who knows? The biggest thing is to make sure people don't churn. They need to, a lot of times what they're focusing on is product and making sure that people are not churning off of their subscription. This is super, I can't stress this enough. This is super important to them, because if they're bleeding users every month, which means users are going through and they're canceling every single month and they're not paying month over month over month, the business will not survive. And that's how that works. It will not survive. So what you can offer is rebuild your onboarding activation and retention flows using AI personalization. And what that means is breaking it down, and you can literally just say, also, yeah, what we'll do is we'll build this AI agent that reduces your churn by rebuilding, your onboarding, retention, and, activation, by personalizing it to every single customer to make sure that they don't turn off. And they'll love it. And the reason why it works is because everyone wants retention, but no one knows how to build it. It's easy to plug in AI and enhance personalization, and it's great for any rev share, equity, or high retainers. Because if you can reduce churn in a SaaS business, that is huge. Let's keep going. A compliance copilot for financial advisors. And what this could be is, independent RIAs, wealth managers, or retirement planners. And the constraint is they must comply with FINRA or SEC while maintaining marketing plus client relationships. And what the offer can be is we install a compliance approved AI content plus communication assistant that protects your firm while keeping things engaged. So there's no extra work for you. And the reason why it works is because it's regulated, plus it's a paranoid industry, and most marketing tools get them in trouble. And you give them leverage without risk. Cool. And there's a million of these. Like, I have actually way too many of these that I keep tucked away so I don't get too excited or try to take them all for myself. And there's a ton of these that you can go, and I'm going to give you guys another sneak peek as well. But moving on, how to research and validate a niche. So using specific tools like Google reviews, Facebook groups, Yelp, anything like that, Clutch, Apollo, like, it's all super simple, right? Like, do whatever you can do to find real signals, find pain, bad reviews. Use the formula I gave you guys above too as well to be able to go and research and validate it. And then also as well, like, if you're neck and neck between two things and there's one that's just like actually interests you more, go for it. Because if you're going to work into something that actually interests you, you're going to do much better. And we all know that. So moving on as well, I want to show you guys something that I created called the Offer 1000. And I have mixed feelings about sharing this. Kind of look, you don't want to, but I don't really want to hold too much back on this whole entire video. So what I'll do is I'll go ahead and show you guys how the Offer 1000 works and see what you guys think about this. So let's jump into it. All right, so we're here. And as you can see with the Offer 1000, it says here, I was built by a retard that somehow got me to spit out some fire offers. I don't know either, but I'm here. And down here, the first greeting message that it will show you is, yo, I'm your no-fluff offer strategist. If you're trying to sell AI automation, I think a service or any scalable offer, but don't know what market or target or what constraint to solve, I help you build something can't say no to. I'll help you build something people can't say no to. And to get started, tell me one of the following: the skill you want to monetize, the audience you want to serve, or say, give me 3 blue ocean offers I can sell for $2K a month, no code. So the simple way you can do it is just paste something down here, low effort, and see what it cooks up. And this is not the normal chat GPT stuff. Like, this is coded on specific information I've gathered over the years and paid, a lot of mentors, a lot of money for, to be able to think like this. So this is not, normal AI. It's actually been trained and coded with a lot of experts in the space. So let's go ahead and shoot it over. And then boom, as you can see, it'll go ahead and just shoot over with a different unique niche. And see, this is not the same thing that, because you can test the same thing. You go over into ChatGPT, it's going to give you HVAC, and that's probably why you see a lot of people on YouTube talking about it. They just gave you guys the first thing that probably came up off ChatGPT. But see, what I'm showing you here is a different thing that's been coded on specific knowledge. And you can get even more personalized with this. You can literally tell them like, hey, using n8n agents, I want to serve a market. And this could be like if you did the formula and now you have a market. So I want to be able to serve, and then you can just be like market name, whatever market it is. And then it's like, I want a super profitable and untapped niche. And then you can have it spit it out for you. So this is something that, like I said, I used. This is how I created like a lot of those offers that were like super niche specific, but also as well had some unique niches in there too as well. And this is something you can be able to use to be able to stand out and have that type of unique offer. So this is something that I'll be dropping in there, and hopefully you guys can get some value from it. But yeah, that's the offer 1000. But let's keep moving on and jump into the next thing. All right, so as we all know, everyone is going crazy talking about AI agents right now, but almost nobody is talking about how to actually sell them. Not just build them, actually sell them. Turn them into real income, getting clients, getting paid, the good shit. In this video, I'm breaking down exactly how I've sold AI agents. I built an n8n, even without being super technical. I mean, like, look at me. I'm no AI nerd, right? Or without needing a big audience. I'll show you who's actually paying for these, right? No grandmother is paying for this, so we can get that out of the way. What they're actually buying, it's not what you think. How I actually stand out versus everyone else, versus you guys that are probably trying to sell them right now, and how I've closed deals, sometimes just from a Loom video. I'm going to go ahead and just break down every single thing starting now. All right, let's go ahead and jump into it. So at the end of this video, if you guys just stick through and stick with me, I guarantee you guys will know exactly what you need to sell, who you're going to sell it to, how to sell it, and then how to start making money after watching this video. Because I'm going to go ahead and show you. Right here, this is a screenshot of the money I'm already making in March from selling an AI agent right here up here. But going into what you guys really care about. Who actually buys AI agents, right? So before I show you how to package and sell these agents, we need to get clear on who's actually buying this, right? Don't want to be selling it to the wrong crowd. So here is a simple diagram. So we have a buyer type. The type of people, you have digital service providers, local service businesses, and lean startups and like SaaS founders. Those are the three that I found the most success with. And the reason why is because you don't want to sell it to someone that completely doesn't even know what's going on with AI and they don't think it's going to help them, because it's much easier to sell someone that knows about it but just hasn't implemented than doesn't know about it and now you have to educate them and then sell them. It's two different sales. You don't want to be doing that, right? And what I mean by digital service providers is like, AKA, as we all know, content creators or agency owners, right? We have the local services, which is landscaping, HVAC, event management, all those good businesses, right? Lean startups and SaaS founders. Anything small tech founders, pre-public investment in startups. What I like to usually do is like if I'm using some like apps or anything, and I know like it's not huge, but it's something I'm personally using, sometimes I will reach out to them. And I'll show you a little bit more about what I mean later on in this video. Another thing as well, examples of AI agents to sell to them, because this video is just going to be how to sell them. I have other videos that go over exactly how you can go ahead and build them, and there's a lot of videos out there too as well. A lot of times for digital service providers, onboarding agents, copywriting agents, data tracking agents, content agents, anything that is taking them away from their workflow, right, and just automating it they're going to buy it. They're going to buy it. For example, local service businesses, appoint booking, lead follow-up, auto reminder agents, sales agents, because a lot of times they can't do sales because they're already fulfilling on a job that they already spent 3 hours or 2 hours trying to close. So those AI agents are definitely ones you want to tap into. Another one as well is like for lean startups and SaaS founders. A lot of SaaSes are low ticket, and one thing they really, really care about is churn. They care so much about churn, and you don't understand how many of them are struggling with churn. So anything that's like a churn agent, a support box agent will really help them too as well, from just what I have found. Moving on, so you're probably thinking, how do I find and solve the solution on my own, right? Here's where most people mess up, and I'm not even gonna lie to you. They try and sell these n8n workflows or automation builds, but clients really don't care about the tools. They care about the outcomes. And I say that a lot because it's like the same thing. Like, the laptop I'm recording this on, I don't give a fuck about what's inside of the laptop. Can it just do what I need it to do? They don't give a fuck about how many nodes your AI agent has. They just care about what it does. Like, what's the outcome? Don't get that mixed up. They're not buying what you built. They're buying what it does for them. I can't stress this enough. It's like the biggest problem, one of the biggest problems that I see with everyone. And a big thing is, and I've always been telling people this, like, sell them what they want. Sell them what they need. You're probably like, you don't come off and be like, oh, well, this is the new AI Agent 3000. Like, you're sounding like one of those guys. Like, no, that doesn't work. Listen for pain and not features. Your job isn't to explain how webhook triggers on an API call works, right? You see how your brain probably just like tapped out when I said that? Because no one cares about that stuff. Your job is to listen for what a business owner is saying. Oh, I forget to follow up with leads. I'm still onboarding people manually. We spend hours sending reports every week. That is literally your bad signal right there. I don't want you out here complicating AI agents for everyone else too as well, because I don't want you to be like talking to your friend and then you guys are going on a tangent about. No, you don't need to do that. This is how I think about AI agents, and this is how you should think about them as well. Get this tatted on your forehead if you need to. Problem. What's the problem? What's the agent that can solve that problem that gets that result? It's literally 3 steps. Like, if you can't follow this, you're cooked. What's the problem? What's the agent I can make to solve the problem? And what is the result? So I'm going to give you an example. Problem. We're looking for what the exact problem is, as mentioned above. Then we're going to use our big 400 IQ brains to build the AI agent that solves this problem. And since we're big-brained AI geniuses, right, we will have an AI agent that solves a problem for everyone in the industry with the same exact problem. So when a business tells you, we lose leads after they opt in because I'm lazy. Then build an AI sales agent and plug it into your business and watch your AI agent solve the problem. It's actually that simple. I'm so tired of you guys complicating everything with 1 hour long videos with a fucking whiteboard full of AI agents. It's like, bro, that doesn't solve the problem. So now you understand how you can spot problems and solve them with AI. You're already 80% of the way there. You're literally 80% of the way there. You're literally above everyone else that's like, all right, let me just make something super, super complicated, and then the more complicated it is, it'll be worth that much. I've talked to guys like that. Trust me, they're cooked too. You just have to make sure you now, if you know how to spot the problem, you know how to build an agent that can solve the problem, and you know how to get a result. You just have to make sure you know how to put a dress on it. So now you've got a working agent that solves a real problem. But how do you actually turn that into something you can sell? If you want to make real money with AI agents, you need to package it like a product. Something clear, something that sounds sexy, unique, valuable, easy to say yes to. And it's in this 4 simple steps. Give it a sexy name, sell the outcome, have pricing that's not obviously too crazy, make it accurate for the problem. Let's not go out here thinking we're charging people 50 grand for something simple. And make it plug and play like a fridge. When you get a fridge, you plug it in, and then it keeps the food cold. If someone has a problem with booking appointments, you take their business, you plug in the automation, and now they don't have that problem anymore. It needs to be plug and play. And now, going into how to sell the AI agent. Now, since we went through that workflow and went through everything else, let's dive in how you're going to actually stand out. So now we know how to build offers, but here's where most people freeze. How do I actually get someone to buy this? No, without any sales experience, or without going in super, super cold, or having no idea what to say. I'm going to show you the exact outreach closing flow I've used to sell AI agents without pitching like a used car salesman. And the way I do it is just start with curiosity, not convincing. Start small. You don't need 1,000 leads. You literally just need 3 to 5 people to say yes and be like, wait, show me that. And here's where you can find the leads to sell to. So now I'm going to break down legit like 90, 95, maybe 100% of what I know to you guys. All right, cool. Let's go ahead and jump in all three. We're going to jump into creators, we're going to jump into service-based businesses, and we're going to jump into some startups, some SaaS. So it'll be some good shit. So first thing with creators, one thing I like to do, I like to go on YouTube and Instagram. Those are all cool. So for example, let's go on YouTube and let's just do maybe Etsy or something. All right, cool. We're on YouTube, and what we're gonna do, we're gonna just do Etsy. Fuck it. So here, let's open these up a bit. All right. Hopefully, I hope the boys aren't thinking I'm down bad for doing this specific niche. It's a good niche. 7 hours ago, 7 days, 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 2 weeks. So they post constantly. 2 weeks, 11 days ago, 4 days ago, 11 days ago. Yeah. So one thing here that I would do is just think, like, what's the problem? Well, I know for a fact to consistently have to post, and there's competition as well. Helping them out with something that will allow them to make posting easier will make a ton of sense. And then what I'd like to do as well is I like to look through the offers. I like to do it more personalized. The whole like, bro, everybody knows what a cold email is nowadays. That shit's not gonna work. Trust me. Your AI bro is trying to be your friend here, and I'm trying to tell you that it's not gonna work. Go through, see what kind of offers they have, book a strategy call so she's selling something too as well. What I would do here is, for example, I would take like 10 of these creators, but I'm gonna make this video short just for the monkey brains out here. What you can then do, okay, is take this. You don't even have to watch the video anymore, boys and girls. You just go over here, find that transcript, and then copy and paste this whole transcript. And I'm gonna show you guys what you can do with this. Watch this, copy and paste this whole transcript here. And now once you have this copy and pasted, my fellow crew of AI schemers, you wanna bring this over to Chat GPT, and we're gonna copy this whole transcript in here. And then we're going to, until next time, Pookie, see? I didn't mean to pick this niche, I promise, I'm not about it. What you can then do is just create a simple prompt here. And what we're gonna ask it to do is we're going to make it break us down, like a tone of voice that we speak in, like the type of slang. We just want it to pick up on the type of content. We just want to pick up on the type of person this person is and the type of person that's watching this video. And I'm going to show you the type of prompt to use. So as you guys already know, the type of problem that I came up with was, cool, they have to make a lot of content. That has to be a problem. So what I'm going to do is here, can you first create a prompt I can use for my copywriting agent that will allow me to write emails and content with the same type of brand voice. And then I already gave it the transcript. You can make this stronger by putting more videos in there, but we're just gonna do the one. Let's see what it cooks up. All right, ChatGPT just got done cooking for us. So look, now it gives us this. You're a warm, witty, highly practical copywriter who speaks directly. It gives us a whole prompt that we can start writing stuff out. Pep talk from a trusted mentor. I'll let you guys read this. Casual conversation delivery, clear bite-sized steps, humor, playful analogies, occasional use of analogies, metaphors, soft promotion with transparency, calls. So now you have something perfect that's identical that will be able to do what this person does in content. Now you have something replicatable that you can put in content. And this is how you're going to stand out. When everyone's like, oh, I have an AI agent and oh, I'm a genius. Like, you're actually going in, right? Or like a Trojan horse. You're going in and they're like, oh, wow, this is actually amazing. And then you can present your services. And they're willing to pay you more because it'll seem like, and it won't even seem like, they'll know you know your shit. So now we have this. We need just one more thing. So now we have a whole prompt that we can use. Now, what we're going to go ahead and do is this. So after you have the prompt, you just want to keep that prompt there. Now, what we're going to do is we want to know the type of person that watches their video, because we want to be on the same track. Because a lot of people would be like, oh, well, I don't know how my audience would feel about this. I don't know how my subscribers, my followers would feel about this. Now we have something for that too. Watch this. Now we're going to go through the prompt again, and we're going to do something simple. And now here's how we're going to be able to do it. Now create me an avatar that watches these types of videos, give me their core motivations, fears, etc. I want to be able to directly talk to them so I can help them. Chef's kiss. Check this out. Absolutely based on the voice and the content style you're modeling, like Starla Moore's, here's a detailed customer avatar of the typical person who would be watching and resonating with this. So the avatar name would be Lindsay, the handmade hustler. She's 28, right? And now we have a whole diagram of like who specifically we're talking to. Now it doesn't get more personalized than this. So now watch what we're gonna do. Check this out. So I have AI agents for this already, and I'm gonna go through for the sake of the video. You guys can go watch through another video where I build stuff like this, but I'm gonna show you what I'm gonna do with this now. Great, so now what we're gonna do is I have a AI agent already built for this, and to just explain, this is one that I sell to other clients and that I'm using currently with clients right now. And to just go through it quickly, triggers at 9 a.m. It fetches all the details I put into the Google Sheet, splits it up just in case I have multiple clients. The AI agent writes the copy for it, and then it sends it to me, and then I can post it, send it to the creator, or do whatever with it. Just a quick overview. I already go over all of this in other YouTube videos. So what we have now, the only thing I need here is to just plug in, and this will make sense later on because I'm going to go over some more extra stuff later on. But what we then have here is what I'm going to do is I'm going to take two of these and put that bitch together. So what that's going to look like is I'm just going to tell it. I'm going to take cool. So now what we have is now it's take what we just went through and put it together. Sorry guys. So it can give me a AI agent personalized prompt where it can get the most perfect shot of short form content. Brandon talks directly to the avatar. Boom. Let's get that to cook up. Boom. And now it gave me a full prompt. Your tone is warm, real sassy, a little sassy, empowering. You speak directly to the overwhelmed, ambitious creators, mostly women, ages 25 to 40. Perfect. Cool. So let's just take this and we're gonna feed it into our AI agent over here. And what that looks like is it just goes over into here. Cool. I'll just skip through that. And then it's gonna cook us up something that we can give it. 1 second. Cool. So here's like some short form content. What I like to do is in the outreach, probably cook up like 3 of these and put it on a Google Doc. So let's do that together. So we're gonna go ahead and drag and drop them. Cool. And then we can just prompt this here. Let me let that paste. It's not pasting. We are dialed in, boys and girls. We are dialed in. Cool. And we'll just prompt this, but I want to make this quick for the sake of the video for you guys. And then we can test it again and come up with other prompts. All right, cool. So now we have the 3 short form prompts here. So now let me show you guys what we're gonna do. Check this out. We're gonna go here. We're gonna go back over to this specific creator. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna get the email. Sometimes the email's here, but another thing I like to do is I'll use similar to, and it'll just get me the email over here. Hope I'm not getting in trouble for doxing anything. SimilarTube is something you can download right here. And what it does is it finds like-minded YouTube channels. And I am not affiliated with these guys in any way, so I'm not gonna even drop an affiliate link there. But what it also does is it helps with the outreach. Like if you just send outreach to this person, what you can then do, and this is insane as well, what it then does is it takes a specific YouTube video, and it's gonna load for a second here. And then what it'll let you do is it'll let you search, and what it'll do, it'll find you like 60 accounts that are similar to the one that you just went on. So if you're going for a specific niche, bro, use SimilarTube and look, it'll already start cooking you up people that are in the same Etsy, right? Cooking up people that are in the same, like this person didn't come in the search, and then you can do the same thing. So this way you're not running out of leads. So definitely use that if you're on YouTube and copying the same thing that I'm doing. So now let's get back on track. Since we have the email, we're gonna just write a simple email outreach. Email is by far the best. I've gotten so much good results off email, and I'm gonna show you. So there's two ways to do this. So here we have the email. I should blur her email out. I don't like that's kind of fucked up. So we have the email. Another thing that's important is the subject line, and be careful with this. Like, I really hate the stupid ass quick question. Like, everyone's using it. Don't use it. So come up with something unique. Come up with something dope. Like something that could be like, "Hey, AI just cracked your content code." Like something like unique and personalized. And then what we're gonna do, we just title this. We're gonna title this, start this short form scripts. We're gonna allow them to edit it. Alright. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna use this as leverage. One thing people hate is, imagine just like always trying to take from the world and never giving. It's never gonna work out for you. You're not special. You need to be able to go out and provide value. Like, come on guys, it's literally like, it's 2025, like, you know how much people are doing outreach? You gotta literally stand out. And I'm telling you this because I don't care. Like, it's what you guys need to hear. You can literally, what this can look like is like, hey, I created you a AI automation that creates content like it's made from you for your exact audience, right? And then what you can then do is you take this, copy it here, just check it out here, drop down the link right there, check it out here. So a simple message like this, what I would also do too as well is under here, once I would love to show you more, it watched through all your videos and even pulled some data. And pull data. It even watched through some videos and even pulled data from things from your main target audience. And then you can just take this and make another Google Doc and then take everything about her target audience as well and send it off. And that is a way you can start sending off super, super personalized outreach to creators. And that's just creators. We're gonna dive into the other ones now. All right, let's get down to service-based businesses. Let's get straight to it. So this one is a bit easier, honestly. It's just like the type of people you wanna work with. So what we're gonna do is any type of business. You can do, let's say, HVAC, right? You just do HVAC businesses near me. I'm not gonna dox myself, but you guys know what that looks like on Google Maps. That's the free option, right? HVAC businesses near me. That's the free option you guys can do. Go ahead, start pulling those websites, and I can show you guys what to do. That's the free version. Another way you could do it, this is free too as well, honestly. I have a agent set up that already scrapes these types of leads for me. And what I do is I just click test every time I want to scrape leads. But what it does is you need Apollo. And what that will look like is this. Let's go ahead and just jump through it. Let's do it. So on Apollo, you can make a free account. And on this free account, what you're going to do is you can type in any type of thing, HVAC, for example, right? And inside of here, what you can then do is copy this, and I'm gonna show you where to take it. So what you guys are looking at right here is called Amplify. And just follow me, this isn't gonna get too crazy. What this is it's pretty much like all these companies that are charging you $20 to $100 a month to like do any scraping or anything. This is the backend that they're using. So just use this, use the source, don't use the watered down version, right? And then literally, as you can see, I still use it. Go to this. So you can go here and go to, right, Apollo Scraper. And then you're gonna find the one that I use. This is the one that I use, right? And then all you have to do is this. Make sure you have this on get emails, exclude guest emails. Paste this in here, and then go over to this, and then copy this whole thing. Then watch this. And remember, before you guys get too crazy on me or anything, you're like, oh, this shit looks complicated. Remember, I told you, you guys can do local businesses too. The only reason I'm not doing it is because I'm not doxing my location. Okay, so check this out. Going over in here, what you can then do, you just go to this. And then once you have this, I explained this whole thing in another video too as well. But all you need to do is you just make sure this URL is the same URL from over there, and then you paste this into here, right? And then make sure you have a Google Sheet to take all of the information. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and run it and then just see what it gives us. So it just finished up. It gave us 25 leads with the emails. So now what that usually looks like is I make it go through a wait, and then I make it update everything inside of the Google Sheet. And just like that, it can scrape us square leads easily. And then what you can then do, of course, it'll leave some blanks, but heating and cooling, you can go here, paste that in here. Here we are, here's the company. Let's go to the website. Okay, now watch what we're gonna do here. Take this, copy this. We're gonna go back over to ChatGPT. And then in ChatGPT, what we're gonna do is we're gonna paste the link and just ask it, can you analyze this website and give me the type of avatar that would buy from this business? And then we'll let it cook. So now it gives us a full breakdown. Now, as you can see, based on the information available, demographic, location, residents, owners in Lakeland and Central Florida, age 30-65, all genders, income level, my middle to upper class. Cool. So now we have all this. Now this is data that we can work with, right? So let's say, depending on whatever AI agent we're selling, let's say we even want to sell them like AI automated ads, right? AI automated ads. Watch this. It's super simple. I'm going to take this and then type this in. And now what we'll do is, now since it has all the information, it knows what it's talking about, based on this demographic, let's create an ad that will sell to this avatar. And let's let it cook up again. Look at this. We're literally cooking up ads now, personalized ads. Central Florida heat got you sweating. Look at that. Cool. And like I said, this is just ads. If there's other ways to do it, but I'm just showing you guys ways that I've done it. And I'm going to give you guys some of the sauce. I don't want to give away all the sauce, but I'm going to give you guys a good amount, right? So let's keep cooking. This is going to be dope, but you guys want to take it to another level? We'll take it to another level. Watch what we're going to do with this now. With these ads that we're creating, what we're going to do is we're going to get an AI spokesperson. You can see I have been playing around with these a little bit. What we can then do is go over to create a video, an avatar video, portrait, and then we'll want to grab one of these. And what happens when we grab one of these, like just a regular influencer, we'll then paste, all right, let me chill. We'll go ahead and we'll paste one in here. Let me just find a professional one that looks realistic. We'll just go with like one of these. Yeah, we'll find one. We'll go with this. What we'll then do is we will simply just paste the script that we got over here into this. All right. So now the video is done. Let's go ahead and watch it real quick. Let's see what it's.
Central Florida heat got you sweating. Molnar Air has your back. Fast, reliable AC repair.
Okay, cool. And especially, like, you guys probably can't tell too much of the difference that it's AI. These home service guys aren't going to be able to tell it all. They won't. And then as well, if you edit it too as well, you'll be fine. Another thing as well, now you don't understand what you have with this. I'm going to show you what you can do. Go ahead and download this real quick. Now watch this. So now what we're going to go ahead and do is, now that we have this, we have the email. We're going to go back over to email. Like I said, I like doing a lot of things through email. So let's go check into the email. And literally what that will look like is, you're damn right, we're going to fucking use this as leverage. We're going to take this, we're going to drag and drop that into here. And pretty much what the email will look like is like, hey, and let me just go ahead and pump this up. All right, so after the email that we have here now, it's pretty much just a simple email I cooked up. But what are you gonna do? You're gonna use this AI generated video as leverage. So something simple, been seeing all around my neighborhood, love to see you guys are crushing it. I've been running AI targeted ads for businesses like yours, but no one in the area is running ads, so you'd be the first. I wanted to actually show you what could be done, so I made this for you. And what we're doing is, we want these calls and these sales to be super easy. If you literally have a full ad generated, you're going to stand out above everyone else that's trying to hit them up, trying to do what you're doing, or doing even something like dumb down on what you're doing. This is how you stand out, and this is how people are like, oh yeah, I'll 100% pay this person $1,000 to $5,000 because they know what they're doing. And that's literally one way you can do this to be able to stand out against everyone trying to sell to service-based businesses. And last one we have is AI SaaS and startups, right? And we're gonna just dive straight into this one. This one's not completely different. The only thing that's different is like how you're finding the leads. You can also use the same strategy that I use. Like, let's say for startups too as well, they're not the best at marketing. A lot of people that do like SaaS startups are great at product, but terrible at like explaining it. They overcomplicate it. They don't know how to explain it to someone like they're a third grader. That's where you can come in. Let's just do the same service. Another thing you do is, for example, I'm gonna show you guys. So remember how I showed you SimilarTube? I'm gonna show you what I did for them, and I'll show you the exact outreach message. So we'll do this one a little bit differently. So just to cut out some things for privacy, I sent this, hey Leo, yeah, I have a bunch, I didn't want to come empty-handed. Essentially, what I sent over was a SimilarTube ad, and what I found through ChatGPT through here. And then this is what they said back. Hey Kyle, thank you so much for your response. I took a close look at your planning and ideas, and I gotta say, very impressive. We'll get the affiliate setup sorted ASAP so you can put your marketing genius to work. So just to show you that this works, it's all you need to do. So the same process that you guys are doing with the local businesses, and even with the creators, you can do with even SaaS companies, like small SaaS companies that you like. I was using SimilarTube and I was like, yo, like, how do more people not know about this? It's super simple. Like I said, I don't want you guys to go ahead and overcomplicate everything. It's not needed and it's not necessary. So back after breaking down 90% of everything I know, like 95, I wasn't gonna give you guys everything, but we're gonna go over how to price it. And the way you're gonna be able to price your AI agent offer is just a couple ways. You can do a one-off build with like 3,000 to 10,000. It's like simple AI agents that you don't have to touch after you build. You can do a retainer, and it's like multiple agents that have to be tweaked or managed, or rev share, which is like 10 to 30% of a rev share. Clients who need tweaks and new ideas monthly, and it's less risk for them. What I like to do is like hybrid, like a setup with a rev share, because right now with a lot of clients I'm working with, I just have rev shares because I already took the upfront fee, and it's the best of both worlds. That works. And now what we'll do is we'll go ahead and just go through a simple sales script, closing script, fun stuff, right? To be able to close these types of deals. And I'll run through it just really quickly. And I'll probably have something like this for you guys to grab. So we have it's like 10 simple parts, right? Small talk, hey, just how it's going, don't go and like, yeah, how much money you got for this, right? Let's just have a simple small talk. And then after that, we're just asking simple questions like, we'll frame the call. And so basically how that looks like, typically how these calls go, I ask you a few questions, and we're not trying to be salesy. Like, don't use this word for word either. Just like have it in your head. It's good to have a framework, but still have a solid conversation. Don't be a bot. Don't do that. So after here, we'll set the agenda and take the lead. So pretty much how it'll look like. Here's how these calls go. I ask you a few questions just to understand your current operations and challenges. If we think we can make you money off of an AI agent, show you how the system works. At the end, we'll decide if this makes sense to move forward or not. Sound good? After that, it's part 3, like why they're here. So tell me what made you want to book a call with us. Was there a specific problem or opportunity you're trying to solve right now? Simple questions like this. After that, we have part 4. So understanding their current situation. What does your current work schedule, workflow look like around, and then what's specific problem, right? Like generating leads, creating content, anything. You can plug and play anything in here. And I'll just put it here. Like how much does it cost in time to do it right now versus having it automated? Are you currently using AI tools or agents? Why not? Just like digging in specific questions like this. We're just trying to figure out if what we have works. It's literally it. And then after that, what's the biggest time and resource drain that you're dealing with? Cool. After we have that, we move on to the next part 5. So how much are you currently making a month right now with the business? So we're kind of just trying to sell to the gap. Where do you feel like you're leaking profit due to, and you don't have to use words like this, where do you feel like you're leaking in profit in the business right now because this problem hasn't been solved? Let's say nothing changes. What would it cost you over the next 6 months if you kept doing it? Simple questions. Like I said, you do not have to ask every single question. I don't want to have to stress this too much, and then you guys hate me for missing the sales call. Don't do that. So please don't use this word for word. Thank you. After that, painting the dream outcome. So like what's the ideal outcome you're hoping for to have this fully operational and this AI system in place? Like give me a real number. What would it unlock for you if you save that time? Like what else would you be doing with your time? And that could be huge, right? They could be making more money, or they can do something like spend more time with their kids or spend more time enjoying their life. Not everyone wants to work 16 hours. After that, if that were handled, what would that free up for you to focus instead? How would this impact your team's bandwidth, morale, or your mental clarity? After that, we then go over to part 7, self-awareness loop. So you've been trying to solve like your lead flow for 6 months now. What's stopping? What have you tried? Like what's stopping you from fixing this in-house right now? We're getting all the ammo. What we're trying to do is we're trying to make sure we have a full note, like we have full notes of what exactly like this person has tried, what they failed with, where they are, where they want to be, and what's stopping them from what they want to be. Realistically, we just want the gap. What this is trying to like extend the gap in the biggest way possible. But I can sit here and tell you the biggest thing you need is the gap. What is their current situation? What's their desired situation? What's the gap that's stopping them from getting there? And how can you put the AI agent in the middle of that gap to solve the problem? It's literally it. That's literally it. After that, you then go into part 8. It's like, okay, cool. So like on a scale of 1 to 10, how important is it for you to solve this now and not 6 months from now? Like why ASAP? So that way you can get them to commit that they want to do it now so they can do it now. If we can solve this fast, how committed are you to moving quickly? Cool. After that, it's part 9. Okay, so based on everything you shared, I know exactly how we can help you solve this in a way that's efficient, customized, and it actually will get you results. Would you like me to walk through how this AI agent works so we can roll it out and plug it into your business? They're going to say yes, here's how we do it. And then you just go ahead and explain in every single personalized way how it can help. Because this is what the whole call was for. To simply just show them that you know exactly how to help them with your AI agent, with the solution that you have. Cool? And then after that, you don't even have to do the tie down sometimes. You just go into the close. So if you're confident in the process, you're confident in us to partner with you to build this out. If the numbers make sense, there wouldn't be any reason why we couldn't move forward today. Awesome. Then you're going to love this because of the level of support we'll guarantee our starting price starts at, and then it's a simple price drop. That's literally it. And just to make sure no one fumbles the bag watching this right now after you sell AI agents, I just want to make sure just with one more thing. So after you sell AI agents, step one is I want to make sure you guys are setting the right expectations. There's a way of talking yourself out of the sale. I guarantee it. So don't be that guy. Make sure they know what exactly it's going to do. Don't oversell. You're just going to have to refund that later. So don't try it. Have a delivery date and deliver it early. And then step two, reuse what works. I reuse 80, sometimes 90% of what I build. I'm not even gonna lie. Every agent I make goes into my vault, so the next time a client needs something similar, I just swap out the triggers and the sheets or whatever specific links, and it's like new again. Never rebuild from scratch. Create AI agent templates, even for yourself. What I learned is clients don't want the tech stack. They don't give a fuck about it. They don't. They just want something that works so they can forget about it. That's what makes you different from some random ass AI automation expert nerd. All right, cool. So now you have the full roadmap. Who's actually gonna buy this? The problem, the pitch, the offer, the price, and the delivery. You literally have it all. I gave it to you all, unless you just weren't paying attention. That's your problem. Watch it again. All that's left is to close your first deal or close more deals in a more efficient way. And if you want to make that happen, check the links below. I'm happy to help. There's a full A to Z on how to sell AI agents with n8n, right? I'm going to probably drop some of these resources in here too as well. We covered how to find the right clients, package your offer, price it the smart way, and even deliver it without turning into a full-time tech guy. Now, if you're serious about launching your own AI agent business or want help closing your first client, you can book in a call with me too, and I can see how I can help you. But until then, I appreciate you for watching this video. Now, go sell that first AI agent. I'll see you in the next video. All right. And one thing I want to make sure I cover is something that doesn't make you guys get ghosted, or after you close a client, something happens. And I would feel bad if I didn't make this video. So I'm going to make this one. And what this is like the perfect client onboarding system. And onboarding is such a big part because if you don't onboard people the right way, especially with like AI agents too as well, they're going to come in and just be like, okay, well, I don't know if we need this anymore, or what happens is it slips their mind, something else comes up that's important, and then they go after that. So please, please, please just stick to this one. This one is actually very important because this is going to teach you also as well, like why people refund for what seems like no reason and why they actually go through and refund. So this isn't just about looking professional, like it's about reducing churn, like building trust and speeding up how you get results and making sure you have happy results as well. Because if you don't do this right, you're not going to be recommended to anyone. You're not going to get good testimonials. You're not going to get good results, and you're just doing everything, and it's going to literally feel like you're shooting yourself in the foot. So let's make sure we get this cleared up and we get this taken care of the right way. So why this matters. Most automation freelancers and AI consultants lose clients not because they're bad at building systems. Everyone can build the systems. It's because they create a lot of doubt early, and doubt kills retention, kills referral, and revenue. As I said before, a great onboarding experience instantly tells your client that they're in good hands and that you've done this before, and you will get them results fast. Literally. Like the equivalent to this is you get a girl to go on a date with you, and the first 10 minutes of the date, you start farting at the table, bro. And then like you're just doing retarded shit. How is a girl ever gonna want to just like, you know what I mean? It's like they're there, and the first experience, like, okay, I'm gonna go on a date with this ugly dude, and now I'm sitting here and he's farting. Like, you know what I mean? It's like a wild thing, and it's like out of nowhere, but it's the truth. It's the same thing with clients. Like if they trust you and they go through this, don't fuck it up by doing stupid shit in the first like 48 hours or first 10 minutes they're talking to you, right? Cool. Step one is the pre-onboarding frame. So like right after the sale, before they even get a form or a login link, you want to anchor what's about to happen. So send them a message and be like, yo, excited to get started. I'll walk you through everything step by step so it's a smooth process, and you'll get a short form in a moment that helps us get all the access plus context we need to build fast. We'll take care of all the heavy lifting, of course, just need your help with everything. Because one thing with the agents that's going to slow you down, and it's slowed me down in the past, and that's why I'm literally here to just tell you and help you out, is simply just because when you're going through and you're like, okay, I need their Gmail account. Okay, I need their CRM. Okay, and now you're building the agent. And think about it, when you're building the agent, especially for the first time, and it's the first time you're doing this, bro, it's going to be a span of like 3 days of you being stuck and you not being able to do anything because you're waiting for them to respond to give you the information to a specific thing you need to build the agent. You see, that's going to slow it down. And if you can't move and create the agent the right way because you can't get access to them, like let's say a Sunday happens, they're fishing with their family, they can't respond to you. Now you have to wait a whole day to get the agent pushed out. You see, that's a lot of time. So we want to be able to fix that. So that's why we're going to send them over the form. And what the instant client form is, it's a Google or a Typeform Notion. And it could be anything else, like a specific link. Like I know there's I don't want to get too into it, but there's certain links that when someone logs in, they give you access to, or you send them. It can be a Google form, or you can send them your email to be added as a admin on a lot of these softwares too as well. It could be, the core offers that they're selling, depending on what the niche is, of course, the lead sources, right? Like websites, social tools that they currently use. And this one is a big one. Logins or access links, key contacts, team roles, and goals for the project as well. So this is super important because they're going through and it's professional. You have an onboarding process. They can go through and fill everything out. Because I'm telling you, you want to be able to have this. You want to be organized. Don't be the type of guy that closes someone on an AI agent, and then you're like, all right, cool, I'm going to go celebrate. Like, fuck that. Celebrate after you actually deliver. Celebrate it after you actually onboard them the right way. Please, for the love of God, please, I'm like looking directly at you. Yes. Please. And after that, you get that dialed in. Step 3 is setting the expectation with clarity and confidence. So once they complete the form, send a clear overview. Okay, so here's how it's going to go. Because you're going to have a clear form of everything you're going to do. So you're going to reiterate it. Just like how you sold them, you're going to reiterate on how exactly it's going to go, right? So here's how the next 2 days will go. Like I'll audit all the tools you shared. I'll design the first automation, and then you'll get a video breakdown before anything goes live of what's going on. Then we'll launch, test, and scale it. And then you can also give them a rough timeline. But what I like to do is extend the timeline, but deliver in 48 hours max. So I can be like, okay, this is going to take probably a week max. Like it's going to take like give me a week max to get this done. And then I ship it out next day. Especially, bro, this is going to work wonders. This is going to work wonders once you have them built out and you sell the same agents to other people as well. Because now you can be like, oh yeah, just give me like 4 days, I'll get it done. And then you can ship it out literally in the next day or in the next couple of hours. And people love that. Because then you set a clear expectation and there's clarity. What will shoot you in your foot is if you tell them, oh, okay, cool, let me, you just go through and then... There's so many people that have done this. Like they go through, and then what ends up happening is you're like, okay, cool, give me a week, and then it actually takes you 2 weeks. Like that kind of hurts trust. You know what I mean? And it doesn't kind of hurt trust. It does hurt trust, and you don't want to do that. So the next thing is, of course, the first 48. Now, what I like to call the first 48 is. You can literally look it up. I've been taught this by a lot of mentors, but the first 48 of anyone that buys anything, it's the most important time because in the first hour or first hour to the first 2 days, people are going to be thinking about if they made the right decision even after they make the decision, right? So to reduce second guessing or regret, send a quick loom recapping like their answers and showing like the early progress of like what's being built. Drop screenshots of super similar builds you've done if you have. That's why getting the results are super important. And tell them what problem you're solving and why you're doing it that way. Like, oh yeah, right now I'm working on the show up rate problem that you have. Oh yeah, right now, bro, by the way, I'm working on the problem that you have. Like, don't go dark. Keep them in the loop with everything. And then step 5 is touch points. So most clients don't need like more updates. They just need better updates. and don't spam them with everything you're doing. Okay, now I just set up this node. Okay, now I just set up this node. Now I just set up this node, and I had problems with it, and I troubleshooted it for an hour. Haha, that's just annoying, and you sound like it's gonna come off like that person is your only client. So we definitely don't want to do that. So we'll just send, like I said, they don't need more updates. They just need better updates. Quick update. Finish this, testing it tomorrow. Cool. Very, very simple. It avoids like the micromanaging and you always texting them, and it's like, dude, this dude's kind of annoying. You know what I mean? And then after that, we have the post-launch recap. So what that is once the build is live, send it to them, like a Loom walkthrough, how to track the results and how they can run it themselves. There's no need to get on a Zoom call. If you want to, you can get on a Zoom or a Google Meet call, but it's not super necessary. And you can just go through and pretty much walk them through the process. You just need either a Loom video. Let me write this down. You need, for the live doc for you guys, you need a Loom video or hop on a live call to just show them exactly how it works. Cool. And then after that, anything bonus is like once you do this 3 to 4 times, you can just put in a template. Like I was saying before, it's like a clonable onboarding form, pre-written Loom scripts, like a timeline template, message scripts as well, literally, or you can have it sent out as a timer too as well. And then it'll start working like clockwork. But of course, like I said, I would just feel bad if I didn't give this to you guys, but let's continue to move forward and journey on. All right, so this is going to be one of the most valuable agents inside of the whole course. If you're trying to land clients or close any deals, just know you need it, right? Like, this literally will be there to help you every step of the way. There's been tons of people that always like automated outreach, blah, 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 blah. Bro, I've tried all of that shit. A lot of it didn't work. A lot of it I had to go through and fix it myself anyways. I'm going to show you the most foolproof way and most helpful way you can set something up to do outreach. And then I'm going to flip it on its head and show you how you can sell it to other people that usually look for specific leads as well. So let's go ahead, continue to dive into it. Let's have some fun. If you think about it, bro, like, I realized I was spending a disgusting, like, when you're reaching out for opportunities, you spend a disgusting amount of time just going through. Like, I'm getting tired of me talking about it. You spend a ginormous amount of time just going through and looking through. It's like, is this guy good? No. Is this guy good? No. This guy's cool. This guy's not good. So it's annoying. Like, I wanted to spend more time talking to people, closing the deals, making money, building the actual agents, not let me find someone that will like my agent. No, we don't want to do that. We don't want to do it at all. What we want to do is have this thing on the top set up for us so we can do that. And that's what we're here for. And then on the bottom, what we have down here is we have it set up to go ahead and start sending through the emails, start doing email outreach to everyone that has it set up. So this right here that I built in for you guys is like a little mini free instantly, honestly. Like, it literally does email campaigns for you, courtesy of Kyle. I got you. So as usual, what we'll do, we'll just walk through why I have it set up like this, why it works, why you should do it too, or why you can sell it. And then speaking of why you can sell it, I'm going to show you guys how you can flip this on its head and start giving it to a lot of businesses that like to scrape a lot of leads. There's a lot of, trust me, you're not the only one that spends a lot of time scraping leads. So if you can sell this, I don't care, repackage it, sell it to, for example, real estate agents that need leads or wholesalers that need leads. Super simple. So let's jump right into it. So what we have here is just a test workflow. And honestly, the reason why I have this, bro, and gal, like I said, but the reason why I have this is because I don't want this continuously just working 24/7. I've noticed that it glitches a lot, and I like to make sure I still keep my eye on it just to oversee it. So I don't want it like on autopilot, just moving through. It doesn't work like that. It doesn't make sense to do it like that either. So what I want to do is whenever I need leads, if I wake up one morning and I'm like, all right, finished all the work for all the clients. Let me turn the client getter 1000 back on. I can just come over here and just click test workflow, right? After we go through and we test the workflow, what's then going to happen, and I'll just let this run through by itself shortly. This one takes a while, but what this is essentially is it's an HTTP request. And in this HTTP request, look, it just grabbed 25 leads for you guys just to see, and then it's going to drop 25 leads in the Google Sheet, and then I'm going to get notified on Slack here that I just got a bunch of new leads. Just like that. You know how long it takes me to find 25 leads, bro? A long time. But essentially, this HTTP request, what I do is I have it connected up to Apify, and we'll explain that a bit later. But essentially, what Apify is, it's the back door of all back doors. Actually, let's take a look at it now. It's the back door of all back doors. When you look it up online, you'll find this, and then you just go to the console, and it has a bunch of things like TikTok data scraper, Google Maps scraper, Instagram scraper, Amazon scraper, right? You can build your own. And then, of course, when you go over to console here, reason why I'm using Apify as well is you can see, let me move my face, you can see that it gives you free usage. And the reason why I'm using it is because it gives me free usage, and also you guys can get free usage as well. And then you can just upgrade and buy the usage. But it's pretty dope because you can just, and of course I'm not an affiliate or anything, obviously, I'm not that special. Anyways, it will go through and you have a bunch of different scrapers here. Let me move this out of the way. A bunch of different scrapers. So you can come here, you can go to the store, you can search it up, like for example, anything lead generation wise, Google Maps, Instagram, Google Maps, email extractor, Google Maps extractor. I actually use this one, they're pretty good, and you can see how many people are using it and how many stars it has. And you can go ahead here, mess around and play around and just get a bunch of different things here. As you can see, like right here, you put in restaurant, number of people, place to extract, 50. So it's a bunch of different stuff essentially, like, and a lot of, believe it or not, this is how I know it's the back door of all back doors, because a lot of businesses that are charging you for things like this is what they're using, but they're just putting it inside of their like software company. Yeah, mind blowing. When I figured that out, I was like, oh shit, I gotta really use this, because you might as well go to the source. You don't want to get the middleman, and a lot of people are middlemaning this product right here. So bro, use it. They give you literally $5 of free usage, and a lot of these things aren't expensive. Like per 1,000 results, it's probably $1 for some of the things that we're gonna go through here. 1,000 leads, so if you're spending a free $1 for 1,000 leads, you can close one of the leads, bro. Like it's a no-brainer. Trust me, I'm building this for you guys because I remember when I was in your guys' position as well. But back over into it. Once it does that, as you can see, it scrapes 25 leads. What I do is I have it wait for 2 seconds. And let me just explain this, honestly. Like, the reason why I have it wait for 2 seconds is I did notice, like, it started to give me, like, if I didn't do it, it started to give me, like, really sloppy information. And we kind of glitch out and, like, put everything in there all at once. And I didn't really like that. So going through and switching it, I went through and I switched it because I wanted to go for something that was more organized, because when it went over to the Google Sheet here, is what I'm about to explain, like it just went over and it just was like a nightmare and a half, bro, and I wasn't really fucking with it. So what we then do is we have it go over to Google Sheets, and this is very self-explanatory. I just like keeping all the leads in Google Sheets, and this is what it looks like when you run over there. So as you can see, over on Google Sheet, it will drop 25 different leads. If it has the information, it'll drop it in. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But what it'll do is it'll give you a name, it'll give you the business name, and this is how I set it up too as well. It gives you more information than this, but this is everything I just wanted to use, and you'll see why. I sorted it out by name, biz name, website, phone, email, and location. And over here, as you can see, I have it all sorted out here. I have everything dragged into here. So if it gets the phone numbers, great. If it gets the location, great. If it gets all that, great. Main thing I'm worried about is the email, and also with the website. I have to switch this in a second, but what I've just been doing is I've just been going to their LinkedIn. I can put the website in there and switch it around, but just like their LinkedIn has just worked way better, because it has, like, when I go to their LinkedIn, I can do LinkedIn outreach as well, not just email. And then also as well, the website's already there. So I can go ahead and just switch this over to LinkedIn now, actually. But going through it, here as well, the emails are here. It gives me the emails and it gives me their location. That's all I need. So going back to over here, now by the click of a button, as you guys are seeing, I got 25 leads. And it's all niche specific. And I'm going to show you how it's niche specific. Because in HTTP requests, what I do is through Apify, I'm actually getting a specific niche that I'm looking for. Because I know before you guys probably saw the sneak peek, when I went over here, it had a restaurant on it. Right? I just had a restaurant. But over here, if you guys can tell, it's an aesthetic clinic. And all I had to do in Apify, and let me show you. For example, for something like this, you can have restaurant, you can have the specific location, and then you can have the number of people you want to pull it from. And then literally what it'll do is it'll start giving you these niche specific profiles and leads that you can go ahead and run through with. And that is literally just the half of it. As you can see, it's very simple. Like, we keep it all simple. So running through it again, we just test the workflow whenever we want to for leads. We run it through the HTTP request, which is actually the API request. And then we wait just to make sure that it doesn't glitch anything out. I have it get sent to the Google Sheets over here. And then, as you guys know me by now, I love to get some updates in the Slack notifications. Because I can, what the Slack notification updates look like, and I can show you as well. It's super simple. New lead scraped, and it just goes through every single one of the leads. And I'll just switch this one down here quickly. But it goes through every single one of the leads. Such a no-brainer. Because right here, I just want the notification. I just honestly want the notification. I know everything is going to be in the Google Sheet already. Cool. All right, so moving on down here is the second part. And what I have it here set up is scheduled trigger. And the reason why is it's just every 15 minutes, I want it to go ahead and check itself. Spot check itself no matter what. I can go through and I can do a test workflow, everything, but I just want to make sure it's on, so when I press this, I don't have to touch anything else. AI automation has made everybody lazy. But go through and it's a scheduled trigger. We just make sure we go through and we test it. And once the trigger goes off, what it then goes to is the Google Sheet. And what we're doing from the Google Sheet is that we just have it set up to read the Google Sheet. Once it goes to the Google Sheet, we have a split in batches node. This is important. If you don't have this node, what's going to happen is kind of a nightmare. You want it to be one by one. Like, you want it to be one by one, because you can't, if you mix up the leads, it's actually quite disgusting. So you don't want to do that. What you want to do is you want to just make sure that you have it set at 1, split in the batches, and then you send it over to the AI agent, and then you prompt the AI agent to be able to write a personalized email to them. As usual, you guys know I like to use Claude. There's other ways to use it. You guys already know. I'll show you guys when we build the thing out, and I'll show you how you can make it even more advanced and more cracked too as well, because that's just what we do. We're just always making the agents better. Then go through a wait. We just wait 1 second. Just want to slow it down a little bit. We don't want it to glitch out or anything. And then over here, super simple. We just get the email, and then we get the actual message that we want to send. We go through here. This is for formatting. As you guys all know, send it through Slack. And if you don't know, yeah, I like everything sent through Slack. And then we go through and we update the Google Sheet. And the reason why we update the Google Sheet is because we make it say sent. So reason for this is because once we go through on the Google Sheet, it's going to pop down here. And I can actually move it over here, but it'll pop down here and it'll start saying sent, 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 sent. And what it's looking for is this code as well as for formatting, but it's also not going to allow us to send anything to something that has a send right here. That's really what we're looking for. Because if it has a sent there, obviously we don't want to be sending duplicates, and what it'll do is you just loop back around and send it to everyone that it doesn't have sent to. Let's go ahead and build these, shall we? So we'll just go ahead and take this over here real quick. Drag it down. Cool. So first thing, guys, we're gonna need when we're building this is we come over here for trigger, test test trigger. You go over here and you have the test trigger set up. That's what you need to do when you find the trigger. Or you can come down here and then just do another trigger manually. But of course, mine's not gonna work, but essentially let me just make sure, because I want to just walk through this step by step with you guys to make sure no one messes it up. Go through, trigger manually, boom. We'll have that set up right there. After that is set up, now what we need to do is set up the HTTP request. Literally just go over here. We're looking for this one, and then we're gonna drag and drop it down here. We're gonna make sure that this is identical to what I already have. So let me just put that under here. Okay, cool. On the HTTP request, you have get, the URL is gonna be empty, and you're gonna be looking at this. What you want it to look like, move you over here, my big ass head. What we have over here is you want to have it set to post. And the reason why you have it set to post and not get is because it should be kind of self-explanatory, right? You don't need it set to get, because when it's set to get, it's going to error out. When it's set to post, it's going to post all of your data into the next flow and through the rest of the flow as well. So going through here, URL is next. You guys know what to do. Go to Apify, and you're going to need this. What I'm using for this specific one, and I'll show you, you go over to Apify. I'm not using the Google Maps extractor. I'm actually using, let me go over here, right? I'm actually using the Apollo scraper. And as you can see, bro, it's 75 cents for 1,000 results. Pretty insane. But you can literally go over here and just look up Apollo scraper. And when we come over here to Apollo scraper, you'll start seeing a bunch of different ones. Honestly, bro, I like going for reviews and also how many people use it, but then also come in, and especially like if I'm a beginner, I'm also thinking, okay, which one can get me the best results? As you can see, this one over here is super simple. A lot of these ones too as well, if you think about it, like they do charge, like they're expensive. It might be like, oh, it's like an upfront fee of $10 to use it first before you can use it. And that's what some of them do. But of course you want the one that is set up in the best terms for you. So over here, it's from Supreme Coder, and it starts like this. Start from page, optional, total optional, get emails, exclude guest emails. So what I do is I have, of course, get emails on, guest emails. Like when it guesses, like when you turn this off, like, okay, you're not gonna have like emails not unlocked or emails not found, right? But the spin-off is, bro, like you'll start sending it, like it's gonna guess emails. Why would you want that? So you turn that on. After, bro, what you need to do is, please stick with me here. Don't get lost. What you need to do here is, as you can see over here, how there's a URL, Supreme Coder Scrape Resident System. There's also the same thing over here. So what we need to do is come over here, and I'm going to show you what you guys need to do. We're going to go over to Apollo, and Apollo has a free account. So don't worry, you can literally set up the free account, and this is how you can do it with the free account. Don't tell Apollo. Don't tell Apollo, but this is what you can do. Check this out. And I want to help you guys out, so for real. So look at this. So as you can see, we're over here in Apollo, and I'm actually on the free plan. I'm not, like my thing down here is not even onboarded, and I can still view plans up here. Like I'm not even on a paid plan. I'm on a free plan. Literally, as you can see, this saves, so it had wholesaling saved in here. But okay, let's say wholesaling. We go over here. No, actually, let's not do wholesaling. Let's do just something simple like dentist or dentistry. Cool. Total 6.2K on the dentistry. What I need is, once you go here and you search it up, and you search up dentistry, be with me. You go through here, you search up dentistry. I'm gonna actually show you what else you can do. Over here, you can go to just like company. You can do number of employees. If you only want to really reach out to like smaller ones, you can do like 1 to 10K. And when you do that, this link up here changes, and I'm going to show you why this is important. Go through no matter what you click. If you want to do industry keywords, you can go down here. Let's see, I have this locked because I'm on a trial, but you can spice it up that way. You can also spice up like the location of where it is. This link up here is going to change, and I'm going to show you why this is important. you take this, it's okay, so let's say dentistry, and we only want to go for the smaller ones. Number of employees. We only want to go for the smaller ones, 1 to 10, because they'll probably respond to us, right? Okay, cool. We go over here. This link has changed. We're going to copy this whole entire link. Stick with me. Pause it if you need to. We're going to copy this whole entire link. We're going to go back over here. We're going to go here. We're going to paste it in. Okay, got to paste it in. Cool. Number of records required. We just put it at 50. Cool. And then we go over here, right? And then we want to make sure that we have this. We're going to need to copy and paste this in a second. So inside of here, to make this look identical to this over here, the reason why is this is the hardest part. Once we make it through, guys, we're good to go. What we need for this URL, is actually the API key. And the way you get this is you go over here, and then you want to click on API, and then API endpoints. And then once you do that, of course, I can't show you my API key, of course, but what you can then do is you'll be able to paste it inside of here, right? And now once you have this pasted in here, like I said, we're making this look identical. So we're going over here. This doesn't have to be on, this doesn't have to be on, but this needs to be on. Send body content type, JSON. Watch this. Cool. Body content type, JSON. No, using JSON. And then check this out. What then happens is you're training Apollo to be able to find the specific amount of leads, right? What you then can do is it has JSON right here, right? You can copy and paste this. Copy that, take it over here, plug it into here. Don't worry about it, you can plug it into here. Let me see, boom, cool. Looks perfect, there's no errors. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna go through and test it. This is like a super suspenseful moment once you like realize like if you did it right. If I'm sitting here wasting your time, if this isn't actually real, we're sitting and we're waiting, is it an error? Is it gonna work? Chill, it's gonna work. Just give it a second. Boom. 25 leads for the free. All right, cool. We got the leads. Super simple. Now what we do is we set up a little wait, like so we don't want to glitch nothing out going into the Google Sheet. Boom. Set that up. Cool. No, we'll just do 2 seconds. Boom. I'll run this test on it. And then we'll just do a Google Sheet. Guys, super simple for the Google Sheet, honestly. You just come over here, create a Google Sheet. Doesn't even really matter too much. And the thing that you want to have with the Google Sheet is just title it like wholesale leads. We just want to be able to prompt it for the agent, and then of course you just can have it set up to where it's like, you know, name, biz name, LinkedIn. So just like that, name. Doesn't matter what order you do it in. It doesn't. You just need to have these set up so it has something to go through. Name, email, phone number, LinkedIn, profile, biz name, and then you can have status is important. And what status is this is how we're going to be able to tell if the email was sent or not, and how the agent can also see what to send to and what to not send to. All right, so as you can see, like all this stuff is super important. LinkedIn profile, biz name, and then like you can, like I said, it's personalized. You can put in whatever you want. But now what we do, we can go over to Google Sheets, and we want it to look just like this one, right? So it's the same thing as this one over here. Google Sheet, append row, cool. Over here, I want to make sure it's the same thing. So we just go through, append row, update run sheet, boom, boom. We just make sure we have it set there. Move down here, wholesale leads, it'll be at the top if it's a new sheet. It'll always be sheet 1 unless you change the name, and what that is just the thing down here. So it's the same thing unless you change the name. And then what you can then do is you start to drag and drop. So it'll tell you over here, first name, boom, email, boom, phone number. You can find the phone number over here, like raw number, sanitized number, doesn't matter, boom, just in case you guys want to call leads, LinkedIn profile. And then you just, as you guys can see, you guys just go through and then you figure out what the thing is. So even if you guys want to do things like niche, right? And you just put the niche down here and anything down here, it'll work, right? Going through, and put the things through. And then I'm actually realizing something. See, I'm doing this in real time. I called this wholesale leads for some weird reason when we went and we scraped dentist. Let me go through and switch that. Hello. Laws. Thinking of too much different things at one time. Yeah, we scraped dentist. So anyways, of course, it kind of confused me for a bit because I was like, medical health, wait. And there's wholesale over here. That doesn't make any sense. But no. We go through and we put everything here, raw address. You can put location here, status, you don't have to worry about that. And then we go through, we find the biz name and everything through here, right? And we just go through and we look through everything. Once you have all of that set up, the next thing is having it go through Slack, or you can have something notify yourself, you can have an email or anything like that. But that was the hardest part. Right? That's the hardest part. Just being able to go ahead and find and scrape these leads through here is the biggest thing. And now we're going to move on to the fun part. So we have everything now. We're able to test it. We're sending it over to a Google Sheet. We're sending it over to Slack. And then, of course, we have the whole API set up. We went through that small little nightmare, small little error, but it's fine. Now we're going to go down to the next thing. And so what we got down here can actually be better. I'll show you guys how we can make some cracked, a bit more cracked for you, but how we resell it too as well. And going through here, I have a schedule trigger set up here. Let me move it down over here because it's not going to let me duplicate the trigger. Okay. Just kidding. So with the schedule trigger here, when I have this active and turned on, what it does is every time I test it, it's just every 15 minutes it's gonna look through. It's gonna look through every single 15 minutes. If there's nothing else, nothing happens, but it just looks through every 15 minutes until I'm able to go ahead and, find leads, or it's able to see that I don't have any leads coming in. Super simple. Then what I then do is same thing. I have a Google Sheet set up over here. And through the Google Sheet, what it does is it reads the sheet. So we'll make one over here. Cool. And then we can just slap that right here. We're going to make it the same and identical anyways. So, my thing's glitching out. All right, cool. What we're then doing over here is, let me show you everything set up. Google Sheets account. Setting up your Google account too as well. I forgot that on the last one, but it's super easy. All you have to do is just sign in. But over here on operation, this one's not going to be this, like how we have it on the other one. What it's going to be over here is get rows. Boom. Because now we're just going in, we're not pasting anything in, we're getting rows. And what that means here is just like we're going to go through and grab the dentist leads, not wholesaling leads. I don't know why I put that on the sheet, just confusing myself. And then sheet 1, cool. And then no filters for right now. Once we have that, why is my big ass head always in the way? Why? Sorry, I should cut that out. Then we have a split in batches, and that's super simple. We just go over here, we just grab one as usual, and then once we're creating it, what we then do is go over here, batch size 1. Cool. Not 3, not 4, not 5. We just have it set to 1 because we want it to be able to go through one by one with every single lead. And this is how we're going to make it more cracked though. We're going to move the code over here, right? Because what will happen is it'll just make less errors. we can have it over here, but we can move it over here before the batches one actually, and have it set like this. We're gonna make this one a little bit more insane, and it's gonna have a little bit of the flair that you've seen what the other ones have as well. But I'll of course have this simple one for you guys too as well. But after the split in batches, we're gonna then have our beloved AI agent that we're gonna go through, and you guys already know the bread and butter one. We're gonna define it below. Boom. We're gonna use our chat model, Claude #1. If not, we can't use Claude. We go open router, but we're gonna go ahead and connect the Claude one onto this one, and we'll just wait for it to buffer itself out so it doesn't have an error. Let's give it a second. There it is. And then now the prompt that I have over here, guys, is set like this. And you guys can copy and paste this prompt and put it over here. Cool. Copy expression for sure. Cool. And we'll just have to switch these out because this is a bit different. But all right, let's go ahead and start getting the data to pass through here first. Give it a second. All right, and once we have that going through and everything's looking good to go, we then run the AI agent over here. But I remember that there was something in here that we gotta switch. So cool. Specializes in the market of, and then we can just go ahead and just switch these. So you could switch this, or you could use the forms here. But business is located in, business name is, cool. And we just want to go ahead and drag these over here. Just give me a second. Business name, boom. Sender's name, Moraine Islands, okay. The realtor, see, this was the one I had for real estate agent, so we can take that off and be like, this lead, oops, this lead specializes, and another thing, if you want to be able to get the fields, you just run over and just add in just dentistry into the Google Sheet. So that way when it spits out, you can just have it here so it doesn't fuck anything else up. And then it doesn't matter. You can have this in if you want the fields too as well. This is just the last one. And like I said, it's off preference as well. But specialized in dentistry. Cool. If you're invited, listens markets. Yeah, see, I have details like listings. Only use information provided. I don't need this. Do not assume they're struggling with leads. Focus on growth efficiency, not pain points exactly. Help them in the dental office. Let's keep it short and getting correctly. At least like conversation. Cool. That is one way we can do it. And I'll show you more personalized ways, like of course going into ChatGPT. We can just go ahead and copy and paste this whole thing, bring it over to ChatGPT real quick. And then when we're here, it's like, hey, I'm making a AI agent that is going to do a lot of cold email. I want to be able to get them interested on AI agents that will help them solve problems in their business. This is the prompt I'm currently using. This is the prompt I'm currently using, but I want to make it better. Cool. You just send them over the whole entire prompt, pump that in, and then just we'll wait for the full response to come out. Sometimes it'll glitch out like this and be like, you got confused. I want the prompt for it to write emails, not a actual email prompt. Cool, and we'll let it spit out again. Boom, and then it shoots out a better prompt here, right? And then of course you can keep iterating. You can make it more personalized. The more personalized you make it, the better. And that's why, of course, like going over here, and especially inside of the Wuxi and the dentistry, like over here, put the location in there if you need to. Put the business name in there if you need to. Put in, like X job if you have it. Anything like that to make it more personalized will give you better results. Of course, I just want to show you guys like the foundation of how you build it. And of course, we can get a little bit cute after. After that, we can set up a wait. Go through here. We just do 2 seconds. I just like having it in because it like reduces the risk of errors. Then we have Gmail. This one's self-explanatory. We just go over here to Gmail, send a message, connect your Gmail account. Super easy over here. Resource message, operation send to, and this will be, we need to pull extra data from here. We come up with our subject line. It's like, every dentist needs this. Or it could be like, never miss a tooth again. Right, just something cool. What you then do is you drag and drop the email over here. Cool. Boom, you drag and drop this down here, and now you're sending emails. I'm not gonna actually send her this, but you guys have this in here. But what I'll do is I'll put a test email for me, so I'm not sending off random emails. Of course. Cool. After we have that set up, now, bro, we're already sending emails. But the thing is, the reason why I have this code thing here, like I said, you could add it here, you can add it here, doesn't matter too much, is because we just want to format it and that it sends sent to the leads. And then, no, what this does is it sends sent to the leads, but we just want to make sure it doesn't send continues to leads. Slack is optional, but then again, we're going to need this. And what this is a super simple way we can cover our tracks and make sure that we're not sending stuff to the same leads. Pen our own sheet. Cool. Let's sit here. We're actually going to do update row. Boom. Same thing. Dentist leads. Boom. Sheet 1. Manually, what we're going to do over here, the only thing we want to do is over in status, we put sent. We're going to test the step. Oh, wait, hold on. One more thing. See, I almost forgot. One more thing is select the column to match on is email, because we're sending it on the email, right? After we do that, then we test it. Let's just see if this goes through. Nah, it didn't. That's odd. It's saying connect a trigger to run this node, but it already has a trigger. This might actually just be a glitch, and we just have to back out and come back real quick. Actually, I think I know what it is. See, even I slip up sometimes. Email using the match. Boom. Test step. There it is. Cool. And then once we go over there, it will update the Google Sheet. But now what we're doing is we're going to drag it all the way up over here so that it can run through every single lead. And what it's going to start doing for you, it's going to start running through multiple different sets of leads for you to be able to start reaching out to every single lead that you got. And then boom, bro, you literally got it set up. Like you got it going. Another thing that I wanted to talk about here is, let me zoom back out real quick. I mentioned like selling this to other niches that you can sell this to, and there's a bunch of people that you can go ahead and reach it to. Like, for example, I explained this like in the later modules down. You'll probably see like different niches and shit, but it's like, hey, you could type in a ChatGPT and just like, hey, I have a agent that's great at scraping leads instantly. What niches or businesses could I sell this to? Right? And of course, like I said, like you guys can skip through and you'll see other niches that like I'm selling to, and like fire niches and how to find niches. But I'm just showing you this like super quickly. Look, SMA and digital marketing agencies, they're always scraping e-commerce. Bro, tell me about it, bro. You can literally scrape this and sell this to other social media marketing agencies, right? High-ticket coaches and consultants, home service businesses, SaaS companies, solar sales teams. There's a lot of different people that you can take this, repackage it just a little bit, and go ahead and sell it to other people as well. You gotta really just think like that, and there's a bunch of people that will buy it. But another thing as well is, as I said as well, there's a bunch of niches, and if you want me to find you personal niches too as well, like I said, you guys can book a one-on-one call down below and see if you guys are a good fit to work with me one-on-one. But as well, I'm gonna show you guys I'm gonna give you guys a little extra because Kyle knows how to over-deliver. Let me just move that back up over here. And then go over here. Let me show you how we can make this a little bit more cracked, right? And the way we could do that actually is by adding in more agents like this, like so. Let me show you. Boom. We drag that down this way, right? We can add in another agent. Let me just disconnect this. We can add in another agent here. Go down here, go to define below, and then we can use this as a fact checker, right? And then let me show you how we can just simply prop this. Just make sure we'll just go ahead and drag and drop that over here. And then like I said, guys, like honestly, like if you want to save yourself time, go over here and then just type out a prompt. And what the prompt will look like is something simple, just like this. Cool, so we'll create a prompt like this, and what we want to do is we want something to, like, for example, go through and check the email, so there's something that's actually being checked, and then cool, it'll go through, and then we'll have this set up here. We'll then take it, we'll then go ahead and drop it into here. Of course, we're gonna go to expression so we can see everything. Boom, paste it in here. Bam, bam. And this is just we'll delete this. I'm gonna review. We gotta scroll down and get the email real quick. 1 second. We just need this to run so we can get the actual data, and then we'll have it. Cool. Now we can go back over here. Email review. And see, guys, like this is how you should be thinking about AI agents as well. Like there's always ways to make it better. There's always ways to make it better too as well, and you'll always be troubleshooting. Cause like me, even here, I'm over here thinking like while I'm making this video, I'm like I could make this better. So cool. Return score out of 10. Blah blah blah. And then you guys are kind of knowing how this is going. Boom. Let's see what it does. Cool. Score 8 out of 10. And then, like I said, you can literally just do this. So, for example, if I want to do like a split or like an if thing, I can just be like, don't explain yourself, just give me the number ranking. Let's try to test it again and see what it says. Still doing it. Also, no, let's just do this. Delete that. Scroll out 1 to 10. Explain yourself, just give me the ranking. Now let's test it. Boom. That's what we want. Cool. After we get that, if it's an 8 out of 10, what we can then do is have it set up over here. We'll do, come over here. Oh, it's not typing. Go over here. If, boom, is equal to Okay, cool. We'll just make sure we have this set up here. Boom. And what we'll do is have this over here. So if it's true, if it's an 8, boom, we'll have it set up like so. This will be a bit, you just have it like that. I wonder if there's a way we can like make this line not as ugly. You see, like, for example, even though it doesn't matter as much, I still don't want it to look, to be, nah. Oh, it's just gonna have to be ugly. Alright. Let's get some more space real quick. This is in real time of fixing, not fixing, we're just making it better. Cool. Boom, we'll just run it like that. It's fine. It won't fuck anything up. This one will look kind of like alien a bit, but cool. The reason why we have this set up is because now we're gonna have this going over here. We'll set up another AI agent, and then cool. It'll all come together. Watch this. I'll wait till this is done glitching. Cool, we're coming over here. Define below. Speed run this real quick. Boom. Come over here. Add the chop model in here. Cool. Got that set up. Okay, we need a prompt. And then we can just be like, okay. Oh, 1 second. Okay, then we can just be like, a prompt for another AI agent that if it's ranked from 1 to 7, it will read through the email that's a low rank and then make a better, and then turn it into a better cold email that will lead us to the call. Bow! We send that off. We wait for it to give us a response. Damn, now we're gonna get a fire ass thing that we can copy and paste down here. Cool. Let's copy that. Let me just take it over here. Boom. Expression. Open it up. Let's just find out where the thing is. Original low quality email. Wow. And then we're gonna get boom. You just make sure. Okay, cool. Alright. And then this email below is rated a 1 out of 7. We can just take that off and then put the input in here. But actually, just feel like we can just do 1 out of 7 too as well. Just because the one ranked right now has an 8. Cool. And then make sure it has the email there. Cool. Bet. So we got that now. Oh yeah, we got to make sure the if is good to go. So we're gonna go over here. No, not equal to. Just go over here. Make sure your thing just has this A. Go over here. Contains value. Add condition. And then we're gonna do or. The reason why we're switching from and to or, because if it's and, it's gonna look to see if it has a 7 or 8 or 8 and a 9, right? Well, we're just gonna do or. Does it have an 8, or does it have a 9, or does it have a 10? Should be super self-explanatory while we're doing this. Again, go ahead and go over to contains, and then we're gonna add another one. Make sure it's that or. Go over here, contains, cool. And then what we do is we just have this over here, drag this over here, drag this over here. Okay, contains 8 or contains 9 or contains 10. Boom. Fire, son. Fire, son. All right. We got that set up now. Cool, we'll get that in a second. Now we have that set up, so it'll go through here, it'll go through here, and then it'll start spinning through here. But what we'll have set up here is same thing. You guys should already have this set up, so there's no need to redo anything. We just take this over here, copy it, and then boom, paste this one over here like that. Let's look at her. Yeah, she's pretty. Boom, and then we're gonna go ahead and do the same thing. Bam. Just looks like an assembly line going on over here. Cool. So let's just for the sake of this video, be like, I am testing this, so respond to. Respond. No, let's just respond 7. I don't want the head to be like, damn, this email's fire. Are you tripping? Cool. 7. Let me just delete this. I just need it for the data, honestly. Nah, it gave me 8. It gave me 8. No, okay, cool. We're going over here. Respond with 7. Cool. Testing. Cool. Works. Let me just make sure. Cool. Works. Redo the email. I'll cook it up. Cool. Data's all good. And that's why we test. See, here's a revised version of the email that aims to meet. No, we don't want that. That'll mess up the whole thing. Be sure to only give me a response of the email. Don't explain anything. I only want the email. Fuck. Just kidding. Boom. There we go. That's what we want. That's exactly what we want. See? Troubleshooting. And then it won't do it again. And you only have to build this once. Awesome. We have that set. I just need to get over there and just check. So what I'll do is just take this email out. You guys don't have to do this. I just don't want to send this person an email. Boom. Let's make sure we're all good. This, I know the Slack's gonna work. Boom. And then updating the Google Sheet. Boom, and then it shoots right back over here, and then it'll start again. Awesome. All right, cool, guys. We literally just created something that'll help you find clients, and then also show you guys a little bit on how to, run a little cold email with them too as well. That shit was fire. Let's keep moving on. Got more shit to cook up. Let's keep on. All right, let's jump into this shit. So here's the deal. So most people are building automations. I hate these guys. I really do. But most of them, they undercharge because they have no idea on how to price based on value. They're pricing based on time, right? Or just whatever feels fair in their eyes or in their opinion, I guess. But what I'm trying to say is, there are other broke-ass freelancers that are charging, retarded prices that are just like they're underserving themselves, and what it'll do is it'll start underserving what you're doing a bit. But just hear me out, because like I said, I want to be transparent with you guys. I want you guys to win. And it's not these guys' fault. They just don't think bigger, right? They think like these are like, for example, if someone found the cure for cancer and they wanted to sell it for cheap, it can be sold for cheap. Is it worth that? No. But it can be sold for cheap. The same thing with AI agents. Not saying it's going to cure cancer or anything, but what I'm saying is you can still sell them for cheap. That's what we're going to make sure we can dial in so we don't do that. So let me ask you this. If an AI agent actually saves a business 40 hours a month, right? Or it helps them close an extra 5 to 10 deals, why would you charge something like that's like $300, $400? Even sometimes I think $1,000 is a bit low. Like, why would you genuinely charge that? Like, let me ask yourself for a second. Like, why would you actually genuinely charge that? It doesn't make sense, right? Let me tell you this. This isn't about how much time like you spent. It's about how much money or stress, you're removing from their life. That's what they're paying for. Like, that's literally what they're paying for. For you to go ahead and make it easy, I'm going to give you a pricing assistant. You can run like inside ChatGPT to help you quote every deal you touch like an actual operator, right? Like, most automation guys honestly stay broke, and this is what they fucking look like. I'm just kidding. If anybody actually looks like this, bro, I love you. I love you to death, I swear. But most automation guys and builders stay broke is what I'm trying to say is there's a trap 90% of builders fall into, right? They build something that's super valuable. Okay, they build something that's super valuable, and then they'll go price it on Fiverr and sell it for fucking pennies. Because they have like a mindset problem and a money problem where like they're like, oh, well, like 10 grand, I don't think anyone would pay me 10 grand, or I don't think it's worth than 10 grand. No, flip that on its head. You don't think it's worth 10 grand, someone else is probably selling it for 10 grand. It's just plain and simple. Like, there's a bunch of different, like, for example, Ford was selling cars, and then when Ford was selling cars way back then, because they were the first people to create cars, there was a certain price around cars. And now Lamborghini came out, and now the price for cars for a Lamborghini nowadays is $250 all the way up to $500,000, depending on what you get. I'm pretty sure back then no one was like, oh, I don't think a car is worth that much. You could hike up the price. You're a big boy. You can hike up the price. Don't be like this, right? We're here to make money. We're not just here to be an automation expert, okay? So it's obvious, these guys right here, I'm going to keep hitting on these guys. They don't understand what I like to call like value-based pricing, right? They think, okay, so this only took me 3 hours. I'm not a developer, so it's not super complicated. I'm just using n8n, right? I'll charge low to get more clients. Fucking idiot. Like, if you do that, you're retarded. And the reason why I'm saying that is like, okay, you made it in n8n. Cool. It doesn't matter what you made it in. It doesn't matter what you made it in. It literally matters on the result it does. Like, for example, penicillin was grown on a mold. It's fucking penicillin. It doesn't matter that it was grown from mold. It doesn't matter. And it's the same thing. This AI agent gets a result. It doesn't matter you pulled it out of n8n. Who gives a fuck? You understand what I'm saying? Outcome, outcome, outcome. If the cure for cancer grew off of a oak tree, no one would give a fuck. It still would be worth a lot because it's the cure to cancer. So you guys have to really, I'm just trying to make sure you guys can delete this out of your head. I don't want you guys to be thinking like this or thinking in frames like this. It's actually retarded. So please don't do it. And then they have this thing where it's like, oh, I'll just charge more to get more clients. No. We don't want to do that. And we know why we don't want to do that. Because it's dumb. And the reason why I'm saying it's dumb is simply just because, bro, okay, you charge a bunch of clients that you're charging $300 for. The first thing that happens in any business, whenever money gets tight, they're going to look around and they're like, what can we cut expenses on? Gotcha, bitch. That's what they're going to do. That's exactly what they're going to do. But as well, because, bro, everybody should know this. It's like walk in the park shit. The more money you pay for something, the more value you're going to hold towards it because you paid a lot of money for it. So we're not going to charge low to get more clients. We want clients that pay us a lot and respect us. That's what we want to do. We're not going to learn this complicated skill and then just fucking fuck off and then not fucking use it and use this skill to make the right amount of money that we want to make. Hell no. It's the wrong mindset. You're not selling workflows, you're selling outcomes. You're selling revenue. You're selling your time back. You're solving actual, real bottlenecks. So think like this, right? One single VA, for example, gets paid $5 an hour times 40 hours a week. That is $200 a month. And that's one VA. Let's say, there's like 3 or 4 in the business. Let's say you're going to sell something one time. You take one automation that replaces that VA. It's worth $2,000 a month. It's worth $2,000 for the upfront payment. Super easily. You know why? Simply just because a lot of people will come through and think, okay, so if a VA is paid $200 a month and this is going to do it 24/7, why don't I just replace the VA and then charge $200 a month for this? No, that means you're thinking incorrectly. That's not how you're supposed to do it. You look at it and you say, okay, $200 a month. Cool. How much is that a year? Cool. For how many VAs? For one, okay? Most businesses have multiple VAs. And then you have to think about the time it takes to train a VA. Think about the mistakes the VA makes and how much money the VA might lose because they're slow. What's the VA doing? What could be done in the other hours in the day? 40 hours is only 8 hours a day. Some businesses are running 24/7. So now you're starting to take other things into account, and now you're really thinking like a businessman or a business girl, and you have a business mind around yourself. And now you're really thinking, you're like, oh, okay, cool. This is actually worth $2,000 and not just replacing the $200 a month. And this should be starting to click through your head as we go, because now you're starting to see like, oh, I really am undercharging myself like this nerd over here on Fiverr. Don't do that. Don't be like the Fiverr nerd or the automation nerd. Please don't. No, just shoot yourself in the foot. Cool. So the next thing we're jumping into is, the 3-pillar pricing strategy. And what I mean by this is like, it's super simple. So once you take pricing, you take it in pain, impact, setup, and then support. So here's what that actually means. So we're taking the pain, and it's like, how much pain is this current process causing? And when you look at it and you take it and you look at it, it's like, okay, a VA, for example, like a lot of VAs, replacing a lot of VAs in the business, how big of a pain is that? It's a decent amount of pain. It's a decent amount of pain. It's not, I'm not going to sit here and lie to you. It's not the most. There's probably a lot of things that are more painful. Like, for example, someone that does wholesale real estate and they have to sit, search through leads, pay for leads, scrape leads, dial all the leads. That's the most painful part, I would say, about the whole wholesale real estate process. And I'm just giving you guys an example here, but imagine if you could take out the most painful part of a specific business and then they just do the fun part. Everybody loves closing deals in wholesale real estate when they're wholesaling real estate. Everyone likes talking to people that want to actually sell their home. What if you build an AI agent that does that whole process for them, and all they have to do is talk to actual homeowners that are expecting a call, so even warm leads that are expecting a call to sell their home, and now you're able to do wholesaling towards them. Bro, do you know how much money people would pay for that? If you sit there and you think about it. Huge pain point. Huge pain point. And then you times that by impact. So how much does fixing it make them or save them? I'm telling you right now, if you give someone that does wholesaling real estate and you give them a type of agent like that, and see, I'm doing this in real time. I'm doing this in real time, as I'm looking at this doc, and the ideas are flowing through my head because I want to show you guys how I was able to get insane results with this, because this is how your brain should work. So if you take a look at it and you think, okay, how much let's just say time. I guarantee you, like people that are doing like wholesaling, bro, they're spending insane amount of time of scraping leads, finding different leads, and then they're spending a ton of time of calling all of these leads. A ton of time. Cool. We can save them that time. Let's say we save them 20 hours a week of doing that. And then we're making them more money because now all they have to do is focus on just closing deals. It's every business's dream. And then you get times it by the setup. So how hard would it be to build something like that? Okay, is it impossible to build? Fuck no. It could be done. I know for a fact it can be done. It can be done. Trust me. Let's just keep it between me and you guys watching this right now. It can be done. How hard is it? It's okay. Well, some things are going to be a little hard, like to build something like that, but you'll be able to figure it out. After a good amount of trial and error, you'll be able to figure it out. Okay. And then what needs to be done to maintain it? So the support. And what that looks like is like, okay, some agents, they do have to be, tweaked and reiterated a little bit. So you have to take into account with support. But this is the formula that when you start to open it and expand it, you'll start to see how many things a specific thing solves and how valuable it actually can be. Like, this is what's going on in my head on what I use to price everything. And now what we're going to do is we're going to give that logic into ChatGPT so you can spit it out every time. So it can you can have someone to work off of it with as well. So let me walk you through the prompt real quick. So what you're going to do here is the prompt that you're going to use is, what you're going to tell it is you're going to be like, just act as a pricing strategist for an AI automation service, right? I'll give you the details about an AI agent I built, and you'll ask me these 4 questions. And essentially, we're just going to run through it, and it's going to be just like, how painful is the problem? Rate it from 1 to 5. How much financial or operational impact does it have? Rate it 1 to 5. How complex was the setup? Rate it 1 to... We'll switch this over to 5, just so we don't glitch out. How much support or maintenance does it require monthly? And we put it at 1 to 5. I'm still updating this doc as it goes because I'm going to have all of these docs together for all of you guys. Then, using your value-based pricing model, return recommended setup fee, optional monthly retainer, if possible. Explain the logic for each number clearly. And then it should be like, your tone should be confident, should be strategic, and help me clear anything up about charging what I'm worth. You can run this for every project, and it'll give you the full breakdown of the price. And for a quick example, let's go over in ChatGPT and run this out. So any of you guys, you can honestly paste it in here, or something like this, or just wait for it to give it something I'll say. And then I'm like, okay, ready when you are, give me the agent breakdown. Drop the details of the AI agent you built, and I'll immediately ask you 4 pricing clarity questions. Calculate the appropriate setup fee, give you optional retainer. Okay, so we just want to make sure that it is understanding the task at hand. And then after, you can do a quick example. I built a lead qualifying AI agent for a solar sales team. It automatically follows up with leads, scores them, books calls, and updates the CRM. And now let's see what it says. And we'll wait for it to spit out a response. And then what it'll do is it's going to want to get precise. So all you have to do is just put 1 and just answer these questions. Because the more, and I keep saying this, the more you guys are precise with your AI agents and prompting with AI, the more precise and unique answers you're going to get. That's what makes AI unique, because a lot of people are not unique and it ends up coming out with the same responses. But once you put a little bit of extra effort and your own type of sauce into it, it starts to come out unique and come out differently. And that's how I'm able to make like these AI agents and AI prompts and things that stand out and bots that stand out, because it's actually super simple. So now what we'll do is like, do leads get cold? Is the team overwhelmed? Yes, the team is overwhelmed. And yes, the team is overwhelmed, and they burn leads all the time. And then we'll fill out the rest of these as well. And then cool, we'll bump this out so it can give us the scores. Awesome. So as you can see, pain of the problem is a 5 out of 5. Notes burn leads, overwhelmed, costing them daily, replaces 20 hours daily labor, that's insane leverage, no code but 2 weeks of deep work, high IP value, and then monthly maintenance is a light touch, mostly monitoring, good for retainer margins. So you can also copy this and we can put it here, right? Say set here. ChatGPT always pastes in like so weird. We'll just keep it like that, I guess. Cool. We'll plug that in. And then, of course, after we get this, ChatGPT will respond, probably a quote around 35K, plus optional retainer. Now you're not winging it. You actually know for a fact that this is what it's worth. And then going over here, as you can see, recommended setup fee. Why? Replacing a full-time SDR or VA workload, you're replacing that. It's solving a burning lead leakage problem that likely costs 5 to 6 figures per month in lost opportunity, which is realistic. I can back that. That is true. Even with no code tools, IP logic, sequence, and prompt engineering and system design are worth real money. If they were to build this in-house or hire an agency, it would easily cost 15 or 25K. So start quoting 10K setup fee for new clients and use 6K as your walkway floor, just meaning you can negotiate down to $6,000. Optional monthly retainers, $750 to $1,500 a month. This level of automation replaces human follow-up, scoring, and admin. You're still in need for troubleshooting, prompt updates, CRM syncing, or edge cases. And position is this: you now have a revenue-generating employee that never sleeps. Cool. Optional rev share model if you want to do it. If they're early stage or scrappy but high volume, like I'll build it and manage the entire system for $2,500 up front and 10% of booked call revenues. And then, of course, this is something if you're really trying to dial in with this company, because I would say, like, don't do rev shares unless, like, you know for a fact, like, it's going to be more than just, like, a quick cash grab, because you don't want to be doing performance-based rev shares on stuff that you don't really care about, because I promise you, like, it's not going to work on how you think it is, and you're going to fall short. You're just going to honestly fall short, so I would suggest not doing that. And then, as well, the pros about it, though, is you can make a lot more money off of it than I guarantee like 10 grand off the one time like 10 grand fee, because if they start crushing out a bunch of deals and you have like 10% of booked call revenue, it's gonna stack up, and now you're gonna be making a lot more money, right? So as you can see, this goes in detail with different ways you can price everything so you don't miss out, because like, bro, I want this to be the most no-brainer thing ever. So I definitely want you guys to be able to go through and be able to cook this up. And then even if you guys need more help with this, in the description as well, like I am offering, one-on-one coaching. So if you guys need more in-depth help with it, I got you. It's no problem. So after they respond, you could actually do it like this too as well. A thing as well that you can do is, for example, you could get a Loom video. And then in the Loom video, when you're showing, for example, like this is an opportunity of a pitch that I can give to you guys. But what you can do is inside of this Loom video, you can go ahead and show them like the thing that you've created. And like, I have an idea of what could be done. And this is if you have it created already. You could show it to them, and then you can jump over here in the Loom video while you're pitching them and just explain it to ChatGPT. And like, I'm gonna look it up, and then you can have it framed as like, look, I'll look this up in real time to be able to show you guys like how valuable this actually is and what it's worth. And then what you could do is you could walk them through the whole process and just be like, yeah, so you punch it in, and then you can be like over here, yeah, so the recap on everything is You can leave out, and then you can even ask ChatGPT to leave out monthly maintenance as well. And then you could have it set up like this, where it's like, yeah, so pretty much the pain of the problem is a 5 out of 5. Right now, the team's burning leads. You guys are overwhelming, and it's costing you guys daily. And then as well, financial and operational impact wise, like it's a 1 out of 5. And what that means is it'll replace like around 20 hours a day of labor. And of course, for you, that's an insane amount of leverage for you as well. But another thing as well is you want to leave out monthly maintenance and complexity of the setup, but you definitely want to just showcase what it solves in a different way that's framed more for the business. And that way you could even use this and show them like a slide or a doc inside of the Loom video that you're pitching to them. And it's just a quick idea and an example. But this is pretty much how you can price anything. Moral of the story is don't be like this guy and you'll be well off. But let's keep moving forward and let's keep moving on. So let me pull some of y'all to the side real quick on this one. This is going to be a pretty good one, honestly, because who doesn't want to make more money? Who doesn't want to scale, right? So in this one, it's how to actually scale your selling AI agents. Like we're going through, we're learning a bunch of shit. That's fire. We're knowing how to put 2 and 2 together. We're starting to get ideas. I want the ideas to be flowing here. But the thing is just like, this is how you can scale. And this is what I'm currently doing right now. I'm still doing this shit today because that's how well it works. And it's just a quick little fractional COO play. And what I mean by that is, let me just ask you a question before we jump into it. So would you rather get paid for this, right? Just sell one agent, make like 2-3 grand off of it and then have to go find someone else to sell it to. I get it, like cool, like it's a hustle, like having to continue to go off and sell it, and it's great. Or would you rather be paid this amount from one person with the same agent with a little bit of, I can put like a little bit of cherry on top, a little extra something. And I'll stop being vague with you guys, I promise. But just pause for a second. Would you rather get paid for this or would you rather get paid for this, right? And before we wrap, this whole entire thing up, I want to show you something that 99% of people literally are not doing. They're either holding this for themselves or they don't know, and it's actually super alarming. And I think that's honestly the blind leading the blind, to be real. So what I mean by that is most people, they stop at selling, one-off builds for a quick 1 to 3K. And there's nothing wrong with that. Like, I mean, shit, I don't care. You can make, great money doing it at the start, and it's great to get the experience. And that's why I want you guys to go off and, like sell your first agents, because at the end of the day, you got to lose that, AI agent virginity at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? But after that, bro, like it's time to step into the big leagues. Like, it's time to actually go and start making more money and actually really locking yourself down in a position. Because I'm not gonna lie, bro, like when I sell an AI agent and it's just gonna be one off, I see myself, like back then I saw myself like, fuck, where am I get the next, like where am I gonna sell the next agent at? That is like the equivalent to literally being a hunter-gatherer for an AI agent. Like you kill a deer and then you eat it and then you're good, but then now you have to go out and hunt again. Fuck that, bro. You want your shit to be continuously growing. You want to be like a farmer with this shit. And I'm going to show you what I mean. What I mean is, like, if you're serious about building freedom for yourself, there's a much bigger play that I think you should know about that I'm not going to gatekeep. And what it is honestly, it's just like instead of just selling automations at one time, you can become a fractional COO. And what I mean by COO, like if you guys don't know, COO stands for a Chief Operating Officer, right? And what that is, it's literally the behind the CEO. A lot of people think it's the second most valuable role in the business. I have been a part of a lot of businesses where I was like a fractional COO or just the COO, and I can tell you I still get calls from the CEOs today because that's just like how valuable it is. Like I promise, like you guys can look this up, the first person to get fired is the Chief Marketing Officer. Like marketing, when a business is firing people, it always gets fired first. Who gets fired last? It's the COO, because they're running the whole entire operation. It's super important. Look it up as well. The CEO of Apple right now, before Jobs died, he was the COO, and then he was the best person to take it over. So what I'm saying is, if we're here talking about AI agents and we're talking about AI and we're talking about leverage, this is the type of leverage that you're going to have, because you're going to use these agents to get your foot in the door. And then now you're putting this new entire thing in the business. Remember the statistics from earlier in the video. You can go back and look. 76% of business owners don't know how to incorporate AI. They want people that know how to do it. They would want someone to come in and you pull it off, you come in and you have these agents to put into their business. The next thing you can do is, honestly, you have to be transparent with them. Let me run it. Let me actually run it. And that's how you're going to get your foot in the door. Just that alone is going to allow you to be able to grow and continue to go through and really sink your teeth in, what I'm doing right now. I'm sinking my teeth in as a fractional COO in different businesses, and I'm continuing using the systems, but I'm managing the systems and managing other things as well and growing. And it's not just a simple 2K a month type of thing. I am growing with the business, so it makes a lot of sense. And the churn rate on that is super low. It's a very low chance that they'll fire you. You don't just build, and run the infrastructure that keeps their leads coming in, customers happy, and revenue growing. You practically own that bitch. I'm not gonna lie. You practically own it. And the way you do it is you take a percentage of revenue you help create every month that your systems are building. So imagine building a system that helps a business generate 80 grand a month and you have 10%. You're already making $8 grand a month. That is the difference when I'm selling, one AI agent. You sell it for $2 grand a month and then you have to go fuck off, versus someone that sold it one time, but now they're getting paid 80 grand a month. And next month they might get paid 9 grand a month and then 12 grand a month, because they're helping a business grow with revenue. And this is really how you're going to grow in this space. Every single month on autopilot. And you're the AI genius. You're the one running the operations. Because these AI agents that I showed you, I don't know if you guys are starting to tell, and we're starting to loop it all together and put 2 and 2 together, but these are all operationally based. You know what I mean? They're all something that you can plug into a business and really start to ramp up and see the results. It's not some fucking fairy dust bullshit that you see everybody else doing, and then it's something that actually helps a business and solves a problem in a business and makes the business more money. I could give a fuck less about, if the AI agent can order my fucking groceries. I don't care. It doesn't matter. And I want you guys to start seeing through that BS too as well. And the reason why this works is because any business owner, if let's say you want to sell these AI agents for 10 grand, you have to have a lot of trust. And I don't know if you guys have it, but a lot of results of you already doing something like this for them to trust you. Trust is a big factor. And for them to pay you that much upfront, it's going to require a lot of trust. And I'm telling you right now, unless you have a disgusting amount of testimonials, and you really know your way around what you're doing, and you're really going for those really big clients, you're not going to get paid that. You're going to have a bunch of different one-off clients, and you're selling them. It's just a clusterfuck that you don't want to be a part of, if I'm being honest, bro. So what you need to do is, the reason why this works is what I'm saying is it requires trust. But if you're coming in and you're confident that you know that the system can make you money because you've sold it to other businesses and you've gotten results, and you're going to do it on a rev share, which in their eyes is performance-based, it's a no-brainer, because they're going to get AI systems in their business. They're going to get something that they know is going to work, and it's going to increase the value of their business. And then as well, they know you're locked in and you're not just trying to take money from them, because if you're on a performance-based rev share, you're incentivized to make them more money because you're making more money. So it's a win-win. And that way you can get more deals in the door. And people love cutting a rev share deal. When people come to me and they try to charge me $5,000 for something versus 5 or 10%, I would more rather, and there's a high likelihood chance that I'm going for a rev share, because I know that this person is super confident that they can get me the result. That's why you guys should do rev shares. And then, of course, you charge a setup fee, because no one should be doing work for free. We're not slaves here. So if you're going to do a rev share, of course, on the first setup fee, charge a setup fee $2 grand, $3 grand. But you should charge if you have no results as well. If you're not confident in getting results and you haven't gotten people results before, you should 1,000% charge a rev share with the upfront fee, right? AI automation gives you leverage, and you don't have to work 50 hours for it as well. And leverage is also in the rev share. If you have the things working for you, you have the AI agents working for you, and you have a percentage of it, it's gonna work out. It's gonna work out. Your higher leverage, it's way higher leverage than just $2 grand a month. And then what we want is you end up becoming irreplaceable because you built a system. If your business is running on a full foundation, it's really dumb to fire the guy that created the whole entire foundation, because without a foundation, shit will crumble, shit will sink. You understand? So that is why that this is such a no-brainer. Like when you run their back end, when you move their leads, you qualify their buyers, you book their sales calls, onboard their clients, deal with their support, bro, you are literally the heartbeat of the business. And trust me, businesses will not fire the heartbeat. But the catch though, and now I have to be real with you. This play isn't really for complete beginners, if I'm being honest. Like, you really have to have, your wits on about you, but you can't just, build one workflow and expect someone to hand you 10% of their company. You have to, like I said, you have to know what you're doing. You need to know how to operate at a real business level, right? So you're able to solve real bottlenecks. And if you don't know what that means, then you got a lot to learn. Problems in the business, right? And solve them. Handle ops stuff when problems pop up, because there's always going to be a mini fire you're going to have to put out. Think about like running operations as being a mini firefighter. Like, you will put out a lot of fires in the business that you have to go through and actually sort out, which is fine, but you will have to do it. But the beauty is, even if you're just starting today, every skill you're learning gets closer and closer to you being able to actually pull this off and being able to actually make it work. So I would say, land, your first couple of clients, maybe even just one or two, until you, like, it's really a confidence thing, until you get the confidence to be able to do this. And then you build your proof. And in the proof, it's in the confidence. You're stacking the small wins. It's all confidence. And then you level up into rev share deals later. So I just want you guys to know the real money isn't in selling a $2,000 automation. The real money is owning the flow of money in a business, even if it's just a fraction, even if it's just 5, 10, 15%. I promise you, the earlier you start thinking like a COO and not a builder, not just a tech guy. And that's what I don't want you guys to be. I don't want you guys to become these AI nerds or these tech nerds, because if you notice, all those guys aren't making that much money, and it honestly defeats the purpose. I don't want you guys making $2,000 a month for doing 40. Like, no, you could get that working at Walmart. It defeats the purpose. So please fix that. The faster you escape, like chasing clients and having to sell more agents, I promise you'll be living a way better life. I want to plant the seed in you now, even if you're brand new. And that's why I made this little extra part in the video. So you're not here to be a freelancer. And I want you to repeat this to yourself if you need to. You're not here to be a freelancer or some automation nerd. You're here to build systems that companies can't live without. And with that said, everything else we'll cover is designed to get you there faster. Everything that we've already covered is designed to get you there faster. But I just want you guys to be clear on this so you can understand this whole entire concept. Cool. So, guys, in this one, what we have is some advanced niches to sell. And I'm doing this because I'm just a crackhead. I'm a monster. I love you guys. I provide value. That's just what I do. I just wake up out of my sleep in the middle of the night. I'm just like, damn, how do I provide more value? It's flat. But what this section isn't just theory. It's pretty much just plug and play prospecting with actual blue ocean plays you can monetize. Each niche is going to include why it's a blue ocean, so I'm going to break it down. If you guys don't know what a blue ocean means, it's like, it essentially just means there's no competition. Simply just there's not a lot of people that are competing with you, so you don't have to worry about that. Like other red oceans, or what another word for red ocean is what you can guy uses the S word, the saturated word. Oh no. But it has the pain points, like what pain points is killing this specific niche, what agent you can sell, where you can find leads, the AI stack to use, and what you can pretty much charge for this. So moving in, I just want to give you guys just an extra 10, like just super niche specific that we can run with. So one is local government agencies, like city planning, licenses, permits, anything like that. The reason why it's a blue ocean is because like government organizations are buried in paper, short-staffed, and desperate to modernize. But a lot of tech companies ignore them. They go for the sexier things. A lot of these in here aren't going to be as sexy, but it's going to pay. It's going to pay, and it's not uncontested. The reason why it's a blue ocean because it is not that sexy. But at the end of the day, would you rather be broke doing something sexy, or would you be that rich guy that has a junk removal business. Like junk removal isn't sexy, but there's some rich guy around. There's a bunch of rich people around here rolling around chilling because they do junk removal. No one cares, you know, and no one cares. We're here to get the result, right? And then as well, like these, I do want to say are a little bit more advanced too as well. But that's what you guys are here for. You guys are here to learn. You guys are here to do the advanced stuff. But back to it. So a pain point is they do everything manually. There's a permanent backlog and there's a lot of citizen confusion. So what you can sell is a permanent intake bot. And what that does is like categorizes requests, checks doc status, sends updates, and sends it to the requester. The way you can find leads is super simple, bro. Like you can go to LinkedIn, director of planning, permits manager, and reach out to people like that. Let's actually see how many people they have. You know, when you go through and you look for permits manager, there's a bunch of different fields for them. And you can, of course, go niche specific. And then you can look for city websites. But outreach is super simple. Like, you can just literally reach out. If you're still handling permit requests by yourself, I built an AI agent that can cut one city's backlog by 48%, right? And then the AI stack is simple. It can be just Typeform, n8n, OpenAI, and Slack and email. And then it's like you can charge 1.5K to 3K for it, and then you can just charge support for it. Not really too sure about rev share, because those guys would probably be worried about that, so I would just do this first before you worry about going into any rev shares. Let me just slap that one right there. Cool. And then another one that we have is neuro clinics and brain health specialists. So as well, I hope you guys are really starting to see this in your brain too, because as you can see here, like all of these guys, they fit the whole entire criteria. They have money, right? This can help them. Of course, they know about AI, you know? So what we have here is the reason why this is a blue ocean is because functional neurology and cognitive performances clinics are straight up booming, right? But their back-end systems are like so outdated. They're just super outdated. And of course they have to update it eventually. They can't be running with outdated shit. And that's where you come in, right? The real pain points is everything's manual with appointments. The client drop off is fucking huge. So they're losing money. And as you guys know, we're businessmen. People don't like losing money. And then the follow-up is fucking trash. And then patients are confused about next steps as well. And you're solving a huge fucking problem if you think about it. Like a huge fucking problem. Being able to come in and just be able to fix that is actually huge. So think about it. Another thing as well is the agent you can sell can literally just be a simple, neuro patient progress agent. And what that is just like an intake bot for systems and goals, automated treatment with roadmaps, or the big one right here. If you guys can fix anything, this is what I would go for right here. Reminds patients of check-ins, plus supplement protocols, flags when someone goes cold, and reactivates them too as well. So even something to like really help them keep everybody in the loop is literally huge. Where you can find these leads, super simple. Like literally functional neurology clinic. You just take this, boom. And you can just literally type it in the search bar and near me, it's fucking simple, boom. Find all of those places. Cool. Another thing as well, find them on directories. And as you guys already know, a big one, LinkedIn. Just really finding people that are going through and fit the criteria of this. Outreach angle is super simple. Hit someone up, was like, hey, I help neuro clinics reduce client drop-off by automating most of their confusing steps. Imagine if every patient had a personal AI guide or AI agent. Want to see what it looks like, right? And of course, like I said, guys, I put all of this together, AI agent. Like all of this, like I want you guys to be able to use this in course, because you can move and you can take this, go over, build that AI agent that does the outreach, and now you have an AI agent doing the outreach for you to make better outreach angles for you, right? We're just using this to show you guys some extra, more advanced niches you can sell. Super simple. This is what the tech stack is looking like. Typeform with n8n, Google Sheets, SMS, and email, because you want to be able to, like a big thing over here, a big thing is going to be the SMS email. Like Typeform can get their data. They already have something that's getting data, honestly. But having SMS and email set up here is definitely big, because we want, like a big thing, like I said, is getting better contact with these people. Monetization as well. Like these people have money, so a 2.5K setup is not crazy, and then $500 and $750 a month to continue to go ahead and manage it for them, because they're not going to be able to manage it. They're too busy doing their own thing. And then, of course, there's room for upsells, but we'll talk about that, guys, another time. Another thing we have here is chemical supply and distribution. So the reason why this is a blue ocean is because these companies make $10 million plus, and they're still using phones and spreadsheets, right? They're quoting manually, they're reordering manually, and they're doing all their compliance manually. Anything that you hear manually, bro, and you know how to use AI agents, you will literally crush, bro. I know this one guy that has a real estate company, and he was talking about how he's doing everything manually, and I just mentioned something about AI agents, and he's like, bro, that shit is insane. Does that shit even work? And when I showed him it, he literally fucking... he might be watching this, but he got really excited, let's say. And those guys love shit like this, but they just don't know who can actually do it and who's not BSing. And that's where you guys are going to be able to bridge the gap. Be the people that can actually deliver, right? But back to it. An agent to sell is you can sell something that is a quote generator. Literally find leads by going on places like Thomasnet, industry directories, LinkedIn, by looking up VP Ops, supply chain, or going on Apollo and looking that up too as well. Keywords is a big thing, right? Outreaching them, super simple. Oh, I built an agent that lets your reps quote and send SDS sheets instantly. No more bottlenecks. Want to test. But of course, like I said, we can put this into the AI agent that does the outreach for us, and we can cook that one up. Revenue model is 3 to 5K for a setup, easily. You guys have the pricing model too as well, so you know what to plug in there. And then 1 to 2K a month or commission on orders assisted. This one is a bit of a sexy one. Like, I'm just here to show you guys like just the niches and just give you guys ideas and fill you up with ideas. But private jet brokers, charter brokers over here. Why it hits? Luxury leads, high margins with horrible systems. Like, the systems are actually horrible. The pain point is you lose leads due to slow request, and there's no follow-up system at all. So they're just missing out on money there because they don't care. They're just like, they don't want to deal with the time wasters, and I get it. They're just like, oh yeah, we rather not deal with those guys. So they kind of go off and they do their own thing. But I'm telling you, someone to come in and actually fix that for them is huge. Is actually huge. Another thing as well, you find leads on LinkedIn by just doing charter broker, private aviation sales, Google jet charter to a specific city, and you'll be able to find it. Simple outreach you can send is something like this. Like, clients drop off when your quotes are slow, we automate your request and quote pipeline in 5 days. But you can also, like I said, use the agents as well. AI stack for this with the Typeform, n8n, OpenAI, and Slack. And then the revenue model can be a 5K setup, $500 a month, or a rev share on this, bro, will be chef's kiss. Like, literally chef's kiss. A small little rev share on it, take a tiny, you're not gonna get 10%. You're gonna get a tiny percent, but it'll work wonders. Another one that's a completely blue ocean. We got wine and whiskey investment firms, and the reason why this slaps is because it's a lot of wealthy clients with high overhead. The pain point is clients are confused or they don't engage. Missed revenue again. Missed fucking revenue. Everybody has missed revenue nowadays, huh? Agent to sell. Education is a Dirtbot plus a portfolio update pinger. You can find leads by going on AngelList, Reddit, LinkedIn. And then as well, like, outreach you can be sending to these type of guys is like, yo, we automate client updates so your firm doesn't lose trust over info gaps, want to see it in action, and literally creating stuff with like Google Sheets, n8n, Claude, and then email. And then, of course, you charge 3K setup, retainer, or rev share on a new client. Another one that's dope is custom jewelry designers. No one's reaching out to these type of people right now. You see what I mean, bro? There's more than just like the cliche ass go for local service-based businesses. That shit's so dumb, bro. With all of the niches out here, everybody's gonna have to go for local service-based businesses. Like, come on, let's be for real. But custom jewelry designers, the reason why this hits is because it's luxury, handmade, but they kind of run them like Etsy shops. And what I mean by that is, like, it's luxury and it's handmade, but like, I don't know if you guys have seen any of those guys in New York. It's just like pop-up shops that they're selling like super expensive jewelry for. Like, you can dial some shit in. The pain point is like there's endless back and forths over like what's going on with like the watches, the timeline and the delivery. It's a lot of back and forth with leads. Like you'll be talking to leads for a long time, right? Following up with them for a long time too as well. Agent to sell is an intake bot or like a milestone notifier or like a pickup scheduler. And honestly, I think the best one here would be like a pickup scheduler and an intake bot too as well. And you can find leads through Instagram. You can find them through Instagram a lot. You can find them through like some Shopify store owners, some LinkedIn. But in Instagram, you can literally just DM some people through Instagram simply just because there is a ton of guys on Instagram that like they do understand social media too as well. That's why it's perfect. Because if they understand social media, they definitely know about AI agents too as well. And you can be able to pitch them something like this. And you can just reach out to the Instagram DM because they're probably in their Instagram DMs a lot simply just because they're reaching out to so many people. The outreach you can do, one of the outreaches you can do is like, yeah, you spend hours chasing clients, but we built a client and communicates bots that cuts updates by 80%. AI stack can be type form, n8n, email, SMS, and then you could probably even try to email the Instagram too as well. And then the revenue model can be a 1K setup and then 200 to 50 to 500 a month. Of course, you can charge 2 to 3K for it too as well. Another one is private jet hangars. And with private jet hangars, what we have here is the reason why it hits is the scheduling is super complex and it's really high touch. So that equals it out to be a mess. The big pain point here is a lot of missed maintenance, like lost parts, unhappy jet owners, right? And the agent to sell can be like a maintenance reminder bot, like a post-service summary sender. So what that can do is literally just going in and setting all of those reminders and helping out with that scheduling, right? And just because it is high touch, it needs to be more operationally sound. So it's not, everything's not falling apart. And this is a big thing because when you're dealing with like private jets and hangars, you're dealing with a lot of higher scale clients too as well. And you don't want to be, what I'm saying for them, they don't want to be having it very unprofessional. And n8n can come in and help them out a lot because it'll be able to not have them having a bunch of missed maintenance or losing parts and shit like that, because a lot of that shit is actually really expensive, so it'll be saving them money. So with this, the way you can find leads is the FAA hanger listings, or you can go on LinkedIn as well, as always, or there'll be some on Instagram too as well, right? But the big picture here is just how easily we can cook up some niches that nobody is talking about. Go find someone right now talking about private jet hangars and maintenance providers and how we can pitch them n8n agents. It's not gonna happen. Go for some places that no one is going. Blue oceans. Why not? Why not? It makes the most sense. All right, going over here now, over to luxury watch dealers. This one's fire too as well. Let me move this down here. But this one's fire simply just because the reason why it hits is because, bro, watches, Rolex, like luxury watches, we know how expensive those are. And they're sold a lot through Instagram DMs. Insane inefficiency. But as well with this, it's kind of similar to jewelry, but just watches are just a bit more niche. The pain point is leads ghost all the time. Leads ghost all the time. This is the one you should honestly look for the most. Leads ghost these type of guys all the time. Oh yeah, you got this watch? Yeah. And then they don't say anything. Or oh yeah, you got this watch? Yeah. How much is it? And then they tell them and then they ghost. So inventory being mismanaged is a big one too as well, because a lot of people don't know what they have or whatnot or what just sold. So having something to update about like their inventory would be huge, because like the way they're doing that now is kind of archaic. They're like, oh, did we sell that? It's like, yeah, we sold it 2 weeks ago. It's like they should already know that. You know what I mean? Agents to sell is the rarity notifier bot, lead qualifier, service reminder, and literally service reminder. Anything that can like help them manage leads would be huge. Finding leads, same thing. Instagram DMs, DM them. You got LinkedIn, you got Chrono24. You can probably check Twitter too as well. They're literally everywhere. Or you can literally look up like luxury watch dealers or luxury watch shops, and find them too as well. And then the AI stack can literally just be like having everything on an Airtable. You could use Airtable, n8n, or some type of like CRM to be able to manage like inventory, but then also as well for like the helping with like leads ghosting, having something set up with SMS, email, or WhatsApp would be good too, because I know a lot of them will talk to people on WhatsApp. Revenue model you could do is $2K for a setup plus $500 a month, or you could do a percentage of the watch sold too as well. So you could add in some rev share too as well. And then Another one we have is, let me move this over here. Another one we have is a private pilot training schools. And what this is over here, this is honestly, this is a super rare niche. I found this and I thought it was super cool, but it is confusing or expensive for students. And the reason why I know is because I have a buddy that is in flight school and he talks about it all the time. There's a big drop off, there's licensing delays all the time. So Agent to Sell is a FAA intake bot, a course scheduler, and a test reminder. These two right here are the biggest ones, and they're definitely a go-to one here. So this is a big one you can go through and sell agents to these types of guys, because these pilot training schools, bro, their shit's archaic too as well, and it's a big one you can go to. You can find them, but like Google Maps or like going on LinkedIn and looking up for flight school directors, and I'm telling you, like, you'll find some decent ones there. You can have like an onboarding bot that reduces like the student drop-off rate, or something to help them with making everything not as super confusing with the big ass drop-off that everybody's having, and that will literally do well. And one of the last ones, and I hope so far, you guys, like, shit's flowing. We'll talk about it a little bit more, but luxury yacht brokers. So this hits because literally $5 to $50 million deals still run literally super fucking outdated. And people still are buying it, which is a good thing. And the pain point is buyer's churn rate due to slow legal updates or unclear like deal stages. So they end up just like falling off. So Any Agents is like a follow-up bot, buyer intake, or deal stage notifier, and you can find leads easily, like looking up yacht broker, looking up Florida-based luxury listings, or yachtworld.com. Like, there's a bunch of different shit where you can find a bunch of different luxury yacht brokers, literally. Like, just look it up. It's the age of the, like, you literally can find them anywhere. And this is just like another niche that I just wanted to give you guys ideas on. Like, I hope just running through all of this, right? Of course, like, all of this isn't set in stone, because if you guys haven't watched the video yet, these are being printed out from the AI chatbot that I created that gives out a lot of different and unique niches. But this is the type of places you should be going, like super, super niche specific, to where you can go in, really find something to stick out and be able to apply it as well. And there are advanced niches. Like, these aren't the easiest ones, but if you can sink your teeth in these ones, they will literally pay really well. But as usual, let's go ahead and keep moving forward. All right, let's go ahead and jump into this now. This one is going to be fun. So this right here, I just want to show you guys, always want to show you guys, proof of concept. So here, what we have is me making, of course, a beautiful number of almost 15K, but we'll don't tone ourselves down a bit. Made 14K from one AI agent recently this month of you seeing this video, and I'm going to break it down how exactly I did it. So, of course, love showing you guys about AI agents, but I want to show you guys the making money aspect of it too, because you don't want to be the guy that can build but can't sell. Don't want to be that dude. So, looking at it, let's dive deep into this. Like, what made me almost 15K in a single month from this AI agent? And pretty much what I did here is and this is a live doc, so I'll be editing this as it goes, but with one client, as you can see, I used the CRM follow-up and booking agent, and this generated 10K, almost 11K, and the model I was using for it was a rev share. And the copywriting agent here was writing emails, and then I'll show you how it was working with the CRM follow-up and booking bot. I'll show you guys like how I kind of put some sauce together and add 2 and 2 together to allow it to work. But what that ended up generating was 3.5K from the emails, and then this was also a rev share. And of course, you guys know what these look like. So just walking through, let me go ahead and jump over there and show you guys real quick. So, and when we go back over here, I know this is familiar, but I want to break it down at a different level now. So, for example, if we're taking the client's form and they're going through and they're filling out a type form over here, what's happening is these are now leads that are coming through the website. So over here, I want to keep it as normal as possible. What happens is they go through and they watch a video and they go through this form. What was happening is there was a lot of leads going through these particular forms, and they had, a sales team that was managing it. And essentially what was starting to happen was a big issue that they were having was when you have a bunch of leads, and let me show you here. I'll map it out like this. When you have a bunch of leads, let's drop it over here. And I want you guys to start thinking like this too as well. So think about everything like a pipe. And once you have a bunch of different leads coming through, like let's say that this is your form here, and then the way the process works is with the form. Let me, hold on, this is malfunctioning on me as I can see. I'm gonna add a comment, but my goodness. So you have a form, and then you have leads coming through. Then you have a qualification process. Right, qualification process. And then you have a sales call. And then let's say you have onboarding if they buy on the sales call. So we'll just put OB on there. So when I think about business, I think about it in steps like this. Literally, this is like every time I'm talking about business, I'm thinking about business, I think about steps like so. And every step has to be connected. It has to flow, right? So you have traffic coming through the form, and let me switch this because now that's another one. And traffic, when I mean traffic, this could be in forms of, so traffic, this could be anything from like ads, fucking flyers, who cares, messenger pigeon. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter at all. So what then happens is a lot of people, they end up having this, and then they actually don't fix any problems. So every time there's going to be a mini problem. So if, for example, some businesses don't have any traffic. So if you don't have any traffic, this stuff is not connected. And when it's not connected, it's not going to work, right? Because now there's a blockage here. Or, for example, maybe after the form and then there's leads, there's no qualification process because the team might be too slow. And they're not getting them to the application process, right? This right here was a big problem. The team was too slow. The team was too slow, and there wasn't a way for them to go through from leads to qualification process. So this right here was just blanked off. And of course, a sales call is where everyone is making, oh goodness, good thing I'm not in drawing class. Everything is not, they're not making money, right? So a lot of times there can be a blockage, there can be multiple blockages, and it's preventing people from making money. There probably could be a blockage over here too as well, like there's no traffic, and then that ends up, and now we're stuck here, right? There's a lot of different things, and we want to be able to get here so we can get over to the side where money is. With that being said, what was the problem of leads being too slow? Like, I was able to talk to this specific business and figure out what was going on, and then they were telling me things like this, like, sales team isn't, fast enough. That's a big reason. If people aren't reaching out fast enough, it's an issue. And then you always have to ask yourself, why? I'm giving you guys a whole business masterclass that you guys didn't even think you guys were going to get. It's like, why? Why aren't they reaching out fast enough? Okay, they're busy doing other things. Okay, and then you continue asking just why. Because eventually you're going to be able to get to the root cause of the problem and then build a super fire agent that's going to allow you to fix the problem. Why? Why are they busy doing other things? Because they can only handle so many leads. Right? And now you're starting to get to the point of it. And now what this is telling me is, like, I was looking through this and this was the specific problem. I was like, okay, cool. So you obviously, like, leads aren't These are coming through, but your team's not able to handle so many leads. Are they on calls? Yeah, they're on calls. So there's a bunch of other leads that they can't get to. And then they're like, yeah, but we don't want to have like a massive amount of people that we have to start paying on payroll, because then we have to train a bunch of people. So now what are you hearing, right? Now all I'm hearing is fucking problems, right? Sounds like a big problem. It's all we're starting to hear is a bunch of problems. Okay. We don't, for example, don't have time to train the team. We don't have time to train the team. Oh, why isn't that copy and pasting that way? Also, what's going to be here is not enough on the payroll, right? A bunch of different issues and problems. So what I'm now thinking is, okay, maybe they need something to just deal with this leads process so everyone can stop thinking about this qualification process and move over to the sales call. Then comes inputting these AI agents, because now what's happening is the form goes through, it's automatically going to be moved in the CRM. There's an AI agent, and of course, as you guys already know, there's an AI agent that goes ahead and books in a call with them, or it puts them through a email sequence to be able to qualify them. So if you look at it, actually, the qualification process is being taken care of by this AI agent right here. So if you think about it, this over here is now solved, right? Because we patched this issue. Jesus, why did it pay so damn big? We fixed this issue with this. So now, what happens now is this problem is now patched. And now it's flowing again. It's flowing again. And that's what these agents are all about. We're supposed to have them to go in to fix the patch. Don't have time to train the team? That's fine. This is already trained. It doesn't have to be trained. So that problem is non-existent. Can I put an X through this? Nah, how do I do that? Oh, there we go. That problem is non-existent. Not enough on the payroll. Well, you don't have to worry about it, the payroll, because you don't have to pay anyone, because you don't have to worry about it, right? Leads are not coming fast enough. You don't have to worry about that either. Leads aren't contacted fast enough. It's not a problem anymore either. Why? Because this is instant. It's instant. And so now what we're seeing is like, okay, cool. Now we're able to really look at this and be like, oh, these AI agents are really solving problems. Like, this is how you guys need to think of this. Like, this is how I'm thinking about it in my head, and this is how you guys need to think about it as well, so you can solve actual problems. So take that into account. Now going back over into it, and with Client A, like I said, as well, had a bunch of leads coming in, but wasn't following up fast enough. So we build the lead scoring plus booking AI agent. We plug it into Typeform in the CRM, and then we book an extra 10 calls a month. And 2 to 3 sales close, take a percentage off of it. Take a percentage off the money that's made, right? Now, let's go into like a deep dive of the highest leverage AI agent that was used. So, of course, breaking it down as well, we use a copywriting agent, but that was something I added on later, if I'm being honest. And the reason why I added it on later is because I asked them if they were doing anything with email, and they weren't. So I went ahead and created something for them. And of course, they let me by any means put it into business because I already had trust. And that's what I mean by putting hooks into a business. Because if you fix one problem, you can then start to put yourself in different areas of the business, because if you already fix a problem, there's a high likelihood that they're going to trust you to solve another problem in their business as well. But of course, the highest, leverage and the highest ROI that they got was from the CRM agent, because they were quite literally burning leads every single month and throwing away money, right? Now they have an up-to-date CRM, they're booking more sales calls, and leads are now contacted ASAP, thankfully, right? So it's things like that that's really giving away the edge and allowing them to be able to do things like that. And as well, I routed it through Slack. So it is super easy to allow them to be able to close deals, right? And then also a follow-up sequence too as well, because I know with those sales reps, they were so busy that they weren't following up with anybody. Like, let's be real, like they weren't following up with anybody. And if any of you guys know sales, follow-up is a big part of sales. If you're not following up, bro, following up is like 40% of the sales. So they're literally missing out on half of the sales because no one can even follow up. That's how insane it was. And that's bro, there's so many businesses. Bro, there's only so few businesses that have all this stuff dialed in if you think about it. Every other business has problems. That's why the business isn't that big. Think about all of that opportunity that's out there for you to go ahead and put something like this and plug something like this in, so you too can make 14 grand a month from just the one agent in someone's business. If you think about it. If you honestly just think about it, this one agent alone doubled their revenue in a month, and I have 10% of the profits because I'm involved. Just think about it. You know what I mean? And then the next thing is just like the pricing model strategy. I know in this video, we already talk about how to price everything out, but let's talk about how I got paid. So here's the deal. I'm not charging $300 for setups. That's not happening. That's not worth my time. If someone actually tried to make me do something for $300, I would probably hang up the Zoom call because it's not worth it. It's not worth it. And I won't entertain it. And it's the same thing how you guys should feel too as well. Like, if something can save someone 40 hours or brings in 30 grand a month, why the fuck would I do it for $300 to $500? Like, why? Why would I do that? It makes no sense for me to go through and do something like that. So you just have to think about how you have to price things like this. Like, you can't price it with a $300 setup fee. It's just not going to work. Another thing as well is I use 3 models. And these 3 models is a flat setup fee. And that could be for anything that's like super productized, I don't have to touch anymore, a flat setup fee. And that setup fee is not going to be $300. I can tell you that. It's going to be what it's actually worth. Or I do a monthly retainer where, of course, it's like updates, supports, and then also one thing I can add in here too as well, troubleshooting or tweaks. And then my favorite one is a nice rev share. Like, when I know the agent will drive a bunch of revenue directly and it's a business I want to be a part of as well, I'm going to go for the rev share. 100%. 100% I'm going to go for the rev share. An example is like 1.5K for a setup fee and then 20% rev share on closed deals, or a 3K setup fee with $750 a month, or 3.5K flat with no support needed. Like, these are all things you can price. And honestly, I think you guys should go with where you're most comfortable at. By all means, get the money up front, get the experience, and then once you know and you can start creating AI agents that get people results, you can start going into rev shares. Simple stuff, you know? You want clients to see you as an operator, not some tool pushing nerd. I keep stressing this. I can't stress this enough. And just to have this for you guys too as well, like, what I would honestly do differently, like, if of course, like, I had to redo this, what I would do differently is I didn't charge high enough to start. For client A, for example, because we're calling them client A for the sake of this video, it should have realistically been 5K. And it happens. Like, I'm human too. It should have been 5K. They honestly got a steal on that if they're watching this. But the thing is there's always another client I'll be able to charge what it's actually worth next time, and to continue and learn, right? Also, I should have found, other ways to add in an AI agent that creates content for them. And what I mean by this is the same way. And like I said, I'm learning as well. So after this video, I might even go reach out to them and try to pitch it to them. But what I mean by this is the same way how I added in the copywriting agent, they create content too as well. So I should probably end up hitting them up and adding in the viral agent so they can get some ideas. And that's not a bad idea, honestly. So they can honestly get some ideas to be able to go in and create an agent that will be able to help them out with content ideas so they can get more content out. And what that'll do will get more leads out, and then it'll generate more revenue. And then I'll be able to get paid more because I'm on a rev share. Starting to see how that works, right? So that is something I would do differently, and it's probably something I will end up doing differently. And then as well, and this is going to happen to you guys, like I took too long creating it. Like I wish I would have got it up in like a day. But see, the thing is when you make one agent, you never have to make it again. You only have to tweak it. And I had to make this agent from scratch for this specific client. But the thing is, excuse me, sorry. I'm not gonna pause it anyway, so who cares? It's literally a multi-hour, I don't know how long this is gonna be, but multi-hour long course, so it'll be fun. But I could have closed other deals, but I couldn't. I had to turn them down because I was too focused on creating this agent to get this to really work, because I needed proof of concept. You know what I mean? And those deals I ended up turning down, still trying to get them back in the loop, but I ended up turning them down. And what I'm trying to say here is, but now I don't have to turn anything down on this type of AI agent because I already have it built. So all I have to do is just plug and play it into other businesses as well, because I already put the work in to build it. Does that make sense? So once you build it, you don't ever have to build it again. You just have to plug it into other businesses. Cool? Got it. And of course, what I did right, well, fuck, we talking about this? Made money. What? Just kidding. You know, I focused on businesses that already had traffic and leads. So that was already the easy part. A lot of businesses, they have a lot of problem getting traffic. If you find businesses that don't have that problem and they have problems further down in the pipe, like any problems further down, you know, the pipe here, not here, but anything past here, bro, an AI agent will literally work wonders for it. Work wonders, right? And then I built it fast. Didn't I build it as fast as I wanted to? No, I didn't. But I built it fast enough to where I delivered it cleanly and I charged like I was removing bottlenecks, because I was. And that's what got me paid, right? And so the way you can copy this model is you don't need 100 clients, right? You don't need a massive agency, and you don't need to have a full team, of course. I hope you understand that. What you need is 1 or 2 high leverage agents. Hence, I showed you guys in the video, take it. A way to explain the value clearly. So you want to be able to break it down and just like talk revenue. Like, yeah, bro, I'm going to be able to go ahead and automate this whole process with the AI agent. What it's going to do is it's going to take care of that issue that you have of not being able to reach out to leads fast enough and not being able to hire more people to manage the leads so you can make more money. It's kind of all you got to say. You don't really got to say too much. You got to make it sound good. You got to make it sound good because it is good, right? And then, as well, the confidence is a big thing as well. Confidence to charge based on the impact it's going to make and not the effort. It's literally it. It's literally it. And then the fractional COO play is real. I keep telling you guys this, but you become the guy who fixes their broken backend and makes money from it. You don't need to build 20 workflows. You just need to solve one big problem really well. Really well. And that's it. That's literally it. Because now you have a lot of leverage because you have a rev share in the business, and now you're making profit off what they are making and what you're helping them make, right? But that's it for this quick case study. If this helped, let's keep moving forward. All right, let me go ahead and flex some results on you guys just because this shit fucking works. We got Hobbs making 83 grand a month. Tristan saying he made 23 grand in less than a month. Dylon made 32 grand a month doing this. Nicholas made 40 grand a month. Jake made 100 grand a month. Calvin made 10.5K in 6 days. Preston made 6K in personal profit. Nathaniel made 7.5 grand a month as an operator. 9.5K USD, using fucking pounds. Dylon made another 22 grand this month. Gonzalo made 4K in 48 hours. Eamon literally closed 20K from an operating deal. Jonathan got 10K a month in a week. That makes no fucking sense, Jonathan, but whatever. Daniel got a contract signed. Cade made 10 grand in 8 days. Austin made 16K in 2 weeks. Yuno made 100 grand. Aiden made his fucking investment bank back, thank God. Jamie made 5 grand and 11K off a back-end offer. Dylon made 32 grand a month. And Calvin made 10.5 grand a month. Justin made 11 grand a month. Renee made 7K profit 11 days after fucking joining. Isaac made 10 grand a fucking day. Ruben said broke is a mindset, flexing on motherfuckers because he made 2.7 grand. And then he said Inner Circle made him a money-making machine. Kristen signed his first PIF ever, which is 297 over here. And then Simon made 5K USD in 2.5 days. Super fucking easy.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie. If you made it all the way through the video, you're actually him or her. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, most people probably would have clicked off, got around it, but even said some bullshit like, "Oh, I'm gonna save this for later." Straight cappers and never come back. But bro, you watched, or gal, you watched this whole thing, and that tells me everything I need to know about you. You know what I mean? Like, actually, kudos to you. You went through a bunch of content. You took it seriously. And now it might not feel like it, bro, but you got a skill set that you could really do something with. And that's all I ever wanted to do, right? You don't just know about AI agents. You've seen how they work. You've seen them replace teams, book calls, remove leads, damn near walk someone's dog. You know what I mean? Respond to support tickets. And you literally have something and a skill that 99% of people don't. Go ask 100 people on the street right now if they know how to do NI agents or even what they are. They're not going to know, bro. Very rare skill set that you know. And you literally have the ability to provide value to any business from day one. And that's some dope shit, bro. I'm not even going to lie. So what you can do with this, honestly, I just wanted to send just like a thank you message as well. You went through the whole video. Just a thank you to not watching my video, but a thank you to learning the skill for yourself, honestly. Now you can take everything you learned and go build some dope shit. Like, build your own systems, sell them to businesses, do whatever you want to do. Keep 100% of the cash, donate it to charity, whatever the fuck you want to do, bro. It's all yours. And stay consistent too as well. You'll win. I swear. That's all it is. But if you're just like me when I started, if you don't want to waste any time trying to piece everything together, you can book a call with me below in the description, and I can show exactly how to land some rev share deals or some one-time deals or some high-ticket clients with the same automations you just saw. But also as well, bro, listen, we're still early. There's no AI expert army dominating this game yet. There's no n8n guru with 1 million subs, so the space is wide open. You have something that nobody can take from you. And I just want to let you know, just continue to move and just keep executing. Like I said again, like, super dope that you watched through the whole video. We'll see each other soon. Peace. See you on the other side. Peace. I'm gonna go take a nap.